A very good morning and welcome to Scarborough, where both Yorkshire and Warwickshire will start their Metrobank One Day Cup campaigns for 2025 here. The sun has been shining this morning. There's a little bit of a sea breeze is blustering around. I'm Michael McCann, fantastic to have your company wherever you are across the world. Aaron Valls is alongside me, as he has been for much of the campaign, and is a bit of an expert when it comes to all things Warwickshire. And later on we'll have the likes of Dr. Jane Powell, Yorkshire President, and Ruth Khan, who's worked in coaching capacity for Yorkshire for plenty of years. But for now, Aaron is here. Thoughts on the weather and how beautifully set up we are here as we gaze out from an open-air commentary box, which I've got a lot of time for, rather unconventional, but all part of the outground experience. So if you do pick up a little bit of wind, do forgive us.
Absolutely. First and foremost, good morning to everybody tuning in to Yorkshire Cricket TV here on the Vertu live stream. And yeah, Michael, Scarborough living up to its name. There's a nice cool breeze just crossing across the ground at the moment, and sun is shining. We are expecting a little bit of inclement weather around about midday. There are some scattered showers here on the north coast, but this is absolutely glorious. I think this is both of our first time here in Scarborough, North Marine Road, one of the most, if not the most, iconic of outgrounds in England and Wales. And I got here so early this morning. It's been on my bucket list for years to get to this venue, and it really has lived up to the billing. It's a very charming and, well, special place. Going just for a lap around the grounds, having a chat with some of the people here, and obviously now being sat here and commentating. It is the stuff that dreams are made of. So, yeah, looking forward to this one today.
Yeah, some drone shots there along the coast, showing you with that north and south base, which had the pleasure of having a little stroll around. And Yorkshire, of course, have had an excellent couple of games here in the county championship, a high scoring draw against Durham, and then a comprehensive win against Sussex, beg your pardon, by an innings and 128 runs. I was thinking of championship wins. Of course, Essex at York also comes to mind, but it was Sussex who were beaten here in that one, where Matthew Revis scored yet another ton. And speaking of Revis, he's one that we'll come on to discuss further. He's been picked as one of our Vertu 2 to watch for the day, and that brings me towards the matter of team news, because the coin toss has been done. Yorkshire captain for this competition, Don Bess, has won it and has chosen to bowl. Catch a beautiful shot there of the seaside. That is your Yorkshire team: Adam Live, Imam ul Huq, Will Luxton, James Wharton, Matthew Revis, Don Bess, George Hill, Harry Duke, Jack White, Dan Moriarty and Ben Cliff. And arguably Cliff is the big story of this lineup. This is his first senior competitive game for Yorkshire since April. He got a side strain in the championship opener, none for 12 off 4 in that one against Hampshire. And it's a small irony that it was against Hampshire recently that he really proved his worth to come back into this team, because he took a 5 for against Hampshire in the twos. He's been doing a bit of captaincy in the twos as well. He's very much earned his spurs to get himself back into this Yorkshire 11.
He certainly has, and I think he's our first graduate from the comms box out into the starting 11. So, yeah, it's wonderful to see Ben Cliff back. As you've alluded to, Michael, he's been absolutely crushing it in the twos, bowls at a good pace. He's Yorkshire through and through, and in a competition like this today, he'll be partnered by the likes of George Hill and Jack White. He offers something a little bit different. So very, very excited to see what he's got in store for us here today.
Yeah, Anthony McGrath said his development has accelerated over the last 12 months or so, and we're excited to see the level that Ben takes his game to over the next 2 years. Having added that extra yard of pace, he offers the team an added dimension, especially with his tendency to swing the ball at pace. That was McGrath speaking not too long ago when Cliff signed a 2-year contract extension through to 2027, and now Yorkshire fans get to see him in action for the first time since that. Speaking of contract extensions, Yorkshire supporters will also be delighted to know that Will Luxton has signed for another 2 years through to 2027. Luxton, of course, got a Metrobank One Day Cup ton against these opponents in a win at Rugby School last season. and also gained a lot of admirers for that superb knock in the win for Yorkshire in the Blast at the Roses match at Old Trafford.
Yeah, he is a serious player, is Will Luxton. I was there at rugby last year. 105 was the score he got against Warwickshire. It's, again, one of the most beautiful outgrounds in the country. But he is a player who is evolving and adapting his game year in, year out. When he first burst onto the scene and we saw him in the England under-19s, he was almost very leg side heavy. He's got a very hefty shot out towards deep mid-wicket, and we saw those incredible no-look strikes in the Roses match, hitting Tom Hartley for those monumental sixes. But he's really adapted his game. There's an element of strike rotation, and he's also really improved through the covers and on the cut shot as well. So in terms of players to watch out for, I know we've already spoken long-term about Ben Cliff, Will Luxton, and I think James Wharton. I think he's another one we could mention. Those two certainly could be mainstays at this club for many, many a year to come.
Yeah, it reminds me of something that Yorkshire General Manager Gavin Hamilton said, actually, which was, he was talking about the age profile of this Yorkshire squad, and he said Wharton, Hill, Luxton, Revis, Bean, these are young lads who've played a lot of cricket. It's a chance for them to grab this squad. These 6 lads can take the club forward for another decade. So that shows the esteem that Hamilton holds Yorkshire's young crop that are starting to burst through in. Just to remind you of how this Metrobank One Day Cup works, Yorkshire in Group B with Durham, Kent, Lancashire, Middlesex, Northants, Somerset, Sussex, and of course today's opponents Warwickshire. There's 8 games, and through those games going on across August, that then brings us to late August, where there is an interesting knockout structure. So if you win your group, you go directly through to the semi-finals, but if you finish second or third, you are in effectively a quarter-final. So the side that finishes second in Group A hosts the team that finishes third in Group B, and vice versa. So the team that finishes second in Group B hosts the side that finished third in Group A, and then whoever wins out of those games gets into a semi-final, but the group winners have home advantage. So if you can win your group, it's massively advantageous because you're missing out that quarter-final phase. You're getting a home semi-final, and of course this competition once upon a time had a Lord's final at the end of it. Unfortunately now it does not, but the final is on the 20th of September at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire last year was so close, of course, third in Group B. They won that knockout game against Worcestershire, but then lost against the eventual winners Glamorgan. Yorkshire somewhat flattered to deceive, 4 wins and 4 losses in this competition last season.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of Yorkshire, to be honest. They promised a lot, didn't quite deliver what we expected, but if we're looking ahead to today's match against the Bear and Ragged staff, they did beat Warwickshire at rugby in that game which we spoke about earlier, so potentially that could be something which plays into the psyche. A number of players on both sides were present on that day, but yeah, it was a bit of a hit and miss season for Warwickshire as well in the One Day Cup, strangely, considering that they finished third. They had that whole scenario when they actually got the home quarter final because Worcestershire were hosting a Lions game, so instead of New Road it was at Edgbaston, but it felt like a team which could have gone on to win, and in the end ultimately fell short at the hands of Glamorganans. Here is your Warwickshire side for today. Opening the batting will be Rob Yates and Alex Davis. Batting at number 3 is Hamza Sheikh, and there's Zen Malik. Vance Jarney on debut. Looking forward to watching him a little bit later on. Kai Smith, the hero of last year's quarter-final, scored that magnificent 130 not out against Worcestershire to take the Bears through to the semis. And there's Michael Booth, Ethan Bamber, Ed Barnard carded at 9. We don't think he's going to bat there. And finally, there's Jake Lintots and the former Yorkshire man, Oliver Hannon-Dolby. So, 2 excellent sides taken to the field today.
Yeah, Hannon-Dolby's an interesting one. Product of the Yorkshire Academy from Halifax. Played for Yorkshire from 2008 to 2012. I mean, that's sort of that long ago. I remember following some of those games just about still on teletext. That's how far we're going back, and then left for further opportunities. And it's safe to say it's become probably in Warwickshire's history. You know, if you sign for a club and you haven't come through that county system and you play there for more than a decade, it's a surefire sign that you've made a real impact. And as in when he does eventually hang up the boots, the 36-year-old, he'll be remembered as something as a legend. I'm sure he'll get a good reception here as well. Your umpires, Hassan Adnan and Peter Hartley, are on their way out to the middle. As for the Vertu two to watch. Well, we've already given one of them away, but it's two players who actually are primarily going to be of importance with the bat when Yorkshire get to the run chase. One of whom, of course, is Matthew Revis. Revis will bowl a bit, but he's been managing his bowling loads because of a slight back complaint. But just look at those numbers with the bat. 4 county championship hundreds in 4 consecutive games, 520 runs, and he's been out just twice in that period. The first batter to score hundreds in 3 straight county championship games for Yorkshire whilst uncapped since 1945. And he's made a red ball impact as well, as Yorkshire finished their blast campaign with a flourish, with a last ball win at Leicestershire on the 18th of July. Revis made his first career T20 50 at senior competitive level with 52 of just 32 balls. Our second player in our two to watch is Amar Mulhaq, the 29-year-old Pakistani international batter who's played for his country more than 100 times, a couple of times in T20, 75 ODIs, 24 tests as well. He has 9 one-day international hundreds, so you would think that would make him more than handy for a 50-over competition, of course. And one of those hundreds was a very high-profile one when it comes to the ecosphere of English cricket, because it was 151 in a high-scoring game against England at the 2019 World Cup in Bristol, where Pakistan piled up a total just in excess of 350, and England knocked it off.
Yeah, he's a great signing, isn't he? Of course, came in as a replacement for Ruturaj Gaikwad, who unfortunately unavailable for the campaign due to personal reasons. But you're bringing a guy who's approaching 5,000 career list A runs, averaging nearly 45 in the formats. Certainly an apt replacement for Gaikwad. So it will be Jack White with the ball in hand to get us underway in the opening over here in Scarborough. And we did say, Michael, we weren't expecting Ed Barnard to bat at number 9. He's been opening for the Bears since 2023, and indeed he is. He's currently at the non-striker's end with Rob Yates opening the batting and facing the first ball.
A couple of slips in play as well, and Jack White has been something of an unsung hero of this Yorkshire side this season since signing from Northants in the close season. White is ready to get Yorkshire's Metrobank one-day cup campaign underway. Yorkshire without a trophy in limited overs cricket since the Cheltenham and Gloucester Trophy 50-over competition back in 2002. Their latest campaign starts here as White charges in. That's a square drive straight to point, settling into the seat alongside me. That one's fielded for a dot ball. A very good morning to Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell.
Good morning. Isn't it lovely here in Scarborough?
Yeah, it is set perfectly. The sun's just peeking out from behind the clouds, and White is charging in from our end of the ground, the Peasholm Park end. He's had an excellent season, both in red and white ball, Jack White. White right on the button, early doors here to Yates. White's numbers are very good across both formats this season. So he's got 21 championship wickets at 22.3 in that initial block, and that has moved on to being 35 wickets at 22. And then in the blast, he didn't play that often, but when he played, he certainly didn't let Yorkshire down. 7 wickets at an average of 15 in the blast and an economy rate of under 9, which when you think that your home ground's Headingley, that's pretty good. Oh, beautiful from White. Maybe just getting a bit of extra bounce. That was what a few people, when I was doing the pitch report pre-match, mentioned to me was a distinct possibility on this track.
Yeah, Jack White has really settled into the squad really well. You know, when you first see him, he's got that look of Mike Hendrick as he rolls in a little bit as he comes into bowl, but what he's produced at the end of it has been fantastic, and he's slowly becoming a fan favourite because of his consistency and his application.
Yeah, he's definitely shown that hard work, that wanting to bowl the tough spells. He was superb here at Scarborough against Sussex in the Championship. Again, that's a nice length, and again, Warwickshire yet to make the scoreboard tick over in that championship game against Sussex. He took figures of 5 for 57 in the match, but that doesn't even tell the full story. The figures all told were 36 overs, 16 maidens, 57 for 5. White was going at around a run and a half and over across the game.
Yeah, an absolute trooper, isn't it? You know, somebody who you can turn to, throw the ball to, and he'll come in and he'll bowl at the same speed in his first over as he does on his last over, you know, and he's just one of those consistent players who just continually gives of his best as he comes in once more from the P-Zone Park end.
Right again, and the run tally will finally be off and underway from the 5th ball of the contest. Rob Yates gets his account open.
Bit blustery here. 12th man just run on and Finley Bean and lost his hat. Revis is wanting his sweater.
It's definitely one of those
on-off
day with a jumper.
Yeah.
I've already done it
Yeah.
twice up there in the commentary box and have settled for now on the jumper, with knowing the inevitability that as soon as you take it off, it will weather will change in the opposite direction. White's just adjusting himself as he gets ready to bowl to Barnard, who's a key player for this Warwickshire side. He's been superb in this competition in recent seasons. Just pushing this one back. One without loss from the first over then. Yates with the only run off it, and some appreciable applause from a nicely building crowd here at Scarborough. Plenty of spectators still making their way into this ground that's been hosting cricket since 1863. What a magnificent ground it is as well. You can see the bleachers there on that far side next to the pavilion. One thing that the cameras don't necessarily fully show you until you get out there in the middle is there is a quite considerable slope going from east to west. So it means that for where, say, Yates is batting here, the ball's going to run away if he hits it well into the leg side very quickly. It's a shorter boundary. Boundary itself is about 10 metres shorter, I'm reliably told, square of the wicket towards the west hand, and it is that slope. Here comes Bencliffe. First ball for Yorkshire in a competitive senior game since April. And it's a perler. It is an absolute perler from Cliff. You couldn't have asked for much more than that to the left-hander. And he would have been quietly pleased when Yorkshire won the toss this season with some overcast conditions around. Got the chance to get the new ball in his hand.
Yeah, you see on this replay, the ball pitches and then moves off the crease, and that was an absolute perler first ball from Bencliffe, and he'll be delighted with that, the fact that it's in his hand and coming out well as he comes in once more from the Trafalgar Square end.
Cliff right on the button again. We mentioned it in the pre-show, but he got injured in the very first championship game of the season. Got a side strain. Got 2 and 20 with the bat. Bowled just 4 overs, conceding 12 before that side strain happened. He's then had a bit of a back problem as well, which meant that just as he'd been recovering from the side strain, he had to restart effectively that rehab loading up process once more. Miscued, and Bencliffe has a wicket with just his 3rd ball back in a Yorkshire shirt at senior competitive level, having been out injured since April. That will mean so much to Cliff. Yates has to go for one for one. Yorkshire strike early here at Scarborough, a leading edge straight to cover. Cliff rightly getting all the congratulations on a wicket that will mean so much given that big injury journey he's had across this summer.
Yeah, I can remember Ben coming in to commentate with us and him being a little frustrated. So here we see that replay there. Just turns Yates square and he gets the leading edge. And that is probably a slightly easier catch than James Wharton took last week in the county championship game out on that popular stand end.
Yeah, Dr. Jane Powell there alluded to that catch to get rid of Tom Haynes that was written up by one local fish and chip shop rightly as the catch of the day, running back towards the point boundary. But in terms of degrees of difficulty, that catch and this catch were right at the opposite ends of the scale. So Yates has to go for just one. What a start for Yorkshire. And The camera was rightly focused on following the ball, but it just missed out of shot. A huge fist pump of delight from Cliff as he saw the ball go straight to that fielder.
I mean, it's a great over because the first one moved off the wicket away from the left-handed bat, and then he squared him up on that ball and got the leading edge. So, you've got to say he's penetrating in those areas where it's really difficult for the batter to get the ball away, particularly the left-hander. So he's bowling at the right-hander now, so he'll want to get in the same groove.
Malik is in at 3, and he's just pushing at that one. Zen Malik, who scored a match-winning 49 not out on first-class debut against Yorkshire at Headingley in May, finishing it off with a 6. It's come through Saka's original cohort of players, the South Asian Cricket Academy, that have done so much to help bring players through and ultimately leading to first-class professional opportunities. Oh, this is miscued, and it's another one. A second wicket in the over for Ben Cliff. Zen Malik has to go for a 2-ball duck. Another leading edge, another Ben Cliff wicket. Warwickshire 1 for 2 in the second, and another simple catch. Ben Cliff cannot believe his luck. What an impact on his first over back for Yorkshire since April.
I think if Yorkshire had, anybody would have said that Yorkshire would be in this situation, they'd be absolutely surprised. And Zen Malik looks a bit perplexed with that one. It looked like he was through his shot before it actually got there. And yet again, the inevitable catch for James Wharton, who seems to be making a habit of it at the moment in short point. But what a great start by Yorkshire, and Warwickshire will be starting to think that there's demons in this wicket. And having spoken to the ground staff before the game started, the ground staff said to me it's 300 in this wicket. I'll be very surprised if there aren't 300 runs. I think for both sides is what he was meaning at the time, but it's looking a long way from there.
He wasn't talking about
total.
He wasn't talking about total in the game. I must say, having spoken to him and a few others and been out there, in terms of the dryness of the wicket, grass not particularly thick, it wasn't the kind of pitch that you're out there thinking, wow, this is properly going to do all sorts. But it was something that came to mind, which was that the new ball would obviously be a threat, potentially if there's some cloud cover around, albeit that cloud cover is not to be seen right now because clouds have made way for the sun. Out comes Alex Davis, out at number 4 a little earlier than he might have hoped, with the score 1 for 2.
And going back to what you're just saying there, I've always said that wickets are only as good as the bowlers can make them. So the bowler has to put the ball in the right area. If they put them in the right area, then it looks like it's doing something. But if that was short and wide, it's probably dispatched to the boundary. So great bowling from Ben Cliff on his return, and he'll be absolutely thrilled, as will the rest of the team.
Cliff in again, looking for a 3rd wicket in the over. And that's just nicely guided down to 3rd by Davis, who's off the mark. So 2 for 2 after 2, all of the 2s. And Ben Cliff deservedly getting a big round of applause from everyone at Scarborough, and a few high fives from teammates as he trots down to take a rest. And just going back to your point, 12 balls bowled so far, and there hasn't been a particularly poor ball at all. So Yorkshire have given nothing away.
Yeah, as Ben Cliff gets a rapturous round of applause from the tea room. Well, from the people near the tea room, not the tea room. I realise that sometimes you can take things absolutely as said, and that would be inappropriate. So, yeah, and the pressure that Jack White creates is also something that shouldn't go underestimated.
Yeah,
that happened
absolutely.
in the county championship game here last week, where he just kept nagging away.
White into Davis to start the 3rd over. And again, it's in a very nice spot. There is deep 3rd and deep backward square leg out, and we are in the power play, of course. Not that it's thus far been, unlike most modern power plays that tend to often see big extravagant shots and batters on top. The 2 most remotely extravagant shots that have been attempted to be played, which was really just drives that batters were early on and miscuing. Both been leading edges and wickets. White again in a decent area. Yorkshire trying to end this long hunt for silverware, and it's not X number of years since Yorkshire won a white ball trophy, because Yorkshire have never actually won a white ball trophy, because the last time Yorkshire won a limited overs competition, this 50 over competition back in 2002, was played with a red ball. That was the Cheltenham and Gloucester Trophy. Richard Blakey was captain. Yorkshire won by 6 wickets with 2 overs to spare against Somerset in the final. Matthew Hoggard took 5 for 65. Yorkshire were in a bit of trouble in the run chase, 19 for 2. But Aussie overseas Matthew Elliott hit 128 not out, and a certain Anthony McGrath hit 46 not out. Of course, now Yorkshire's head coach. It's looking straight drive, well fielded by White off his own bowling. The dots continue to pile up. That pair of Elliott and McGrath put on 103 unbroken for the 5th wicket to bring Yorkshire home. The likes of Craig White, Michael Vaughan, Chris Silverwood and Ryan Sidebottom also played in that team 23 years ago. So that's the bit of history that Yorkshire are aiming at here. Yorkshire have won 5 major limited overs trophies, 2 Gillette Cups and a John Player League and a Benson and Hedges Cup. That's guided out into the offside. Benson and Hedges Cup in 1987, the John Player League in 83 and the 2 Gillette Cups in 1965 and 1969. Yorkshire chasing a bit of history in this group, looking for a trophy that would definitely put their name down for generations.
I can definitely remember some of those, so I was lucky enough to be alive at the time. But going back to the field placings, I think the third man and fine leg are there for the ones that are just run down there rather than great big slugs as we used to.
White again is unerring in his line. We've had 17 balls in the power play. We've seen 2 runs and 2 wickets. It's an exceptional start from Yorkshire.
Yeah, and what's nice is the fielders are backing up the bowler. You saw then that if the fielder had waited for the ball to come to them, that could have been a potential single there. But Bess running in, leading by example as captain for the day, attacking the ball and making sure there was no run there.
Nurdled away. They are going to take one this time, and it's a well-judged quick single.
Yeah, I suspect they thought that the ball before, they probably thought, we could have got one there. So often when you see that, then the next ball you will see them pushing that on, because if you go straight away, there's always a single there.
3 for 2 after 3 overs then. Strong start from Yorkshire. Do you let us know in the YouTube live chat comments where you're watching from? Eric says, I was at that Cheltenham and Gloucester final. Steaming hot day at Lord's. Yeah, it certainly was. I remember it being, all of that competition being covered on free-to-air TV as well on Channel 4.
I'm quite old. I'll speak after this.
Cliff
this ball.
In for his second over. This is just worked away. 1 nicely by Davis, who moves on to 3 off 2. Barnard on to strike. He's had a curious start here, Barnard. He's faced 1 ball. He has come out as an opener and watched carnage at the other end, and he's now just looking to settle into his rhythm. Yorkshire would be cock-a-hoop if they could remove him.
Yeah, I would think he's a key figure for Warwickshire, or Warwickshire and the Ragged Staff, or Bears and the Ragged Staff, as Aaron calls them.
Driven but well fielded, diving stop at mid-on. Just what Dr. Jane Powell, Yorkshire president, alongside me was talking about, that desperation to back up good work from the bowlers, important for Yorkshire.
Yeah, going back to that John Player and the scorching hot day at Lord's, I'm quite glad it's warm here, because sitting outside as we are, it would have been quite blustery up here, I think, or blustery and cool if it wasn't such a nice warm day.
Lovely straight drive, first boundary of the game. Really beautifully timed from Barnard.
Yeah, lovely shot there. Just waited for the ball to come to him, and unlike his 2 predecessors, he just waited for the ball to come right to him and then just pushed through it, punched through it almost. Didn't move his feet very much, but the bat pattern just came straight from behind, straight through the ball.
Barnard this time guiding into covers for no run. Nice response from Cliff, who just adjusted his length appropriately. We've got people chipping in who are watching from USA, who are watching from Sidmouth, who are watching for Fuerteventura, watching from Lahore, watching from the Wirral, watching from York, watching from Harrogate. Welcome to you all right across the globe and across Yorkshire and Warwickshire. Oh, and again, it's almost a carbon copy of the boundary shot, but this time wasn't timed quite as sweetly. Gave a chance to mid-off to get across, and there was a punch of the bat in frustration there from Barnard.
Yeah, I think Dumbess has just taken a step to his right, so it was possible for him to stop that one. I think if he'd been a step to his left, that one would have beaten him as well, and I think that's the frustration for Barnard. He played another repeat shot almost, but didn't get it past the fielder this time.
Well, by Cliff. Yorkshire fans will be very pleased to see back into action. He had a good spell over the winter in Australia, in Melbourne, with Greenvale. In his own words, said that focus on my game is something I feel is starting to pay off. Working with Mickey Lewis, Yorkshire bowling coach, has been brilliant. It's given me the confidence in my ability to help get my game to the next level. Of course, featured a fair bit for Yorkshire, particularly in white ball cricket last season. He got a career best in both one-dayers and T20s. He's best in the one-day cup, 3 for 37 against Glamorgan at Cardiff last summer. Well, he's got a good chance of beating that because he's got 2 for 6 from 2 overs here. 8 for 2 off 4. White is ready to charge in here with 6-3 field. Same field Yorkshire have used pretty much throughout. Davis batting out of his crease to try and slightly negate that early swinging ball. So that dribbles away for a leg bye.
Yeah, that's one of the easy factors to combat a ball moving so much, is to come forward a little bit out of your crease so that hopefully you're meeting it on the half volley. Whilst he didn't get his bat to it, then it came off his leg and they were able to just walk through almost for a leg bye as Jack White comes in once more from the P-Zone Park end, and that's angled down to third man for a single.
Yeah, and just jumping back to that Yorkshire history in white ball games, that 1965 Gillette Cup final, Geoffrey Boycott made 146. Ray Illingworth took a 5 for. You look at that 87 Benson Hedges Cup final, back when it was a 55 over game. Jim Love with 75 not out. Yorkshire won on fewer wickets with the scores tied. David Bairstow with some key moments in the chase. These are the kind of names that this squad can put themselves alongside if they were to go on and win the trophy. So that's nibbled away behind square for 1.
Davies looked like he was wanting 2 there, ran the first run very quickly, but realised there was just not 2 runs in there.
Barnard on to strike. Leading run scorer in the 2023 Metrobank One Day Cup for anybody, and he was Warwickshire's top run scorer and wicket taker in this competition last season. He was the Metrobank One Day Cup Player of the Year both last season and the year before, so we'll mention just how much he loves this competition. Oh, beautifully bowled. Fantastic from White. Gets the dangerous Barnard. 11 for 3. Jack White has deserved that. He's bowled magnificently all morning.
Wow.
And that was an absolute peach. A little bit of extra bounce as well with the new ball. And it completely does for Barnard, who has to just walk off and appreciate a gem. It has kissed the top of off stump. It does not get better than that.
Yeah, you look at that defence by Barnard and you think that's pretty solid. Oh no, he's it's clipped the stump. So a fantastic ball by Jack White there, and one that I think is quite key, because I think Ed Barnard was the one who hung around in past matches against Yorkshire and has been a bit of a thorn in the flesh. So to see him depart back to the pavilion will be a real bonus for Yorkshire.
Oh, I've just been mentioning what a brilliant record he's got in this competition. So, Hamza Sheikh comes to the wicket, 11 for 3 in the 5th over. And there's a bit of a rebuild job needed here. That replay, I mean, it only gets better the more deliveries, the more times you watch that delivery. When the coaches say top of off,
it literally
you talk
is
about bowling
top.
to order.
I think it hit the bail. I think it landed on the bail almost and just dislodged it. And at first I thought it must have taken an edge and Harry Duke was going for the catch, but then I realised it had actually hit the bail and come off. I thought it was a nick.
Yeah, you're right. It has
away.
literally, as I said, kissed the top of the bail. It couldn't have picked it out any better, really. So White is now into Hamza Sheikh, 19-year-old batter. He's captained the England under-19s last year against Sri Lanka. The ideal situation to walk out in, though. Almost half the power play gone, 11 for 3. And again, White, who's a tall man anyway, and he's definitely, and we saw it in that delivery that got Barnard, getting some extra bounce. There's no doubt about it.
No, he's very effective, but almost on the circuit until you've seen a lot of him, you think he's quite, well, he's good, but he's not that good. But this season he's really shown just how good he is, and I just really like him as a character. I think his attitude and his tenacity and his keep going mentality. And there we see the groundsman on the screen.
Quiet and unassuming Jack White. He lets the ball do the talking, and at the moment the ball is doing the talking for him well.
And the groundsman is coming onto the field of play.
Yes, they are. Really to just come and fix something and have a chat with umpire Peter Hartley. 11 for 3.
Maybe he broke the bail.
11 for 3 after 5. After a few more words from Dr. Jane Powell, she will be joined by Aaron Viles.
Yeah, I know. The groundsman wandering off now. The umpire coming back into place as Bencliffe is ready to start the next over from the Trafalgar Square end. What a start, Aaron.
Yep, great start this for Yorkshire, having a strong Warwickshire side, 11 for 3, and how about that first over from this man at Bencliffe. Here he is from the Trafalgar Square end, bowling to Alex Davis. First up, resolute and compact in defence, is the Bears Red Bull captain. But yeah, so good to see this for Bencliffe. We spoke about the injury, hasn't played senior cricket in, well, quite some months really. And then of course he's come back into twos and taken that fifer against the Hampshire second 11. It's just good to see, isn't it? And even better that he's a homegrown boy, a product of the Yorkshire Pathway and Academy. You can't really ask for much more.
No, not at all. And I can remember Ben joining us in the commentary box and being a little bit deflated earlier in the season. But here he is as he comes in once more.
Really does charge in with plenty of energy, does Bencliffe.
And 2 key wickets, to get those wickets early then meant that Jack White, who was keeping pressure on from the Peas Park end, knew that he could just relax into his groove. And then what a ball that last one was to remove Ed Barnard. I mean, wow.
Yeah, serious delivery that, wasn't it? To remove the man who's been the Metrobank One Day Cup Player of the Year for the past 2 years running, in 2023 and 24. Yeah, really is difficult to get that man out for a low score. Cliff bowls here to Davis. Well, a few hands on heads and oohs and ahs from the crowd. We'll take a look at the replay here on the live stream, but that was...
I don't think that was far from the stumps. Oh.
It wasn't, was it? Davis was aware to it.
And these are things, you know, when people say, oh, you had a lucky dismissal, you can make your own luck in this game by putting pressure on players. You put pressure on, he doesn't get forward as much, and he chops that one down, and the ball, yes, can go anywhere, but you've put the pressure on.
Cliff to Davis. Just clips it out towards short mid-wicket for no run. In terms of what you've seen from the bowlers, though, so far, Jane, from a Yorkshire perspective, this is pretty much spot on, isn't it? It's been a perfect start from Ben Cliff and aptly supported at the other end, as you mentioned, by the more experienced Jack White.
Yeah, well, in Yorkshire, I was saying, you know, win the toss, think about putting him in and bat yourself. But if you win the toss and you put the opposition in, then 11 for 3 just about justifies it, I think.
Well, Davis takes the quick single. There will be a shot at the striker's end. Little bit of a misfield as well. Will the Warwickshire batters come back for 2? No, they won't. Sheikh was almost running towards us here in the commentary position, so will remain as a single. Warwickshire move on to 12 for 3 here in the 6th. But yeah, it does justify the decision, doesn't it? Of course, it's a glorious day here, and the other thing which we do need to touch upon, of course, we're keeping our fingers crossed and touching wood that it isn't the case, but looking at the radar around about midday, maybe some scattered showers might just play into the ballpark a little bit later on.
Yeah, you have to play as if you're playing the 50 overs, and that's the key thing as Cliff comes in once more.
And Sheikh tries to smoke that one through the point region. A little bit of a crowd catch there. Smoked it into the turf, so won't be any more extra damage done there for Warwickshire. And that will be the end of over number 6 here at North Marine Road. The Bears 12 for 3. It's been a very difficult start. But of course, on the flip side, an outstanding beginning to proceedings from the likes of Ben Cliff and the aforementioned Jack White.
And you could almost say that the bowlers are just warmed up now, you know, they're just getting into their groove. So as a Warwickshire batter, then you'll probably be a little bit like, I've got to concentrate here, I've got to make sure that I get forward, I've got to play down the right line, I've got to make sure that I don't also give my wicket away. And I have to say that I don't think Ed Barnard gave his wicket away, I just think he came up against a very, very good ball.
Oh, it was. It was a quintessential dismissal, wasn't it, for any seam bowler? Hit the top of off, something which coaches up and down the country teach you from a very, very early age. And look, Jack White is exactly that sort of bowler as we take a look at the replay.
One. Yeah, it lands on the bail itself. Just literally hits the top of off. You couldn't get any closer to hitting the top of off. That's absolute perfection.
Yeah, it was. That was a stunning delivery, wasn't it? Really, really good. So it is White to continue a spell here from the P-Zone Park end. Bowling here to Alex Davis. Very uncharacteristic innings so far from Alex Davis, but of course we speak about this a lot in 50 over cricket. It is a long format, of course. Davis, you can argue, especially in red ball cricket at times, has been very aggressive, looks to score boundaries early on. But of course, as a leader, as a focal point in this Bears batting lineup, today's got to play the situation sensibly. Can't be getting out to a cheap shot and gifting away your wickets after this start, which has seen the Bears lose 3 early wickets. Again, White's cramping him up for room, plays it defensively out into the offside for no run.
Yeah, it's almost like he's looking to push it and run, but he's not bringing the bat straight through the ball, you know, and you've got to give yourself half a chance. And there's a danger that as he almost flicks the bat at the ball, that he might take an outside edge. So you can see why there are still 2 slips there, a short mid-wicket and a point, all in catching positions, really, not the least of which James Wharton in cover, who's probably one of the best fielders in the competition.
Davis advances down the track. Hands-on head moment there for Jack White. He thought it may have just tickled the outside edge of the Warwickshire man's bat.
Yeah, if you look here, he just seems to push it at it, but he's not hitting through it. And there's a danger that if the ball starts to move, then you're not really going to get away with it. You know, I think of the old Viv Richards, you know, that he could miss-hit it and it would go for 6 because he was absolutely certain that he was going to use the full swing of the bat. But if you're just poking at it, then the bat's decelerating and you could be take the edge and you could be on your bike, so to speak.
Well, that one has cramped him up for room. There's a big appeal from Jack White. I think height was probably the issue on that one. Did rise up rather sharply.
Shout, though. Good shout. We might be asking for a review. We don't have review before anybody starts asking me or saying anything. I'm just teasing that, you know, these days when you go up for one like that as a bowler, then you're very keen to have another look at it, so to speak.
It's what can be described as a half shout, isn't it?
Yes.
It's one of those which you might...
I think Harry Duke went up at the same time. He's a long way outside the crease, though. That probably saved him.
Davis leaves that one well alone, and that will be the end of over number 7. Another tight one from Jack White.
Is that a maiden? I believe. Did they get anything?
No, so Warwickshire 12 for 3 here at North Marine Road. Davis on 5, Hamza Sheikh yet to get off the mark, but still plenty of overs to bat here. As we said, hopefully there won't be any bad weather. We have checked the radar. Intermittent showers, I think, is how it'd be described, but shouldn't be anything to curtail the game as a whole. So hopefully we'll get a 4 days play in here on the North Coast. Here is Ben Cliff bowling to Hamza Sheikh. Sheikh flashes at that one and taken superbly by Adam Lythe. Ben Cliff is on pure flames here in Scarborough, and the Bears continue to fall deeper and deeper into trouble in this Metro Bank One-Day Cup opener. Warwickshire 12 for 4, Sheikh departs for a duck, and the visitors now really all at sea here in the first power play.
Yeah, we see that there, Ben Cliff in the right area, but what a catch from the youngster Lythe. You know, you've got to say, he absolutely gave it everything there, both hands behind it, took him off his feet, but, you know, well, anything you can do, I can do better, I think, in this Yorkshire team at the moment, and they're not going to let each other down. And I think it becomes habit, you know, if you take a catch like that, I'm going to take a great catch as well. You'll see this, it just flies off the outside of the bat and just flies to Adam Lythe, who hangs on to it very graciously and very easily. You see it here, flies up there as he takes it. He's not a tall guy, but he stretched full height, hung on to it, and then just almost rolled away, but stayed up on his feet. 12 for 4.
Yep. Difficult start this for Warwickshire, and that's probably putting it lightly. Of course, last year's semi-finalists in Group B got through, lost to the eventual champions, Glamorgan, who you always tend to see very strong in this format. I imagine, again, they'll be one of the front runners in 2025, won it in 2021, and, of course, won it in 2024. But even though the Bears do bat deep, 12 for 4 for any club across the country, I mean, that is a very, very rough start. But the latest Bears batter into the middle is Kai Smith, the wicket-keeper. Here he is against Ben Cliff, who already has 3 of these wickets and is causing all sorts of problems early on.
Yeah, it's lovely to see Ben Cliff storming back in for Yorkshire, and what a great start he's had. He's just putting the ball in the right areas, and even that one, it was in the right area. It caused some difficulty for the new batter, who couldn't get his bat onto that one. And you can see the fielders, they're almost on their toes coming in already. Imam, who's at that short mid-wicket, is starting to encroach a little bit closer in.
Smith, that's a very nice shot. Takes a little bit of a bobble out towards deep square leg. Chase on for the fielder. The Warwickshire pair have run 2. Just relieves a little bit of pressure. Of course, nothing too major as of yet with regards to boundaries or sixes, but bat on ball for Kai Smith early on is exactly how he likes to play. And Look, he's been in a difficult situation before. Spoke with Michael in the pre-show about that quarter-final at Edgbaston against Worcestershire. The Bears were in all sorts of problems, and Kai Smith goes and delivers a match-winning 130 not out, booked that place in the semi-finals. He will be relishing an opportunity to make a big name and a big impact here in Scarborough today. And there you go, crunches it through points. An emphatic shot from Kai Smith, who races on to 6, and the first real shot of anger that we've seen from a Warwickshire batter here in Scarborough today. The Bears 18 for 4 here in over number 8.
Yeah, that was a great shot from Kai Smith. That's probably the best shot of the day so far. He just waited for the ball. The ball was a little bit fuller, so it was easier for him to half volley it through the cover region, but it was a great shot, and so Bencliffe will just try and pull that back a little bit now. We'll see how he responds, because that's the first shot in anger that we've seen. So Don Best retaliates by changing the field.
Yes, he does. This is interesting. So Gully's come in. Very attacking field this early doors. Good to see. As Cliff bowls here to Kai Smith, who just on-drives that straight as an arrow, back down the ground. It's back-to-back boundaries, and Kai Smith showing all of that class and calibre that we just spoke about, Jane. That is another impeccable shot from the youngster.
Yeah, lovely shot, straight down the ground. No chance of anybody catching it. This Scarborough outfield is like lightning, and it runs away very quickly.
It's a gorgeous place as well, isn't it? I know we'll talk about this throughout the day's play, but what a venue this is. Absolutely iconic. Smith again going for the aggressive option, and stopped superbly by a diving Will Luxton. So a dot ball to round out an eventful 8th over here on the North Coast. Warwickshire 22 for 4. Alex Davis still out there on 5, and Kai Smith. In fact, all 10 of those runs have come in that over for the man born in Dubai.
Born in Dubai? Wow. He's travelled a long way for this game, hasn't he?
Well, he's got an interesting story as Kai. So he was scouted by Dougie Brown, of course.
I
That'll be
Dougie, yeah.
Yep, a name synonymous with longer-term fans of county cricket, and those, of course, who are of a Warwickshire persuasion. He's got a connection out there in Dubai. He noticed Kai and went, you know what, we need to give this guy a little bit of a trial. Of course, Kai, since then, he's gone on to represent the UAE in 19s cricket and been a mainstay in the One Day Cup. Here is Jack White. And there's that almost drop and run again from Alex Davis.
Yeah, and I love Jack White. Just comes back in and just puts it back on the spot again. You know, he's very almost metronomic, isn't it? It's sort of like I run in, I bowl it, I put it here, I would turn around, I go back and I bowl the next one. But I'm sure the batters are looking to get after a little bit, you know, bat with a bit more intent, because after 8 overs and only 22 runs but 4 wickets, then you're starting to think we've got to build this.
Well, you have to. And so far it's sensible, isn't it? The fact is, Davis at this stage does not have to take any risks.
No.
This is all on Warwickshire to get back into a decent position. Yorkshire have done an amazing job. This has been a quite scintillating salvo from White and Cliff. The impetus, the onus is now on Davis, in my opinion, as the experienced guy in that Warwickshire batting unit, of course. Still got Vance Jarney, Lintott can bat, Bamber coming off the back of a maiden first-class century. But Davis as the captain, great opportunity to step up here.
And you've still got 249 balls. Just done that maths in my head, so I hope that's right. But, you know, you're just like, there's no rush. We just can't afford to lose any more wickets. You know, if we were to get one a ball going forward, then we'd have something to bowl at. You know, that's the key thing. You have to put yourself in a position where you've got a score, that you've got your bowlers have got something to bowl at. So there's plenty of time, and what they can't afford to do is lose another wicket.
Davis again advances down the track, works it out towards deep backward square leg, thinks about taking a second, but absolutely no chance of that. Remains a single. keeps the scoreboard moving along to 23 for 4. And of course, in that similar vein of conversation, Jane, we saw that at the weekend in the game between Yorkshire women and Middlesex. Of course, at one point, Middlesex 29 for 5. At a similar stage of the game, it has to be said. And then we saw one player, Pippa Sproul, almost shoulder that responsibility, be the glue player to hold that innings together, and Middlesex ultimately emerging victorious. It's White here to Smith, it's Rose up on the Bears youngster, just about guides it down to deep third for the single. What a spell this has been from Jack White.
Yeah, and even that shot there, you know, the bowler will be encouraged by that, the fielders will be expectant because of that, and you just, everybody just has to keep concentrating, because you get another wicket now and you're just about through the batting order then. You're into the all-rounders and bowlers, and that's a key factor when you get down to that stage in a team's innings.
Most definitely is, and you can see the intent here from Yorkshire is to make that happen as soon as possible. That's right, bowling here to Smith will eventually be cut off by Dom Bess.
He slipped and then he went to get up and slipped again, so he decided to crawl towards the ball. He did it very well because he prevented a single there, but you see he slipped, and then it's like, well, I might as well just stay down here and just go for the ball from here.
Good character, isn't he, Dom Bess?
Yeah, he is, and it looks like he's liked in the squad as well, you know, and respected, and that's important, especially when you're captaining. It's not so much you have to be liked, but it's helpful if you are, but if you've got to be respected, and I think he's one of those characters that is respected.
He most certainly is. So it will be Ben Cliff to continue. So we saw some lovely panning shots there of the Popular Bank and the ice cream truck as well. Might be taking a trip down there in a few overs' time as Cliff bowls here to Smith. It's gone up in the air and it's taken. Simple catch. Ben Cliff gets his 4th, and Warwickshire now really staring down the barrel in this opening 10 overs. The Bears 24 for 5. Kai Smith, the latest man to depart for 11. And Jane, this is an inspired spell of bowling courtesy of Ben Cliff.
Well, what a spell from Ben Cliff. He's just putting it in the right areas and asking questions of the batters, and at the moment they've got no answer. Yes, it did lift a bit, but there were no soft hands there. He pushed at it a little tiny bit, and as a result it just ballooned out really to the gully area, to Will Luxton, who said, "Thank you very much, I'll take that." And Ben Cliff is now taken 4 wickets in his 5th over. I mean, that's phenomenal by any bowlers. You know, he's odds on to get a 5-fer, and he's only bowled 4 overs.
Yeah, crazy spell. It's actually very similar to what we saw from George Hill at Rugby in 2024. Ended up with a 6-fer, and
I was there.
So was I.
Yes.
Yep, that was again a phenomenal spell of bowling, and very similar situation
after
as
young Will Luxton had got 100.
105. Yeah. I mean, Will Luxton, what a player. We'll talk more about him once Yorkshire get out there to bat. But speaking of young talent, Vance Jarney now comes to the middle on Bears' debut. 20-year-old all-rounder from Isleworth in London. Started his club cricket journey at Richmond in the Middlesex County Cricket League. Of course, he's been playing for Buckinghamshire. Also played grade cricket, over the winter in Australia for St George DCC in the New South Wales Prem. Was awarded the Kerry O'Keefe Medal, Player of the Year for the club. Here he is, and starts off in impeccable fashion. Just flicked off the pads there through mid-wicket for a simple 2. Yeah, from those who have watched him bat and from those who have played alongside Vance Jarney, the general consensus is this guy has got a very, very high ceiling. He can bowl as well. Very handy off-spinner. So looking forward to seeing Vance over the duration of this campaign, but certainly not the situation that he would have wanted to be making his debut in. Chops on. Just about evades the stumps. There could be 2 on there. Indeed there will. Jack White, for a second, Just about fires it in towards Harry Duke as we see the replay here.
Oh, that was
Slightly
very
dicey.
close. Very close to the stumps, and you can see that's the little bit of luck you need to sometimes get you started. But Ben Cliff is just bowling out of his skin here, and he's just making it look very straightforward and simple as he comes in once more from that Trafalgar Square end.
Johnny this time compact in defence. He's played that very well, but what a stint this has been from Ben Cliff. You can tell when he was up in the comms box with us here on the Vertu live stream, he was champing at the bit, wasn't he? Every single delivery, he was living it. He wanted to be out there in the middle, and it is wonderful to see. He works so hard. He's got so much talent, so much raw potential, and now we're seeing that here in action. Really has been a day out for Ben Cliff so far. Delivers yet another dot ball there as well, as the sun continues to shine brightly here at North Marine Road.
Yeah, and I think there's just one ball left in the power play, 28 for 5. Not difficult to think who would be happiest at this stage.
Absolutely not. No, it's all been Yorkshire. Yorkshire and then Yorkshire. So here is Ben Cliff from the Trafalgar Square end. And Johnny smothers that one rather adeptly. So that is the end of the 10th over. Warwickshire 28 for 5. Davis on 6. Johnny on 4. As you can hear there through the effects mic, richly applauded is Ben Cliff as he rounds out his 5th over of the day. And we'll have another change here in the comms box as Dr. Jane Powell departs for a much-deserved break, and on in her place will be the legendary Maroof Khan. Roofer, how are we?
Beautiful day. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody at Scarborough as well. Proper Scarborough day today. Nice and warm. Yorkshire having a start that they wanted on this Metrobank Cup. All looks good so far. 28 for 5 in the 11th over. We'll take that score.
I think they certainly will. It's been a fascinating start, and it's just been through good bowling, in fairness. That delivery from Jack White, I'd argue, is the creme de la creme, but Ben Cliff, he's just found the correct length to bowl on this surface, and he has executed the game plan to perfection. So it is Jack White to continue from the P-Zone Park ends. Bowling here to Alex Davis, and now with Kai Smith, the more aggressive of the two gone. Really does feel as though Alex Davis has to be that guy if Warwickshire are to get up to something competitive.
I think he's got the experience as well. If ever you need a captain's innings, that's where Alex Davis is. He's going to probably use his experience, make sure that he is there and guiding the youngsters as we go. I know Warwickshire do bat deep. They have enough in their tank, if you like.
Bowls here to Davis. Again, attempts the drop and go. Shot at the stumps. Bessers hits. The umpire wasn't looking, though, so I think Davis made his ground in the end. But even so, that is just a testament to the standards that are being set in the field. We'll see a replay here on the live stream now.
Very good cricket that. Davis realised there's not much he could do on that ball. Drops it dead. And quick start. And that's what one-day cricket is all about, having opportunity to take your runs. Once again, soft hands. Good pick up and throw from Dom Best, but I think the batter was inside. So good cricket all round. I think it's worth mentioning a thing about Ben Cliff as well. From April, just training hard. Those hard yards in the gym. Coming through injuries, etc. as well, and finding himself here.
It's right here to Johnny, defended out into the offside for no run.
I mean, Ben, I know, knowing the guy that he is, putting in the yards when nobody else is watching, it's him, And as you rightly mentioned, coming in the comm box and talking so much about the game, lives and breathes it, and to see him here bowl a spell of 4 overs in his first 5 and get wickets as well, get wickets when Yorkshire needed them. He loves playing for Yorkshire, and it's so good to see him, charging in with the new cherry as well.
It certainly is, yeah. It's a sight to behold, isn't it? Charges in with so much energy and passion, does Ben Cliff. Here is Jack White, again to Vance Jarney. Been resolute in the approach so far, and again I think that's down to the game situation, but having watched quite a bit of him for the Warwickshire Twos, Vance can go from 0 to 100 very quickly. He's got a mean pull shot. He can smoke it down the ground. He's got a variety, an array of options on the offside as well. So he's one of those guys who he's quite difficult to set fields to. It's just going to be a case of what's going on in the psyche at the moment, because 29 for 5, well, it's been a very difficult start for the visitors. White again tests out the defences of the Bears debutant. I mean, what have you made of Warwickshire's approach so far, Maroof, just from a batting perspective? Spoke already about the quality of this Yorkshire bowling from Cliff and White, who we're seeing here, but what have you made of their approach to the surface here in Scarborough so far?
I think looking back on hindsight, a good toss to win by Dom Bess and putting Warwickshire in, really. But they have Yorkshire has done basics quite correctly, and that's keeping in on a shaping length.
White bowls here to Jarni, slightly down the leg side, allows for him to just tuck it away on the pads for no run. So that'll be the end of over number 11. Warwickshire 29 for 5, Davis on 7, Jarni on 4.
I mean, as it was good to see Warwickshire, hanging in there. But I think the way Yorkshire boys started off with 2 slips and a gully, thought you were playing a test match for a strange. And for all the viewers, they've seen what's happened and transpired yesterday at the test level, etc. Ball moving around. Typically, this Scarborough wicket is always full of runs, really. And I think what Yorkshire realizes, there's a bit of a tinge green on the track, and the ball could do some movements, and which it has. But it's so easy to get carried away with that as well. Bowl different areas. Oh, there we go.
Well, that's not the first time we've seen Dom Bess flinging himself around the field here in Scarborough, and is that someone's newspaper who's gone on the field? That might be the case. That's one of the more unique disruptions I've seen at an outgrounders.
It goes to show how well Yorkshire are doing, that nobody wants to read the news anymore. So I think that's a great start. Dom Bess, the young kid at home, who looks very naughty when on his knees running around. But
now he's dropped his... it's all going on here at North Marine Road, but taken well by both spectators and players alike as... we get the replay here. Dom Bess, great character.
Yeah, good to see him lead the side as well. I think, as Dom Bess showing off his skills on the big screen for everybody.
So here's Ben Cliff bowling here to Alex Davis. First time we've heard the battle cry of the Warwickshire faithful. You Bears coming through the FX mic today. Of course, plenty of work to be done, and also some sharp work there from our camera operators here at Scarborough today, getting all the angles, all those important shots there of Dom Bess corralling the newspaper.
I mean, we shout out to them as well, windy and blustering conditions, but keep still holding the camera still for our viewers to have good view. Commendable.
Cliff to Davis. That is exquisite from Alex Davis. Gun barrel straight, takes a couple of bounces over the rope for 4 runs. That's the Alex Davis that Warwickshire fans are used to seeing. Take a look at that, holds the pose a little bit as well. 4 excellent runs for the visitors.
Good batting that, really. I think the 6th over of Ben Cliff. Davis looking to soak up a bit of pressure here.
Well, this time tries to work that through mid-wicket. The Yorkshire fielders lurking though, and that is something which has really stood out to me, aside from the quality of the bowling, the fielding. How many times have we spoken about backing up in the field over the duration of this season? For any young cricketer out there, you spend the vast majority of your days in cricket in the field. Back up your bowlers, be aggressive, close down the angles, and look, it generates pressure. It's exactly what Yorkshire have done so far today. Davis one-hands that round the corner towards deep backward square leg. Davis runs, Jarni didn't. There was a little bit of a miscommunication as the ball is zipped into the striker's end, so 1 becomes 2. Is that something you would echo, Maroof, in terms of the standards that Yorkshire are setting?
And I think it's important. I think I agree with you there as well. And of all the skills that we talked about, batting, bowling, fielding is something which is in your control. The amount of hours you put in yourself into it shapes how you come up trumps when it matters the most. And looking at James Wharton run around, he looks like a fish out of water the way he scrambles for every ball. In a good way as well. There you go again. Good bowling there. Good cricket. Davis is doing the smart thing here. Watts has not left his mark, and Davis knows that he's waiting for the bat ball to tickle singles and twos. He's running the first one hard, but he's soaking up pressure at this point in time. Having lost 5 wickets for 35 runs, seems a lot that's going on. But yet again, it's a 50-over game, 40 more overs to go. So he's being the smart cat here, just waiting for his time, and waiting when it's time to turn things on if he gets an opportunity.
Davis tries to crunch that through extra cover, stopped by a diving Dom Bess, who cuts that down to just one, saves at least a couple of runs there, and that will signal the end of the over as well. Warwickshire move on to 36 for 5.
Winning the toss, if you had spoken to Dom Bess and let's say you will have Warwickshire 36 for 5, I guess he would have taken that. And it just means nothing. It means just that you've had a good start, really. You've seen this game, then things can change around very much quickly. It's important that they keep the pressure on and make sure that other bowlers are also ready to do their job. I think the opening stand bowlers of 12 overs have done their job here, and it now means how we can sustain that and how Yorkshire can be able to keep chipping in away and hitting the right areas.
100%. It is White to continue this prolonged spell from the P-Zone Park end. Bowling here to Alex Davis, who again looks to just guide that off the bat face out towards backward point, this time for no run. Great to see so many people here as well on this fine Tuesday morning. Of course, we'll be here for the entirety of the day, young and old alike, and it's just wonderful to see the One Day Cup. It's a special competition, of course. Now in its modern guise, it's more seen as a development competition for the counties, but it's almost a breeding ground for the next generation of talent. And as you'd expect here in Scarborough, knowledgeable crowd, they've come out in their droves. Jack White bowls here to Alex Davis. Another dot ball.
That's right. I think also Scarborough has always been very favourable for Yorkshire. Whenever Yorkshire have come here, whether it's the county championships or the One Day Cup, they've seemed to do well here, and the crowd is very supportive of that. And as you said, very knowledgeable. They understand the ins and outs of this game, and they will put their weight out when they think Yorkshire needs support as well. So to see them in these numbers, Scarborough people are doing what they do, support Yorkshire through and through.
They certainly are. Great place to attend some county cricket as Jack White bowls here to Davis. Slightly down the leg side, allows for Davis to comfortably play that off the hips down towards deep backward for 1 run. And of course, we're experiencing it here in the stands, basking in the sunshine. You've got the deck chairs over there, the ice cream van as well, fish and chips. Apparently, there's some world-renowned pies as well. I've been told that by one of our commentators here, Michael McCann. The pies here in Scarborough are to die for, so might have to taste the local delicacies a little bit later on, Maroof, when we go for our wander around the ground. So that will be a rare wide from Jack White.
Yeah, not many extras today. I think Yorkshire has been quite tight that way. And coming back to Michael, he did say he's going to get me a pie. He's been in the queue for the last 40 minutes, and I haven't seen him back since. So I don't think, either A, the pie is too expensive, or secondly, he thinks, it's too much to hold on to get for Rufus. So I think I'm going to wait my turn around lunchtime if I still have a chance.
Well, hopefully we do. Hopefully they haven't sold out. But yeah, it's a spectacular place. It's North Marine Road, and yeah, there you go. There they are. Still in stock for the time being. Jack White bowls here again to Vance Jarney. Defends that comfortably for no run.
It's a very interesting phase of the game at the moment. We still have two slips here. I don't think the wicket, whatever life or juice was left into it, has been extracted quite well by the Yorkshire bowlers in the first 10 to 11 overs. It looks like this wicket will ease up a bit as well, and as the sun starts baking down on it, it might get even quicker as well. So I think Yorkshire will have to have this, the change bowlers ready at some stage to make sure that they keep putting the same amount of pressure.
Nice little shot that from Vanchjani down towards Dom Bess, adorned in his sun hat today. I think it will be needed. It is just beginning to poke through once more. That cloud cover has set in now and again here in Scarborough, but yeah, should be a delightful day, and long may this lovely weather continue. And yeah, you speak about the change bowlers. Of course, Maroof, the pick of them, arguably George Hill, a man who got 6 wickets against Warwickshire at rugby last year in this competition. So watch out for him today. It's wide to Jani once more, playing the ball on its merits, and that will signal the end of the over. Warwickshire 38 for 5, Davis on 14 and Vanchjani on 4. You see there some spectacular drone shots. Such a glorious part of the country, this, with the castle, got the Rotunda Museum as well. Of course, the beaches, something we haven't actually spoken too much about, as Jack White is applauded off the field. Just looking here, I think we are going to have a change of bowling from the Trafalgar Square end. Indeed we are. We'll continue to be right arm seam, but it won't be Ben Cliff. It'll be Matt Revis to bowl from the other end. So we imagine that is White and Cliff, their spell's done for the time being, and it will probably be Revis and one of either George Hill or Dom Bess. We'll wait and see what the Yorkshire captain goes for from the P-Zone Park end, but we do have our definitive from the other side of the ground. It will be Matty Revis, one of our players to watch out for before a ball was bowled at North Marine Road today.
Yeah, Matt Revis in the form of his life really in county championship. So I think Dom Bess realising that he may have a golden arm and could get some more wickets. Tonka, as you know, he likes to bang the ball a little shorter, so he will be giving it everything in his spell this time.
Well, first ball gets the edge and gets the wicket. Smart catch low to the right hand side of Adam Lythe, and golden arm strikes immediately. Alex Davis the man to go. The Bears really in deep bother on a score of 38 for 2 here in the 14th.
Well, at 38 for 6, and Tonka comes in, bowls the ball, ships it away. Nice ball that they had to play at it, Alex. He had no option. Good catch by the safe as houses, Mr. Adam Lythe. I've never seen him drop many in slips. So I think, all in all, a great start, good cricket, and good captaincy move by Dom Bess.
Certainly is. I know that Lythe Senior, he'll be watching on. He's in the stands, actually, just over next to us in the press box. Been here since about 8:30, so he'll be delighted with Adam's performance so far. A couple of safe catches in the slips, and the next Bears batter into the middle is Jake Lintott. Now, Jake can bat a bit, and we've seen this especially in the T20 format. Scored some valuable runs in a T20 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Also scored 40 odds in the quarter-final against Kent in Canterbury in 2021. Again, though, this is a very difficult situation. Still Ethan Bamber, Oliver Hannon-Dalby, Michael Booth, he can bat a little bit, but 38 for 6 really has been one-way traffic, all in favour of the home side, Maroof.
Yeah, I think whenever Warwickshire has got a chance of building up some kind of a partnership, they seem to start losing wickets. I mean, fair play to Yorkshire and Dom Bess, really, in terms of making the right changes, still having the field up, still creating and building that pressure. And as you said, Jake is in for a ride here. He has to dig in deep for Warwickshire.
Lintott straight away opts to go defensive. I think it's the only shot that he can really play for now, of course. Jake does have the pull shot in the locker, likes to crack it through the covers, but there's so much time, so much time. Reminder, this is not a T20, this is a 50 over encounter. So look, there is still that period of rebuild for the Bears. It's just a case of whether or not they can see out this quality spell of bowling. Well, Jake Linsott, that has carried. And Adam Lythe, yet again, safe as houses. Yorkshire well on top here at North Marine Roads. The Bears lose their 7th. The visitors 38 for 7 here in the season opener of the 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup.
Looks like Yorkshire, Warwickshire are in some spot of bother, shall we say, after have lost 7 wickets now. But Yorkshire cannot put a foot wrong today. I think they have, whenever there have been changes, there have been wickets. The ball's still moving around a bit more than expected at Scarborough, but I think the pressure is on, and the batters are actually not playing bad shots, really. They have been forced into these shots. This looks like good length bowling and keeping and building the pressure and fair power. At the end of 13 overs, you still have 2 slips and a gully, which goes to show that there's so much on this wicket. So 38 for 7, not looking good for Warwickshire, but I think at this stage, Yorkshire would be trumps.
Yep, absolutely. Interesting that a little bit earlier on, Dr. Jane Powell, she spoke to the ground staff here at Scarborough. 300 was the believed parity. It's going to take a miracle for the Bears to get up to that. But Michael Booth is into bat next. No slouch with the willow in hand. As we see the replay here, it's a genuine edge there from Jake Linsott and Adam Lythe. Well, he could catch flies in the slips. He's absolutely unbelievable in that position. Wheels off in celebration, and what a start this has been from Matty Revis. The golden arm living up to his name. 2 wickets for no runs in his first 3 deliveries. Really picking up from where Ben Cliff left off. And here he is to Michael Booth. Booth plays that one defensively. So it's gone wicket, dot, wicket. Sorry, wicket, dot, wicket, dot. Will Michael Booth survive this one? That is the big question. The Bears need him to at this stage of the piece.
Yeah, Warwickshire need to make sure that they are in this for a fight, and these are a few over spells that they need to come out of, really.
Well, that is very close. I'm being shown by one of our co-commentators here, Mr. McCann, the lowest totals in Warwickshire's list A history, 59, and that was against Yorkshire at Headingley in 2001. So we'll wait and see. Just looking at a couple of those. Also a couple in the 80s. Not often that you see Warwickshire dismissed for double figures. They really are staring down the barrel, as we'll just have a little bit of a stoppage here as a spectator walks behind the bowler's arm. I think everybody's happy now. Indeed they are. Revis it is to continue here to Michael Booth, who drills that down towards mid-off, and that will be a dot ball to finish what has been a simply spectacular first over from Matt Revis. 2 wickets in it. Warwickshire 38 for 7.
Fantastic to see Matthew Revis getting some wickets as well. I think he's come back from some kind of injury. Looks like he's built on his run-up and his action. It looks a little quicker to me as well, which is good to watch. And just a quick mention on Adam Lythe. You think he's taking these catches so easily, but you should see him train day in, day out. He practices for these catches, and he's the first man in taking slip catches, whether it's a warm day or a cold day, with hand warmers in. But Adam Lythe puts in those yards and those hard yards during training to make it look so easy in matches.
He certainly does. And he is one of the greats, isn't he, in this neck of the woods, as we see George Hill preparing to bowl his first ball of the day here from the P-Zone Park end. That one's slightly aerial from Vanch Jarney. He's run the first one very hard. You'll notice this with Vanch. He is rapid between the wickets, always look to put the pressure on the fielders. And on that occasion, just the one taken, of course. Michael Booth as well, fresh back from injury. It was a pretty serious one as well. A stress fracture in his ankle. Hasn't played since May in the first 11, so great to see him back. But we're used to seeing Michael Booth in a bowling capacity. What can he deliver with the bat? Here is George Hill to Booth. Pops it on that good length and fenced out for no run on the offside.
I think 7 wickets down, Yorkshire would be looking in for the kill now. I think they've had most of the good batters out already. Vanch looks to be a decent cricketer as well, running the first one out, but Michael Booth coming back from injury. I think it'll be good to see Yorkshire apply some more pressure and trying to see if they can get as many wickets as quickly as possible.
Well, almost a caught and bowled opportunity. Could be a run out as well. Jarni wasn't quite alert to it. Ball wasn't quite zipped in with enough venom to trouble the Warwickshire batter at the striker's end, but it's all happening here. A good stop in there as well from Dom Best to get there in the first place.
That shot tells me that the wicket is still stopping and coming. It's not coming onto the bat. Quite often we've seen the first two batters trying to close the face of the bat and getting out to top edges at covers and gully, really. So still there's something in this wicket. If I was a bit clinical, I think I would like the batter to stand up ahead of the crease, try to attack the ball now.
Well, Hill this time to Jarni. Smothers that one. Allows it to go for a dot ball. I mean, yeah, this really has been electrifying from Yorkshire. And Hill and Revis already just picking up the mantle, aren't they, of course? This was all started, catalysed by Ben Cliff, who has 4 of those wickets, might we just add. I mean, if another couple fall quickly, I imagine he'll be in Dom Bess's ear saying, "Skipper, get me back on." As Hill bowls here to Jarni. Looks to open up the arms, and a smart diving stop there from Matt Revis prevents the run from being scored. And look, a good start with the ball generates that, doesn't it? You have that mojo, that confidence. It feels as though everything you touch turns to straight gold.
And it's all about momentum, really, isn't it? You've had that start, Matt Revis has bowled a good over 2 wickets in that, and now he's throwing himself around at mid-off. This goes to show that the energy is good around the players at the moment.
Hill to Jarni, that one's slightly shorter. Just carved away down towards a wideish deep third for 1 run. Jarni has looked quite impressive. I know it's only for 6 runs at this stage as the Bears move on to 41 for 7 after 15, but you can just tell there is something about his batting. We've seen this in league cricket for the Warwickshire Twos, in the national counties for Buckinghamshire. I mean, this is a stage which he has worked so hard to get onto, and look, if a miracle is to happen today, Vance Jarni, as the specialist batter, probably would be the man to do it, as we see Matar Kamop down there, going off to shoot some good content for the Yorkshire socials. Matt Revis it is to continue. Here to Jarni, starts off with a dot ball.
Yeah, looking at Jarni, he looks to be a decent player, really. It looks like he's got time on his hands. More importantly, he looks settled and he knows that he belongs here. I think, his body language tells you that, given a chance, he's not being shying away from the responsibility given to him. The ball is doing around a bit and he's still making good contact with the bat.
Jarni tries to guide that through backward points. Half stop there by Will Luxton will just be a single.
Passage of play so far, I think, expectancy will be high from the Yorkshire bowlers to finish off the game, but at this point in time, they just have to be there in the bouts, unless Michael is going to get herself an ice cream as well, I don't know, but...
Here is Revis to Booth. That one's risen up as the wind begins to take effect. Apologies if you can hear that roaring through the effects mic. We'll just take a look at a replay on that one. Booth really squared up by that delivery.
And Matt Revis bending his back as well, 2 wickets, he feels his tail is up at the moment and he's giving it a fair click, and obviously it's good to see the energy levels high from the players and trying to make a difference.
That one played more comfortably by Michael Booth. Just rose the bat with the bounce, played it with time.
And with soft hands.
Exactly.
That's the key on that one as well. I think this is more like a red ball cricket bowling at this point in time. 7 wickets down, I would expect Matt to just pitch the ball up because we've got 2 slips and a third man and a deep point as well. So I think let's see if he changes the lead now.
Booth just clips that through mid-wicket. Think it'll just be a single. In fact, for the first time today, a bit of a misfield. I think that's Finn Bean. And indeed, the Warwickshire batter's happy to keep it to 2.
And that was a good ball again. See, he's changed his length immediately. Obviously, he didn't have the right line, but the areas were good. And that's where he should be bowling if he's looking for wickets. But I think there's enough juice on this wicket right now for it to do much. I think Finn Levine was being disturbed by the gulls there for the 2 runs, but we'll take it.
That one again into the torso of Michael Booth. Where's that one? But this is what you can guarantee from Matt Revis. Hits the deck hard and always gives his 110%. And in the end, it's another smart over. Warwickshire 44 for 7 after 16.
I'm sure, I think Matt Revis would have realized Booth takes his front leg up forward first, then he goes back. So thinking that he may, if he bumps in the ball a little shorter, he may give him a rubber stamp, which he's already got at this point in time. I think bowlers are smart these days. They see a batter putting their front leg forward. They just go short, especially in 50-over cricket. And I think that was good bowling all round. Tough cricket at this stage.
Very tough, yeah. It's the game of cat and mouse, isn't it, really? And who's going to blink first? But all of the cards are in Yorkshire's hands at this stage. And the ball currently in the palms of George Hill. Here he is bowling to Vance Jarney. Guides that away for no run. So we just see a little bit of a sweeping shot again of North Marine Road, this historic venue. As the seagulls fly overhead, the sun peers through. Scarborough living up to its name in glorious fashion.
Beautiful day so far. A quick mention on George Hill. You know, he looks innocuous, but he does bowl a very heavy ball. He hits the ball hard on the bat as well. And he's a wily operator.
He's testing the repertoire here of Vance Jarney.
And that's the length. That's the George Hill length as well. He'll keep it there and thereabouts. You know, ball. He has a very interesting action. Looks like he's shaping the ball in, but it goes late away off the wicket as well.
Yeah, he's a canny operator, isn't he? As you mentioned, I mean, that 6 foot in rugby didn't bowl a single bad delivery. Oh, there it is. Excellent channel bowling from George Hill.
Yeah, George Hill looks like as if he's going to shape the ball in the way his head and everything falls away, but he has a very strong wrist there. Ball shaping in and moves away off the wicket. Very difficult for a batter, especially lower down the order, to play that ball. And George Hill will be excited to see that ball still moving around, which is in his favour.
To Jarney once more, again testing, this time a little bit shorter compared to the previous one. Rises up again and
a nip backer there. Hits it length hard, comes back in. All let's see, Michael Booth, I think at this stage, it's very interesting to see George Hill. He is excited. I can see his body language right there. This was definitely going to be pitched up.
Well, let's have a look. It's Hill to Jarney. Jarney steps into that one. I mean, in fairness, Vance has done a great job to get the bat out of the way there. The nip backer did come back in rather sharply.
Seemed to cut him into half as well. Oh, well, in all round good cricket that.
Good start as well, this, isn't it, from George Hill? In fact, all of the seamers. Started by Bencliffe. Supported by Revis, White and Hill. And that is an impeccable shot from Vance Jarney. Waits on it, plays it nice and straight. And there is that air of class, that touch of quality from Vance Jarney as the Bears inch ever closer to bringing up the team 50. Let's take a look back at that one.
Great balance, you know, wait for the ball to come onto him, front foot foul, good bat swing, beautiful, makes contact in front of him. Doesn't try to hit the ball too hard, just times it, and that's a hallmark of a good cricketer if they can play the on drive so easily against a moving ball. Well played, that.
Yep, someone who immediately comes to mind when we talk about the on drive as a shot is Virat Kohli. Makes it look so easy, steps into the ball, plays it so straight every time. You can hear the crisp crack off the bat as well. It is really one of the great sights and sounds in this beloved game of ours. So Warwickshire 48 for 7. Jarney moves on to 11. Michael Booth, who will be on strike here against Revis, on 3. Plenty of work to be done if Warwickshire are to get up to something competitive here in Yorkshire.
Yeah, this way, the way the ball's bowling and the way the ball's bouncing as well off the wicket, it'll be interesting to see if Dom Bess is a little excited and gets the mid on a bit wider and gets square leg onto gully to see if there's an opportunity of another wicket there. I don't think the batters are taking many chances, and I like the way Michael Booth is standing in front of the crease as well. Good cricket so far. Talk about good lens, we talk about hard lens. That's what Matt Rivers is doing at this stage, is keeping it there and thereabouts. It's very important as to what the message has been sent out to Matt at this stage, whether we're going for wickets, we're keeping it tight, making sure that we are all on the same page in terms of how this game was going to be advanced going forward.
Booth flashes hard at that one, down towards deep third. Simply cut off there by Dan Moriarty, so another single to add to his tally for the day. We'll have a look at the replay of that one. Really was a big swing of the bat there from the Zimbabwe-born all-rounder.
And that explains my having a gully there, although this would have gone above gully, but if that's the channel that you keep bowling, you're giving yourself more opportunities to get wickets.
Revis to Jani. Jani again looking to play in the V down the ground. Is that something from a captaincy perspective, Maroof, you'd be looking to implement? I know that would have flown over the top, of course, but with Revis bowling to this plan, could a gully be brought in, or even a fly slip here for Yorkshire?
I think it's the message you send to the bowler as well. Really, having that kind of a field tells Matthew Revis that as a captain, I want you to bowl that line and length, and you've got enough catching up. You've got 3 catches there, and I think you're doing well in terms of how you're bowling. And if you can keep bowling me that channel, gives an opportunity for the batter to try something different, which means tells me that I'm on top at this point in time. So yes, I would like to see a gully if you're looking for wickets, but at this stage, at 7 wickets down, I would look for wickets.
Jani slightly uppish, driven through the cover region. 1 is taken, and there is the speed of Vance Jani, turns it into 2 runs. So the Bears bring up the 50 as Jani moves on to 13.
If ever there was top 50 runs on the board, this was it, really. 17 overs, 51 for 7. Bears have come a long way for this, so looking to try to still make sure that there is some more work that needs to be done in terms of getting a match out of this game.
100% as we see the shots there of the North Sea.
I'm really enticed to get into my flip-flops and my shorts, really, but I think the water might be a bit too cold for me, but unless you see Michael somewhere down there getting my fish and chips.
Well, we'll be hearing from Michael in an over's time as George Hill bowling here to Michael Booth. Tucks him up defensively, and that will be a dot ball.
Last few overs is telling me that the wicket is settling a bit now, and there's not much movement, or maybe the ball's got a little older as well. There's not much movement happening on it, which is a good analogy in terms of where we see the game right now. And I think if they can just soak up a bit more pressure, Warwickshire, they could still be batting, because there's still a lot of time left in this game.
Yep, plenty of overs, over 41. So Hill bowls here to Booth, goes up for the appeal. Umpire unmoved. We'll take a look on the replay of that. Did look a tad bit high. It was the nip backer once more.
Nip backer, I mean, that is good bowling, that. Having 2 slips in a gully, I'm thinking the ball is going to be in a waste finger, but it nips me back into it. Now I have my doubts which way this ball's going to go. So good cricket so far from Hill.
Yeah, it has been a strong start, and Booth has weathered the early storm quite impeccably. Hasn't done anything too brash or too reckless. He's just got to be almost concrete-like at the other end. If Jani's going through for those singles, it's about picking that up and rotating strike, especially towards the end of the overs, even though Booth is adept with the bat in hand himself. But Jani now, plenty, rests on that young man's shoulders.
Absolutely, and I think experience is important at this stage as well. Ball's doing its bit, and things are happening for Yorkshire. But if I was the Yorkshire batter right now, I would be communicating with Jani and making sure both and Jani collectively are looking to bat in terms of 2 overs, 5 overs, 5 runs, 10 runs. Have that small communication within themselves to make sure that they are in the game at all times.
Booth rocks onto the back foot, carves that away through point. Chase on for the fielders. They've ran the first 2 pretty hard. Will they get through for 3? Yes, they will. Jani, like a greyhound, out there in the middle, turns it into 3, and There is something to watch out for with Michael Booth, of course. I spoke about him coming back from that injury. He has been playing twos cricket for the Bear and Ragged staff, but after coming back from what was a stress fracture in his ankle, he can't be taking it too hard, I think, at this stage. Will be Jarney on strike here to George Hill. And once again, plays that very comfortably.
Very good cricket by Warwickshire. No, one short of a length ball from Hill and then beautifully placed and scampering for 3 runs. At this stage, it's just a time and a patience game. 54-7 after 19 overs. Looks like Yorkshire would be looking to go on the attack if I'm seeing a bit of change of bowling as well. So far, pressure looks to be on Warwickshire.
Yeah, if you're maybe just tuning into us a little late, do not adjust your television set, your mobile, your laptop. It truly is 54 for 7 off 19, and it's fair to say the pitch has had a little extra bounce in it for the new ball bowlers, but this is not a 54 for 7 pitch. You're hunting wicket number 8. That's another one that's just got that little bit of extra lift that is exactly what we were referring to.
Yeah, still something in that wicket, really, Michael. I think it's not coming onto the bat as you expect it to be. It stops them coming, but I think the batters would have realised that by now, and they should be able to make adjustments. Pencliffe coming back to see if he could get himself a Michelle, I think.
Yeah, it would be a well-deserved one, and it would be one that would mean a particularly large amount to him because it would be Pencliffe's first 5-foot in a competitive senior Yorkshire game. And he could have had it there. That was sliced, it was awkward, it was uppish, and it went right between point and cover for a somewhat nervy 4 runs.
Good shot that. Saw some wet, threw his hands at it. It could have gone anywhere, really.
Yeah, as that replay shows, point on the line would have caught it.
Yeah.
It would have been straight in the hands between backward point and cover point. He's looking straight drive. Hasn't beaten mid off though. Best diving away. Means that it's only 1.
Best seems to have mastered that technique today, but his diving, crawling, or catching newspaper or stopping the ball. I think, he's shown his great repertoire of fielding skills. He reminds me of a naughty boy growing up, isn't it? When mum and dad are shouting his name, he's crawling under the bed, making sure it's not him, really. But
yeah, he's been diving all over the place. Best, he's done a good job of it. That newspaper, well, that was all good fun. Cliff this time, cut away for 4. Lovely shot from Booth. A boundary in a similar part of where we saw that one go in the previous over, almost an identical spot, but a shot with far more conviction and far more control.
really, really good cricket that from Warwickshire. And they're waiting for the chances. They're seeing with that hand. They are feeling confident as the wicket is a little slower for them, so they're trying to adjust to it. Pencliffe needs to be careful, making sure he's still keeping the ball on the dime where it's expected to go.
That's just nibbled away to square leg. Yorkshire head coach McGrath's cut pledge was the headline in shot there, broadly referring to what Anthony McGrath was talking about in the build-up to this particular competition. Was very open about Yorkshire's chances and very open as well about, talked previously in the broadcast about him winning this competition and starring in the final for Yorkshire back in 2002, now trying to win it as a head coach. So, well, it's fair to say the landscape of English cricket and global cricket has changed dramatically in that time. One thing that really illustrates it is back then 50 over cricket was still played in 2002 with a red ball. We weren't even in the white ball cricket era. 20 overs gone, 63 for 7. These two just building something of a stand. They've added 25 from 39 balls, which normally you would think that was positively unremarkable, but when you come together at 38 for 7, 38 for 7, I beg your pardon, they have just halted the chaos for now. Hill continuing from the Peaceholm Park end, finding the middle of the bat, nicely blocked back. George Hill, who's had a very solid season with the ball, particularly in the red ball side of things. You would say George Hill has been at his best with ball in hand. 39 wickets at an average of just 17. Got him recognition into the England Lions. He had to miss one Lions game because of being rested, but did eventually get his chance against India and picked up some high-profile scalps. And he's got another one here. 63 for 8. George Hill has his first wicket of the day. And yet another one that bites the dust for Warwickshire. You are now just 2 good balls or 2 bad mistakes away from being bowled out in what has been an extraordinary morning of cricket.
Great bowling that as well. As a batsman, I'm looking at the balls coming in, cutting me into half, and all of a sudden I see this ball light up, my hands light up, I can throw my hands at it, the ball moves away. Adam Light there and first slip taking the catch. Just very, very good, solid cricket by Yorkshire and George Hill.
So, the new batter is Ethan Bamber. Michael Booth out for 12 off 21. And Warwickshire have got past 59, which was their lowest and will indeed remain their lowest ever List A score. But it is still a desperately disappointing performance from the visitors, having been put into bat. That lowest ever List A score of 59 was against Yorkshire back in 2001. Yorkshire's current head coach Anthony McGrath played. That was when it was a 45-over competition, Norwich Union League Division 1. Matthew Wood hit a half-century. Other contributions from the batting card helped Yorkshire pile up 2, 3, 4 for 6. And the Warwickshire scorecard, much like today, resembled largely something similar to a telephone number, as Chris Silverwood took 4 for 21, a young Ryan Sidebottom took 2 for 1, and Steve Kirby picked up 3 for 35. They were all out for 59 and 15.2 overs. They're marginally better here today, but Hill is looking to inflict more pain.
Just fantastic cricket at the moment, really. I think there is a race on here, Michael. Does Ben Cliff get his Michelle Pfeiffer first, or would Adam Light get his 5 catches?
Yeah, well, they can, of course, both do it at the same time. That would be quite fitting. Cliff has still got 3 overs to get there, as long as 2 wickets aren't taken at the other end or run-outs to deny him the opportunity. That's Hill again in all the right spots. There was plenty of fighting talk from Yorkshire in the build-up to this competition. James Wharton said, "We definitely want to win this. We want to stamp our authority on the group. Everyone loves playing at Scarborough. We tend to play our best cricket here. We know how to play here and how to win here." Anthony McGrath said, "There's been a lot spoken about this competition with the 100 and it being devalued. But I've enjoyed the last few years coaching it. I think there's been some really good cricket." Of course, McGrath referring to his time at Essex. He spent 9 years. He said, "In regards to Yorkshire this season, we didn't perform at our best in the blast. It's another chance for individuals and a team for us to put that right and do that here."
And if that's the kind of message that's being sent out by the head coach, it goes to show that that everybody's aligned in terms of what it means, this competition to them, and players are buying into that.
Down the track and sort of jabbed into the ground ultimately, slightly awkwardly, for a dot ball to finish the 21st. The run rate is exactly 3 and over, and it is a wicket maiden from George Hill, and that delivery in shot there is why it's a wicket maiden. There's been a lot of similar types of dismissals today, just a little bit of extra bounce going into the hands of waiting catchers. We mentioned that quote from Anthony McGrath about talking about the value of this competition, even with the 100 going on at the same time. There's, of course, unavailabilities on both sides. That goes without saying. As Cliff searching for his first 5 for Yorkshire. What a day it would be for him. And what is his first day back from injury since April. So that's turned away into the onside. Your absentees for Warwickshire. Chris Wokes, of course, has got that dislocated shoulder as well. Jacob Bethel, Danny Briggs, George Garton, Richard Gleeson, Sam Hain, and then Tom Latham due to injury. Yorkshire missing the likes of Johnny Bairstow, Darvin Milan, Jaffa Chauhan, Jordan Thompson. Of course, will be moving on to Warwickshire next season. Driven back past Cliff, who fields well in his follow through.
And the names that you mentioned there, Michael, from both the sides, you know, the powerhouses of the game, etc. as well, you know, you could be lured into the feeling that, you know, this might not be a good game, a good competition, really, because most of the players are missing. But exactly contrary to that, I think, you know, shows the bench strength that each of the squads have now going forward and trying to play this game to the best.
Steaming in with real intent. And for now, still has a 4 in the wickets column, 4 for 37 in his 8th over. I guess for Yorkshire as well, the optimistic reading of that is that the likes of Johnny Bairstow, Adil Rashid, Harry Brook, Joe Root, you wouldn't, due to international commitments, necessarily expect to see them in a Yorkshire shirt in any competition that much across a season anyway. So those 4 absentees, Yorkshire maybe don't feel quite as much just in that sense. Of course, top quality cricketers. Oh, flicked away. Well, that is a top quality shot. Bit of the flamingo about that, the whippage on the wrist to get it away. Well, you don't get extra runs for aesthetic, but if you did, and there would be a few more on offer here, because that was a top shot.
Beautiful batting that. Came in right. Beautiful batting that. He came inside the line of the ball. For once I thought I was watching a match in Mumbai, and the flick of the wrist, the ball going above, long gone. For a great shot that. Wanch is looking to get things moving. He understands the predicament that he is in, and he's trying to play some shots and trying to get some runs on the board for the squad.
Vanjani trying to lead the rebuild, and he's going to get 4 here as well through the covers going down the slope. Yeah, it does run quickly down there. So despite the best efforts of deep point, Will Luxton charging around, couldn't keep it in place. So back-to-back boundaries from Jani and just a bit of pressure on Cliff.
Yes, a bit, you know, two things here. I think Bess is looking to see, you know, if his bowlers can get him the wickets, etc. as well. I think at this point in time, you know, it'll be good to understand what Wanch is looking to do. He's batting on 25 and he's really fought hard for those runs, and looks like, you know, he is one kind of a player who's got time on his hands, so he's going to look to see and take as many positive options as he can. I see a lot of good intent there, Michael. I see a lot of good intent from a young player like this, so which is good to see.
He's not got much to lose in a way, batting in a situation like this. Just nurdling away for a well-judged quick single. And that leaves just 1 ball for the number 10, Ethan Bamber, to face.
Yes, good cricket that, you know.
Beg your pardon. Even better, pardon me. Lost count of the balls up in the contract. He keeps the strike.
Yes, he does.
Which I'll be happy with.
It's good, you know, he's taking his chances in that over, got the 2 boundaries off as well, and then given the 1 run as well. So I think good batting, good cricket so far. 72 for 8. Fight is on.
Thanks very much, as always, to Maruf Khan for his contributions, current England Women Pathway Scout, as well as previously involved in a coach capacity with the Yorkshire men's side across the previous 3 seasons before this one, so he's known and worked with a lot of this squad a bit. Is Hill starting the new over, and he's played very nicely out to deep cover by Jani. They want 2 to try and keep the strike for Jani, and that's some very snappy fielding out there to ensure that it is only 1. There's a appreciable applause, not just from the supporters, but from all the hill, knowing the importance of trying to get a crack at the number 10 Bamber, who is yet to score. Dr. Jane Powell, Yorkshire President, settling back into the seat alongside me. So that's a nice length and just dropped back by Bamber, who's got to bat responsibly here and has got to bat for his partner.
John is batting well here, and he's making a fist of it, which is what you'd want to see from your players, especially when they come in lower down the order. With only 2 wickets remaining, then there's always that, going to knock them over early, but not quite that way.
And again, Hill in a nice spot. Jarney's comfortably looked most impressive Warwickshire batter here today. Played a winter of grade cricket in the Australian summer just gone for St George DCC in the New South Wales Prem. That's a very high standard. He got the Kerry O'Keefe Medal, the Player of the Year, for his outstanding performances. Really made an impact over there before signing a rookie contract at Warwickshire. Bamber right now just trying to survive more than anything for his partner, and that's a decent shot from Bamber, but unfortunately for him, he's timed it straight to backward point, where Will Luxton does the fielding. Luxton, who Yorkshire supporters will be delighted to know, has signed a new 2-year contract through to 2027 with the White Rose. One of a promising crop of players coming through. Oh, beautifully bowled. So close to the outside edge from Hill. He took a wicket in his previous over and he wasn't far away there.
No, it's good bowling from George Hill. We'll see it here. He just lulls the batsman into just prodding at it outside the off, and it just missed the edge of that bat, outside edge of the bat. George Hill has had a good season for Yorkshire this year, taking most of the wickets in the county championship, and as he comes in now, he'll be wanting to add to that.
And it's a slightly loose looking shot from Bamber. The bottom hand came through. He seemed in two minds as to what to do. He just drops out on the offside. So end of another good tight over from Hill. 23 overs gone. 73 for 8. Just coming back to that Luxton contract renewal. Luxton himself said, we've played some positive cricket this year. There's a real energy and direction that Anthony McGrath's instilled in us. To be a part of this group, which has a young core to it and that is building something special, is hugely motivating for me. I feel like my game has grown across the last 18 months. Gavin Hamilton, Yorkshire's general manager, describing Luxton as a very talented cricketer who's evolved this year into a dependable young batter with a high ceiling who stood up in numerous games, showing an exceptional temperament. Someone who Yorkshire believe has real long-term potential.
Revis.
Matthew Milnes.
Yep.
Oh, I beg your pardon, I think you're right. Yes, it is Matthew Revis. Beg your pardon. He's just glancing down at my notes about the contract renewal, and I heard him announced as Matthew Milnes, but you are absolutely spot on.
Matthew Revis. Matt Milnes is not playing in today's game.
Yeah,
so we'll get it right.
You're spot on. I've just had my my senior moment. Dr. Jane Powell's next to me to keep me sane. Matthew Revis, he's having to watch his bowling loads at the moment due to a lower back issue. Oh, that's a shout Revis is very interested in, as is Duke and Live. Umpire Hartley not interested. I only see so much from that angle. Our camera's at our end of the ground.
He's not moved a long way outside his crease, so...
Just wondered about height, though. Does hit him pretty far up the pad.
Good shout, though, from the Yorkshire players.
And with the extra bounce in the wicket and Revis's height, you can see why height might be an issue. As that one again has got a bit of lift on it, just troubling Jarney. He's just giving that signal to the non-striker that came up. That's the LBW shout.
I think Jarney's retaliation is to just play his shots. You know, so he, on that ball after the LBW shout, he then went to play a fairly expansive shot, but just didn't time it at all.
Good from Revis right on the spot, in the way that all-rounders' careers sometimes do. Sometimes at moments it feels like the batting's in a better place, sometimes it's the bowling. Right now his batting, of course, is absolutely flying. 4 tons in 4 championship games. I was at Burley and Wharfdale Cricket Club just a few weeks back for a Lashings World 11 big cricket day, and I know they're extremely proud of Matthew Revis, as they should be.
Yeah, I mean, his batting has been outstanding in the last 4 games. It's just like... And then you see that he's got the capacity to bowl like he has today, where he's taken 2 wickets in his first over, and you just think, here is potential world-class all-rounder.
One of those players that Kevin Hamilton talked about can take Yorkshire forward for another decade. Johnny is itching for a single, but he's not going to get it there. He's wanting a single to try and keep the strike, but he hasn't got it. So Jani on 27 will have to now watch as Bamba, who is yet to score, just tries to, at the very least, survive the next over. 73 for 8 off 24 then, almost at the midway point of things.
You can see the gusts of wind that keep coming in by looking at the black cloth at the Trafalgar Square end. You can see that it's billowing at times, and so you can understand the difficulties that the fielders keep having with their hats blowing off. And you know, it's all very well saying get one that fits you, but when you've got these gusts that are really strong, it's quite difficult to keep a hat on.
Yeah, I can certainly vouch for that. Last night we'll come back to that, his hill on Peasone Park end. Down the track and hit straight at mid-off. A relatively simple catch, because Matthew Revis couldn't have been picked out much better by Ethan Bamba. George Hill has a second, Yorkshire have 9, and the home side are now just 1 ball away from having a very early mid-innings break and a very, very manageable run chase.
Yeah, I think the crowd near where I was sitting, I think they got a bit bored and they said, go back and commentary, you got 5 wickets earlier. So I'm going to claim that one, but no, that's all credit to the boys out there, and a good catch from Matt Revis.
The voice of an understandably delighted Yorkshire President, Dr. Jane Powell. Oliver Hannon-Dolby, someone who Yorkshire fans, knowledgeable cricket supporters they are, will more than remember. Played for the White Rose from 2008 to 2012 before moving to Warwickshire ahead of the 2013 season. Made his first class debut county championship game way back in 2008 when got Mark Ramprakash out against Surrey at the Oval, and 17 years later as a 36-year-old who once upon a time was born and raised in Halifax. He's now out here against Yorkshire at beautiful Scarborough, just trying to be a thorn in Yorkshire's side.
Yeah, I think he's more, I think it'd be fair to say more known for his bowling, as we see a beautiful picture there of, come on, you bears! I believe that's North Bay, Scarborough and North Bay, that the team took a drone video of earlier.
Yeah, I had a walk around there last night. We were talking about the rain.
The wind.
The wind. Well, I'll come back to that again after Hill bowls to Hannon-Dolby. So windy last night. Went and got myself some trademark fish and chips, as you do. And it was so windy that we're not talking about the box. We're talking about the box with the fish and the chips in it was pretty much sort of blowing up and out of my hands as I was holding it with both hands, which told its own story. So if you pick up a bit of bluster on our effects mic and on our commentary mics, that's that coastal breeze. Yeah, this just turned away a little uppish, a little early on it, Hannon-Dolby.
Well, I guess it's the edge of Storm Floris, isn't it? Which we've been quite lucky because we haven't been affected that much, but we're still on the edge of those strong winds that the weather forecasters have been telling us about for the last 2 days. There's the guy who took the photo of James Wharton's catch, and there's the famous Dickie Bird.
Dickie Bird, who, of course, paid for players' balcony at Headingley when that refurb took place, and that was opened almost exactly a decade ago now.
Great guy. Always tells me, takes me an hour to get round the ground, Jane. Everybody wants to talk to me. Look, he's waving to the crowd there. Good man.
Which
one of life's greatest.
Which Dr. Jane Powell, as Yorkshire president, would know that feeling, being mobbed by fans, as you have been a fair bit this season.
I don't even come into the 4th division compared to Dickie Bird, but what a great guy he is. Absolutely delightful man.
Yeah, true legend of the game. Great to see him still out and about and well. He put a 6-figure sum of his own money into that player's balcony because he wanted to give something back to the team, and he wanted space for the players, and a decade on, still resplendent and in use as it ever was.
And also the clock at Headingley is the Dickie Bird clock, so fair few things of Dickie that are around the Headingley ground, but wherever Dickie goes, then he's very well known. I know when we played India in the test match, the Indians all wanted to meet Dickie Bird.
Naturally.
And then we got 2 of the team.
Matt White and Charlotte Ashton, who worked very hard behind the scenes on the social media and digital content that you'll catch across Yorkshire's social media platforms. And Charlotte, who's on the left there, was in action at Derbyshire in the Content Creators Cup, and actually once upon a time was in the Lancashire pathway, but much like a few who've made that journey across the Pennines, is now in the White Rose. Revis continuing, trying to finish the innings off. Short and all the way out into the onside for 1.
Interesting choice to take a single there, because I think John is the man of the moment. He's easily top scored in this Warwickshire side, and you'd be thinking you've still got 25 overs, so you can afford to just manoeuvre the strike a bit more and try and accrue a few more runs rather than give the strike to the number 11.
Yeah, Gianni has 27. Only 3 other batters have made it into double figures. He's been out there for more than an hour. Revis just adjusting his field. 4 overs, 2 made in 6 for 2 for today. Before this over, I should say. And I'll be meeting that with a respectful straight bat.
He's quite tall, isn't he? Left-handed as well, so he can reach quite a long way forward. So getting the right length for the bowler, probably needs to just hit that hard length, as they say, and try and get it under his ribs, because that would be the one he'd struggle a little bit more with.
Or just turned away, but that was awkward in towards that armpit area that Dr. Jane Powell alongside me had been referring to. He did once, Oliver Hannon-Dolby bat famously for 78 minutes with a broken arm.
Oh.
He got his arm broken by an Alfonso Thomas delivery, and he came out to try and help his side save the game against Somerset. And so he is someone that he's
Chris Woke-esque.
He's the type of tail ender that can naggingly hang around. That's what Warwickshire need. Is this time Gianni does not take the single, so there's a thinking to do here in terms of the strike. It's one of those little intricacies of the game. We've mentioned a couple of times that recently concluded England versus India test match. It was noticeable that Shubman Gill didn't bring any fielders in, even on the 6th ball of the over, which twice allowed Atkinson to get 1 and keep Wokes with a dislocated shoulder off strike. So that's thrashed away through the covers, running down the hill, will go for 4. Very hard to stop down that slope, despite the despairing dive of George Hill. And Gianni looks increasingly comfortable here as he's moved on to 32.
Yeah, he's giving it a good go, and he's obviously growing in confidence as he's going on. I think he is very much of the mindset that I'll just play my shots now, because it's not working when we try and just hang on to it. And even there, just working it round the corner for an easy single, and he keeps the strike.
Yeah, smart cricket from Vanchani, who has 33. Just to finish what I'm mentioning, so you can file under all's well that ends well because Siraj produces the magic Yorker, Atkinson's out, but in the 2 previous overs before, Shubman Gill kept every single fielder on the boundary. So it meant that from the final ball of the over, once through a scampered by, once through knocking it just to one of those fielders in the deep, Atkinson could take the single and keep strike. And Chris Wokes, with a dislocated shoulder, didn't end up facing. Or you, of course, bring the field up and then you force Atkinson to potentially try and play a big shot for a boundary. You just saw a little shot of Ben Wickett there, who's been really valuable part of the social, digital and live stream and design team at Yorkshire here in the last 6 years. As that's slightly sliced away, it's going to need a big chase out to that longer boundary, but the long legs and stride pattern of Cliff will help him keep it in for 2. 82 for 9. Jani on to 35, and just coming back to that, it is Penn's last day here at Yorkshire today, and he's not one for the limelight, so he won't even realise he's on screen, and he won't want the mention. But from myself and everyone in the team here at Yorkshire, his efforts have been greatly appreciated. He's moving on to a new role with the Railways, where he gets to do plenty of design work, which, well, he's a great jack of all trades. Is probably his favourite thing and his forte. But we definitely look forward to seeing him back at Headingley, Wheatwood, Scarborough, York, or other such venues in the future. In comes Hill as the wind whips up and just pushed away by Jani.
It's always, when you're down to 9 wickets, you always feel like, come on, just finish it off. But it's never that easy. It's always one of those difficult ones where the crowd think, well, you've taken 9, it should be easy to get number 10. But when somebody's batting like Jani is batting, it becomes increasingly more difficult. This is where Yorkshire will be wanting to get Hannah Dolby on strike.
He's faced 7 balls so far without scoring, Hannah Dolby, and as mentioned, he is known as, you get different styles of lower order batters, and he is known as being a bit of a doughty blocker who will settle in and just try and occupy the crease for as long as he can. Bess is waving traffic around and just having a think around how he wants to manipulate the field as that's nicked. And, well, were the 2 slips in the gully in like they have been for much of the innings, that would be that. As it is, Jani gets a lucky 4 to his score.
And often, when you've got number 11 coming in, they're okay. They can be solid against and we see that replay there that just climbed on Jani and left him. But with the number 11, they're not as comfortable against spinners, and you wonder, is it worth just crowding the bat and bringing a spinner on with Hannah Dolby?
Nibbled away into the leg side. Bess at a very short mid-wicket does the fielding, so Yorkshire will get a crack at Oliver Hannah Dolby at the start of the new over. 27 overs gone, 86 for 7. She will be delighted with their innings work so far. In
86 for 9. I think you said 7 then.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, don't know where that came from. 86 for 9. 1 good ball or 1 mistake, and it will be all over here for Warwickshire. And up there on the bleachers, plenty of pretty happy Yorkshire fans. A fair few Warwickshire supporters have made the trip as well. A few Revises in. Hannah Dolby's just resolutely blocking. He's doing exactly what he should do here. Hannah Dolby just playing for his partner. Jack White is getting warmed up in front of us, a deep fine leg, suggesting we might well see him sooner rather than later. We still haven't seen Bess with his spin, but the conditions are, and this slightly bouncy pitch, definitely optimised for seam bowling. You can see why Bess hasn't used himself, as that is so close to the outside edge from Revis. Wrap things up.
Yeah, great ball from Revis there. That was just too good to take even the edge of the bat. George Hill has obviously got some secrets to pass on. He's just jogged the length of the pitch to pass on his information to Don Bess, and he's now jogging back, and he needs to turn around quickly.
Yeah, just about made it back into position that time, but no potential first slip catch for Hill, because that's guided out into the covers. Hannon Dolby doing exactly what he should do in this situation. He's not really got much intent or interest in scoring, because the value for him is primarily just being someone, the last bit of company for Gianni. Dolby just guiding to cover, where it's fielded by Imam Huck, who will quite fancy a run chase that's in double figures rather than triple figures. That's always a nice way to get things started in terms of your white ball debut. And the club, of course, it's made his Yorkshire red ball debut, was run out, or got a direct hit run out, I should say, and made 19 on debut against Sussex here in that championship win. Left alone outside off by Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, in fact, Imam Haq has only ever played at Scarborough for Yorkshire, so it'll be interesting. He must start to think that this is the home ground, because he'll be off to Northampton for Friday, and then should he be selected, which I presume he will be, and then York for 2 games before coming back to Scarborough.
That's spot on, as Hannon Dolby's done a good job there of seeing out that over from Revis. 28 overs gone, 86 for 9. It might be a white ball, but it's almost a bit of a red ball scenario here, because they've still got 22 overs to go. It's a case just trying to eke out as many as they can. Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell alongside alluding to that fixture list. Today is, of course, the 5th, and on the 8th, Yorkshire at Northants. On the 12th, it's a big one, Yorkshire at home against Lancashire at York, and 2 days later at home against Somerset at York, 3 days later away against Middlesex at Radlett, 5 days later at home against Durham here at Scarborough. So Hill starts the new over, sliced away down to deep third. Gianni's not going to take the single from the first ball, the over. And then Yorkshire's campaign in terms of the group stage rounds off with Sussex away on the 24th and Kent away on the 26th. But 3 of Yorkshire's first 4 games are at home. So if you want a fixture list that gives you a chance with home advantage to get in a strong position in a group stage early, then Yorkshire have certainly got that.
Yeah, for sure. As Hill comes in once more.
Oh, that is absolutely smashed. Might be the first 6 of the contest. It is. Comfortably clears the long on rope. And it sounds an odd thing to say, but I don't think Gianni got all of it. He got a decent amount of it. On a bigger ground with long on, it might have been a little dicey, but as it is, he knew that mid-on was up, so pretty safe shot. Good contact. And he's got 45, and that shot with the score now 92 for 9 means that he's scored almost exactly half of the runs in the innings. Oh, but he's almost gone. Very next ball. What a response.
Yeah, good comeback from George Hill there. And in some respects, Yorkshire won't mind seeing a 6 go, because they'll realise that the wicket is such that the ball's coming onto the bat nicely and you can clear the boundary quite easily. So it's a sort of win for both teams, that 6 hit there. And then the comeback from George Hill is just what you, as a captain, that's what you'd be expecting from your bowler or wanting.
Bumper, and that's been slapped away as well. Could be out. Well, it's a magnificent effort out there just to keep the ball in play. Flicked back inside, and it means...
Yeah, Dan Moriarty there took a good catch, but had to throw it back in as he was falling over the boundary. You'll see him up, throw.
Well, the question is, did he release the ball before?
Yeah, I
that
think
foot made
on a
contact
slow
with the rope?
motion replay it might be dodgy, but it's been accepted here.
Yeah, he's been given his 2 for now. That's worked away through backward point. They do take the single this time, so it's gone for 2, where it looks like off the bat it might well have been 6.
See him take it. I think he did touch the ground.
My first instinct was that the foot went down before the ball was released. So Anvar's alongside us in the commentary box. He's nodding as well.
In real time, it's not always that easy, is it?
Yeah, and forgive us for not being too certain, because it is right on the opposite side of the ground to us. Couldn't be further away. It's Hill. Bumper left alone. Magnificent acrobatic effort from Moriarty, that's for sure. End of the 29th over. 95 for 9. It is interesting with bits of fielding like that. It's only a decade or so ago that anything like that was still seen as relatively novel and outlandish. You know, you did something like that, people would be talking about it for days. And now the rise in fielding standards means it's become almost commonplace. The ball gets whacked out to the boundary like that, and even if a player's rushing towards the rope, it's almost expected that they'll have a decent go to catch or a relay catch or flicking it back in. And now Moriarty, having just got into the action with that bit of fielding, is going to be into the action with the ball. His left arm orthodox. Moriarty settling for a 5-4 onside field, so can't really give too much width here to Jani. Fascinating to see how Jani, who's batted really superbly for his 48, looks to approach the spin. He's 2 away from a maiden List A 50 of his career. Mate to be his List A debut. Starting by rightly having a look at one. His first class debut against Essex at Chelmsford recently, made 41 off 75, acquitted himself very well, and he's gone even better than that already today.
Yeah, he's batted very well, and we see a good defence. You can't tell me, I don't know the guy, but you don't know whether he's sort of chomping at the bit, wanting to get on with it, or whether he's quite happy just seeing the ball and treating it on its merits.
Comes wide of the crease this time, Moriarty. It's flicked away into the onside. There was some good alert fielding at short mid-wicket by Bess, and that combined with it only being the 3rd ball of the over meant that Jani was not really interested in one. Yeah, he studies at Loughborough Uni, went to Whitgift in Surrey, where a lot of top sports people have come through. As Moriarty's going to have to re-bowl that. There's an ooh and an ah.
Yeah, well taken by Duke, and he whipped the bails off, but I'm sure Jani had not even moved.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm not sure how much that was a bit of kidology. That's a little short, have picked up the length quickly, and this time they will take the single from 4th ball of the over. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of that was kidology to the batter. I'll say you see it sometimes bowled as maybe just hoping that in the umpire answering the appeal they may forget the concept of the leg side wide drill, but that was not happening here. 96 for 9. A good fight from Warwickshire's lower order, but particularly really Vance Jani, who 20 years old, is already both his first class and List A debuts, showing there's a good player in there. And Dolby's now got 2 balls to survive for his partner. He's faced 14 so far. He hasn't scored. He hasn't looked overly interested in scoring, nor should he, given the game state. And again, doing exactly what his team requires. It's a curious game sometimes, cricket, isn't it? The phases and passages of play you can get within it.
And interesting here that, you know, it's almost like, do you crowd him with fielders?
They've still kept a couple out. It's from the final ball, the over. Hannon Dolby is just flicking straight to short fine leg. So 30 overs gone, 96 for 4, and Gianni is 1 away from his 50. And now, thanks to his partner's stubbornness, Yorkshire grit, you might say, of course, with Hannon Dolby born and raised in Halifax, Gianni will get the chance to get his first 50
against
in
Jack
senior
White.
professional cricket. Yep, you're right. White's been warming up very noticeably in front of us for the last few overs.
That's on the trademark headband.
Yeah, the headband warrior to go a little bit further back in Yorkshire history with a certain Jack Brooks a decade or so ago, charging in, making things happen. And a team that, of course, won the championship twice in 2014 and 2015. And Jack White's made quite the impact this season, having been signing the close season from Northants. He's going to look to continue to do that here after a magnificent opening spell that really set the tone. He's on from Pete's Home Park end. Finds the middle of the bat. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 9 for 1 White. You cannot ask for much more than that. And he's definitely part of the reason that Cliff got all those wickets at the other end, no doubt. Oh, beautifully bowled. Is there something on it? White is up for it. No. Duke seems less interested. And umpire Hassan Adnan is unmoved. That replay suggests it's just cut him in half. It's beautifully bowled, but it's not out. Just wondering whether there was the faintest inside edge on it, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what Jack White was saying, was it moved, it went. But it's not out. So he comes into bowl again from the Peasham Park end of the ground.
Again, very nice from White, who's been economical in the extreme. He's into his 8th over. That economy rate sits at 1.2 as Gianni comes down just to share a bit of information with batting partner Hannon Dolby about something he's picked up or seen there.
Yeah, Jack White's in a league of his own today, the way he's bowled so economically as well as wicket taking, and he'll be looking to add to that just now. There's his 50, so that's very well batted.
Superb.
By Gianni.
List day debut and a maiden list day 50 for Vance Gianni. 50 off 66 balls, 6 fours and a 6. Remember that he walked out with his side in all sorts of a pickle with the score at 24 for 5. It soon became 38 for 7, and whilst it's largely been a lone hand, it is Vance Gianni who is at least given some modicum of respectability to this Warwickshire scorecard. Without him, it's quite possibly their lowest ever list day total. White now into Hannon Dolby trying to finish things off, but that's whipped away, and now Hannon Dolby will get off the mark. From the 17th ball he's faced, it is a boundary.
Leg byes.
I beg your pardon, leg byes, so he will stay on not out of 17. Thought he had a bit of bat on that, but seems like it's come off hip on the way through, maybe the thigh pad.
100 up.
And the 100 is up. Just starting to get just a touch irritating for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
This last wicket has added 28 and counting. Good leave by Hannon Dolby. Is the end of White's over.
Yeah, and when it gets like this, then as a fielding team, you just have to be patient and you just have to keep doing the right things. As far as bowlers concerned, making sure you're bowling that line and length, and making sure that you're keeping pressure on the batters. At the end of the day, they're 100 off 31 overs. It's only just over 3 and over. And if we're looking at it in the grand scheme of things, you're going to have 50 overs to bat. So there's nowhere that this is getting away from Yorkshire, but they just need to keep patient and just keep doing the right thing.
Yorkshire trying to finish things off. Dan Moriarty is the man trying to do so. He's been in and out of the team this season, Moriarty. Only tends to get used on tracks where Yorkshire feel like it might turn and spin a little more. Did play in the 2 championship games, including away at Essex, where Yorkshire couldn't quite take that final wicket. A best of 2 for 26 in the blast, in the home win against Derbyshire. Cut out to deep cover, but Jani's not interested in the single. Should he be at this stage of things? And again, the accumulation continues. These two came together 52 balls ago. Been a good 10th wicket partnership, but this is uppish. It's safe though, behind square. Come back for 2, so well worked into the gap, fielded by the ever excellent James Wharton, whose fielding was being lauded by his head coach Anthony McGrath in the build-up to this. McGrath saying about that superb catch to get rid of Tom Haynes in the game against Sussex. Brilliant, wasn't it? Wharton is one of the hardest workers when it comes to his fielding. Can't get anything on that.
Yeah, dangerous that one. Looked like he was trying to just guide that one, and it just missed the edge with wicketkeeper Harry Duke ever ready to try and take that.
Johnny was just wanting to work it very, very fine through third, potentially for 2 more. McGrath added, we've seen it in T20, and he's probably the only person who could have got to that ball. To turn and sprint and dive full length was unbelievable. He took a very good catch against Lancashire in the game at Old Trafford. He's got a bit of a highlights reel building from previous seasons as well, Wharton in the field. This time it's flipped down the ground, and Jani decides he will have one now. Quietly continuing his accumulation, and he has now got more than half the runs in the innings, 53 of 105.
Yeah, he's batting really well. You know, he's showing the way as to how to bat on this wicket, on this pitch, and just make sure that he just keeps himself in there and protects his number 11.
And Dolby providing real nuisance value here. Nudges it into the onside. Might have got one in another era, but Jani was in understandably full-on bat lean, not interested at the other end, and so Hannon Dolby stays on naught. End of the over, 105 for 9 off 32. Dr. Jane Powell taking a well-earned break, the Yorkshire president, and Maruf Khan back alongside me. I wouldn't have blamed him as he settles in to the seat away to my left for thinking that his next commentary stint might well be during the reply, but it's been a doughty effort, particularly from Vance Jani, but then in terms of hanging around and playing his role, Oliver Hannon Dolby.
I'm sure it will, but same without the same people.
Right in, looking to finish things, but instead he's been flicked away for 6. What a shot from Jani. There's absolutely nobody behind square on the leg side, so it's a very safe shot from Vance Jani. Executed to perfection, fetching it from well outside off. Really good cricket from the 20-year-old, who's almost entirely providing a one-man resistance to Yorkshire here.
Walking in at 27 for 5 once Jani, you know, his List A debut, 50 as well. Now playing with the feel, etc. It is just so good to see a youngster knowing where his game is at this point in time.
Ready to deep third, immediately puts the hand up to Hannon Dolby and says, nope, we won't be taking that one. So 2 balls gone. He's been generally following what I think is fair to say playbook A when it comes to batting with a lower order player, which is you don't take that single until the 4th ball or onwards. There's been a couple of times where he's taken it from the second, but it seems like in more recent overs he's settled towards that ploy of waiting towards ball 4. That's guided away, and then again, as if to demonstrate the point, he has a chance to take a single from ball 3 and says, nope, all good.
He looks to be a guy with, look at put ourselves in his shoes at this point in time. Making his this day debut, batting on 59 odd, coming into bat at 27 for 5 as a player, now assuming a senior role as well. He's understanding the game and also the awareness of what the situation looks like at this stage. It's fair power to see a 20-year-old do that.
They are going to take one now. Clever cricket, just nudging it in front of point and trying to do something you'll see a lot of batters do in the nets, and it's well worth any youngsters watching taking this on board. If you can learn to kill a ball stone dead or close to off the face of the bat, it's a good sign that you've got control over the blade. It's something that Joe Root works on a lot in the nets. Has a series of cones laid out that he sees as fielders, and essentially is trying to just drop the ball into the gaps.
And the key to that shot, Michael, if we can see the replay as well, is having soft hands, just dropping the ball dead in front of you.
Now, Hannah Dolby's got 2 balls to survive. And that's one of them. He's again showing why he's known as a solid tail-ender blocker. He's a tail-ender who's more naturally suited to this role of just trying to survive. And he's now survived 20 balls in 34 minutes.
Alan Dalby looks like a batter who's got a strong technique of not playing shots, but I think if there's a bowling machine bowling at him, the bowling machine might get tired.
Jack White's last ball of the over. Oh, and that's inside edged into his upper thigh. That looks to have hurt Alan Dalby quite a bit. He limps away. Those can be really painful, and it's definitely missed the protective padding. It's in around the knee because he is a very tall man. Might have even been right into the knee, and that could really hurt him. 112 for 9 off 33 overs. He's not even called for the physio, so it's pretty safe to say Hannah Dolby will be battling on.
Looks like he's taking one for the team there, really, but good to see the ball still bouncing. It was short of the length where you were expecting the ball to hit top of off. Ball still going up. So it looks like there is still something still on this wicket, which explains why Dom Bess has gone back to Matt Revis. He feels that there are more opportunities or more chances of getting wickets from his medium pacers and fast bowlers than the spinners. So I think he tried Dan Moriarty for a few overs, and now expecting that young Vanch is going to take his chances. He expects his fast bowlers to do the job for him.
Revis trying to finish things off, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 12 for 2. So he's been excellent. Out to deep cover point for no run. Matthew Revis, who Yorkshire fans will definitely be encouraged by seeing him being into his 7th over and untroubled here. He's been steadily building up those bowling loads in competitive games. Head coach Anthony McGrath has been filling him with praise as well. Trying to go over Duke. And that's a clever shot in the circumstances, because Gianni knows that if he gets that ramp right, there's rewards of 2, if not a boundary. There is a deep backward square leg who, after that shot, Jack White has now been moved another 15 yards finer. And there is a deep third, but quite a wide deep third, that again has been moved finer after that attempted scoop. Oh, this time out towards deep cover, and just enough on it to go for 6. Hill out there doing everything he could. That short boundary towards the west stand. Gianni was nowhere near it really, and just throws his hands out there and still gets so much power on it, and manages to just about get a maximum.
Got 6 runs there from the youngster. Throwing his bat, playing percentage cricket, knowing where his fielders are. Great attempt there. Oh.
Yeah, and he knows that he's hitting to that shorter boundary. This time hasn't got all of that. Again, Johnny stepping away to make room.
And looking at Johnny, looks like, he's showing intent. He's moving around the crease as well, not allowing Matthew Revis to settle on a particular line. Trying to play percentage cricket with, 2 men back in the onside. Matt Revis would be thinking here potentially a Yorker if it's me bowling.
66 not out. And you can add a few more to that. 6 more to be precise. That was full in the slot, mid on up. And all too happy to pump it back down the ground. So Johnny is really on the charge this over. He's seen a fair bit of Revis and now he's decided it's the time to get after him. A second 6 in the over.
Looks like a Yorker gone wrong, really. Missed his length, and it was a great hitting in the arc kind of a ball, and Johnny taking his chances, nobody behind, so safe for 6 runs.
He's looking for a response, and there's no little nick on the way through, despite a couple of fielders sort of slightly appealing. Frustration from Johnny that he missed it. 34 overs gone, 124 for 9. After a few more words from Maroof Khan, we'll be joined by Aaron Vars.
Warwickshire at certain stage were looking down and dusted, really, with now at 124 for 9 and 34 overs. Young Johnny batting on 72. The crowd still trying to get some stuff done in the shopping as I welcome Aaron.
Yeah, well, what a passage of play that's been from Vance Jarney. 3 sixes. Puts Hannon Dalby back on strike, though, as Jack White prepares to bowl here from the P-Zone Park end. Really bursting in with plenty of intent. Hannon Dalby, as we've seen, resolute and compact with regards to his approach. And I was speaking with Dr. Jane Powell about this. There was a county championship match in 2022 where Oliver Hannon Dalby blocked and left for 58 deliveries before getting his first run. That was against Surrey. So when it comes to a defensive cricketer, that tail-end blocker, as Michael referred to him, OHD can certainly do that to a high standard. Still got work to do here, though, Warwickshire, to get up to something remotely competitive. Hannon Dalby, there we go. Flashes the bat for the first time, races out towards deep third, and gets a rapturous applause from the fans and members here at North Marine Road.
Looks like even Hannon Dalby is getting some confidence looking at what's happening in front of him. I was just mentioning to Michael as well, he looks like a batter who can even tire the bowling machine, really. Doesn't play many shots, but a sound technique, and looks like a player who understands his role, especially in the current situation. He and Vanch are also communicating, which is good to see. Vanch in his first 50 years looks like he is a senior pro, and it's good to see that smart head on his shoulders. He's taking his chances where it needs to be, and I think 125 for 9. Warwickshire is trying to make a match out of this.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we? Here is Jack White to the aforementioned Jarney. Strays down the leg side, will be an extra. And it is getting to the stage, isn't it? It's not exactly the end of the world for Yorkshire, of course. We spoke at the beginning of the broadcast that 300 on this surface probably was where you're looking for parity, but it is frustrating, isn't it? It's always one of those stands where if you can't quite get that last wicket and they put on 50, 60 runs, it's irritating more than anything else. White bowls here to Jarney once more, drops that one in slightly shorter, tightens up the line though, forces the Warwickshire batter on the defensive.
Yeah, and you're right, in terms of the irritation aspect of it. But I think these guys are senior pros as well. They have seen, let's be honest, Dom Best winning the toss would not have imagined having Warwickshire down 27 for 5. So, the bowlers have done the job. At the moment, the sun beating down, good Scarborough, DOS breeze blowing on the wicket as well, it's drawing it a bit, and there's not much pace, although there is still bounce on the wicket. It's got easier to bat on, and Vanch and Hannon Dalby are doing a job for the team.
White to Jarney again. Another wide given. Second extra in this over. Score moves on to 127 for 9 for the visitors.
And this is where it is, isn't it? Initially, that ball was moving around first up, the line still middle and leg, and this is going down the leg side, for an extra. And then this is where Yorkshire just have to just tighten the screws a bit and just play percentage cricket, just soaking up the pressure is what it wants. Another 15 overs to go, 2 runs an over would get 30 more runs, 160 might be a target.
Well, Jarni loads up for the big shot, tries to rifle it through the covers, only as far as the palms of Adam Lythe along the carpet. Will be a dot ball. I mean, yeah, for Warwickshire, of course, it's not an ideal score by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a lot more respectable, isn't it? Considering at that one stage when they were 38 for 7, and the conversation piece was, is this going to be the Bears' lowest ever list A total? They're well past that now. It's just a case of every single run, just keep on chopping away as much as you possibly can. That's why testing out Jarni once more. OHD will have to be pretty quick down the other end. There's a little bit of a misfield by Dom Bess down at mid-on.
And you're right, and what I like here, and what I know for our viewers to see as well, etc., is how the two batters are talking to each other and having a plan. That's very important, as a youngster watching. When you're communicating, what's the next thing? What's happening there and then? What is the next thing that's good for us, good for the team, etc. as well. Alan Dalby is doing exactly that. They have communicated, thinking that I just have to survive the next 2 balls, and that's what he's going to do.
Jack White popping it in the avenue of apprehension outside the eye line of the left-handed Hannon Dalby, and that will signal the end of the over. So Warwickshire 128 for 9. Jack White finishes with very economical figures of 1 for 20 from his 10 overs. Includes a maiden in there for good measure, and look, he was the foil, wasn't he? Of course, the headlines will be taken by Ben Cliff, 4 for 46 from his 8 overs so far. But it was Jack White generating that lovely bit of pressure and that delivery to Ed Barnard, given how imperious he has been in the List A format for the past 2-3 seasons. He really has had a very good day. So well bowled, Jack White.
Well bowled indeed. I think he's earned his stripes today, 10 overs. That ball, you talked about Ed Barnard. Probably for me, Ben Cliff won't be happy with me saying that, but that was ball of the day for me, hitting middle and off and then hitting top off, that was a ball start, created pressure, and then Yorkshire realized that they're in with a fighting chance of, putting pressure on Warwickshire, which is exactly what they did.
Certainly did. Here is Matt Revis then for his 8th over. Jarni absolutely clobbers him downtown for 6 runs. Colossal shots from Vance Jarni, a 4th 6 for the 20-year-old. And that was clubbed.
Has that ball gone outside? Oh, traditional baseball batting that. Getting the left foot out of the cross. Waiting for the ball to be in the zone. Fast swing of the hands. And the bat, great contact in front of it. Out of the park.
Yeah, he's a serious talent, is this fella. Speaking with a couple of the travelling Warwickshire fans who'd made the journey up to Scarborough today, and we're speaking about his trial period at the club. Started trialling with the 2s and hit 3 centuries for the Warwickshire second 11, and you can see why he is so highly touted. Of course, had some excellent knocks in club cricket as well, but Vance Jarni on his List A debut, when your side are 24 for 5, that turned into 38 for 7. Regardless of what happens today, that young man should be tremendously proud of his efforts with the bat in hand. And tell you what, they have been 79 very classy runs as we take a look at the replay on that one, channeling the inner Hulk. It's clobbering time with that shot. Sends it out of North Marine Road and into the terraced houses. How does Matt Revis respond after that one? Let's wait and see. Gives the ball a little bit of a flick in the right hand. It's Revis to Jarni. That one very full. Just about dug out to mid-off for no run. Of course, Revis himself has had an incredibly impressive time as well. That first over, got those 2 big wickets, got Davis first, and then tickled the outside edge of Jake Lintot's bat. And Maroof, he's just having a wonderful season, isn't he? Of course, the championship centuries and bowling performances as well, as Jarni again locks and loads. This one not timed. This should be a catch. High and spiralling, and it's dropped. It's been dropped. Dom Bess, the captain. It was a difficult catch. It went miles up in the air. Started to spiral here in the wind at Scarborough. And in the end, that is a dropped opportunity. Jarni survives and gets 2 runs for good measure.
Yeah, good. Johnny taking his chance. Not a easiest of catches really under Scarborough win. Now that ball must be going everywhere.
Revis to Jarni again. Jarni just guides that off the bat face down towards deep third. Will be a single. That's a really difficult catch. That's a really, really tough opportunity, isn't it, when it just hangs in the air for that long.
And looking at Dom Bess as well, I think he didn't have much time to steady himself underneath that ball, and the ball was doing so. He was not stable, head moving all around. He had 2 hands on it, but it was a tough catch. And then Johnny, as quietly and smartly, just takes the run of the next ball. Still gets 3 runs for his team. 137 for 9. Fight back from Warwickshire.
It is. It's a good fight back. Whether or not it will be enough, I still think you look at that Yorkshire batting unit and they'll be confident anything under 200, 250. But even so, this has shown a bit of grit, mettle and fortitude. And for Vance Jarni on his list day debut, I mean, this is absolutely phenomenal. But it won't be Jarni to face this next delivery from the Trafalgar Square end. Will be Revis bowling here to Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Looks like it's time for some chin music.
There you go, clatters into the willow of the Warwickshire number 11. Just about turns it away towards square leg for no run.
And yeah, coming back to Matt Revis, he's been prone to some injuries, but he is really, Tonka is a hard worker. He really values his position in the team, and I think he's got back-to-back 100 as well in the county championship. So he's a strong competitor, and he's a confidence player.
Revis, here he is to Hannon-Dolby. Hannon-Dolby turns that around the corner and turns down the single as well, because that was the final delivery of over number 36. So Warwickshire 137 for 9. Hannon-Dolby has one of those runs, and at the other end, Vance Jarni on 82 unbeaten and looking very, very dangerous indeed. 6 4s and 5 6s. Really has been a stunning knock from the 20-year-old, as we just see that panning shots of the Popular Bank. Tell you what, is a great view from out there. Had a little bit of a wander, sat down on the wooden benches. I think it's one of the hallmarks, isn't it, of this great ground, and it's just beautiful. It's glorious, especially when the ground is bathed in sunshine.
Absolutely, that explains why you got lost as well, isn't it? Aaron, you were there trying to get me my fish and chips, but you've come back, but the fish and chips happened. But having said that, here comes Ben Cliff again, trying his hand from a different end. He hasn't bowled all day from this end, expecting things to be differently, but once you're looking to be in the game.
Well, here is Cliff to Jarni. Puts him on the defensive. I know Michael spoke about this earlier as well with Ben Cliff. Of course, he's worked very hard to come back after that spell on the sidelines through injury. Regardless of what happens in these next couple of overs, these are career best figures for Ben Cliff in the list day format. He will be absolutely desperate to get that 5th though. A maiden professional 5-wicket haul potentially awaits here for Ben Cliff. He's bowling to Vance Jarni. Jarni looks to work it out towards deep backward square leg. Turns down the single, so will be a dot ball.
I mean, as a cricketer, you want to play as many games as possible in the season, and then earlier on the season, come April, you get yourself injured, and you don't know when you're going to come back. It's tough, especially from Ben, who is more like a rhythm bowler. He needs more overs under his belt to get his rhythm going. It'll be tough for him to be doing those hard yards in the gym all by himself.
Well, here he is bowling with real purpose to Jarni. That one has been miscued straight into the breadbasket of Dom Bess. And that is a first professional 5-wicket haul for Ben Cliff. Absolutely marvellous scenes here in Scarborough as he is mobbed by his teammates. Career best figures, not only in the list day formats, but in the early stages of this glistening career in a Yorkshire shirt as well. Well bowled, Ben Cliff, and Warwickshire have been dismissed for 137 runs here at North Marine Road. So, Maroof, just before we take a look through the scorecard and go for a little bit of lunch ourselves, what have you made of that innings, the bowling from Yorkshire and the comeback from Vance Jarni?
Yeah, I think on and all, good for the for the Scarborough crowd to see what this game is all about. I think winning the toss was important. Looks like, and here is one's trying to hike one all long gone. Doesn't get good contact. Well deserved 5 wickets. But one should hold his head high as well. He's had a great knock. And here is all those hard work of months of training, making sure whether he's going to be coming back or no. Walks off with the 5 over, holding the ball in his hand. It means a lot. Now he's going to sign some autographs as well as he's there. And boys realize that as well. Boys did realize that, and they were all hugging him and giving him the high five. It means what kind of good team spirit Yorkshire has, in this great game. So it's good to see.
It really is, and that's great to see as well. The next generation of Yorkshire cricket fans taking photos, getting autographs, getting bats and balls signed. Ben Cliff deserves all of the plaudits, all of the adoration in the world right now, though. So we'll just take a look at the scorecard. Warwickshire dismissed for 137 runs. Of course, Vance Jarney, the standout there, with 82 runs to his name. Other than that, a very difficult outing with the bat for the visiting side. Alex Davis chipped in with 15, Kai Smith with a quick-fire 11, and Michael Booth hanging around for 12. But after a difficult start, which saw the Bear and Ragged staff restricted to 38 for 7, they've got some runs on the board. It's not quite the substantial effort or total that they would have been hoping for. And of course, from a bowling perspective, wickets shared around that Yorkshire attack. Ben Cliff, a first professional 5-wicket haul. He finishes with 5 for 46 from his 8.3 overs. Jack White set the tone, up the ante early doors with 1 for 21 from his 10 overs. And then there were 2 wickets apiece for Matt Revis and George Hill to boot. So when we return, Yorkshire will be chasing 138 runs for victory to get their Metrobank One Day Cup campaign off to the perfect start. We'll take a quick breather here on Yorkshire Cricket TV, and when we return, we'll be setting you up for the action as we get back underway here at North Marine Road.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.
139 to win for Yorkshire here at Scarborough, as Warwickshire feel that takes a tumble as they separate out from a motivational huddle, which unfortunately for Warwickshire is in one action a bit of a metaphor for what happened to the visiting side with the bat. After winning, the Yorkshire won the toss and put them in, they did somewhat fall over. 137 all out, apart from a very honourable mention to Vance Janey, who on this day debut made 82 off 92. He scored almost exactly 60% of the runs in the entire innings. And speaking of runs, facing up is Imam Hack, or will be shortly, because he's at the non-strikers. Adam Live on strike. Imam selected as one of our Vertu 2 to watch today. Hack with an extensive pedigree. This is someone who at 29 years old has built up quite the cricketing CV. He's represented his country, Pakistan, in all three formats, more than 100 times between those three, couple of T20s, 24 test matches and 75 ODIs. Just look at those numbers, more than 3,000 runs at an average of 47, including 9 ODI tons. Right now, he's got a view from the non-strikers. As Live faces his former Yorkshire teammate, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and is just leaving one first up, deep third and a deep square leg in play. It was truly Michael McCann with you once again, and I'm delighted once again to have the company of Maroof Khan, one-time Yorkshire coach, now with the ECB as a women's pathway scout, involved in the mixed disability setup as well, and someone that has a cricketing CV that is longer than almost anyone's arm and longer than Oliver Hannon-Dolby's legs. It's the tool Hannon-Dolby charges in. That high release point is going to generate extra bounce, which we saw Ben Cliff in particular get early doors from Yorkshire, but Yorkshire hold all the cards here, it's fair to say, Maroof.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Hope you're enjoying your Scarborough sunshine today. I think it's good to see OHD bouncing that ball. Yorkshire have nothing to fear here. I think 50 overs, that's what they need to bat. Less than 3 runs an over really. So at this stage, it's just about seeing what's in front of them and just trying to get and pace an innings.
And that's nice areas first up from Oliver Hannon-Dolby. He had a very Scarbados warm-up because he got out there to try and warm up and had to spend a good few minutes at the start of it just gently persuading some spectators to in the nicest possible way, get out of the way. That was a little shot of Vance Janey in big hitting action earlier on. 5 6s and 6 4s, but he was a bit of a lone hand. Lone act of defiance, but a name to watch for the future, the 20-year-old. He showed Yorkshire how to bat on this pitch. So that's just nudged into the onside by Live, who you might say here has a little point to prove. Now, what do I mean by that? Because Adam Live at Scarborough, in particular with his famous Whitby connections, is something of Yorkshire cricketing tradition, but there's previous seasons where at this point in time Live would have been away playing in the 100, and towards the back end of Yorkshire's T20 Blast campaign he lost his place at the top of the order. So I'm sure Live would love to remind everyone of his undoubted white ball qualities. He's batting out of his crease just to try and negate that new ball movement, and
yes,
Dolby stopped there.
Lythy, I think Lythy is what Lythy does really, he will be there for the hard grind. Plus, he's having there are 2 international cricketers, if you like, on display right now. He and Imam, he would like to spend more time on him, that Imam will Haq on the wicket in the centre really, and share ideas and look at what's in front of them. But really, I think Lythy, in my book, has got nothing much to prove. But just if he has a clear mindset, he will be getting more runs, which he's already done over 1,000 this year.
Left alone. Yeah, good point, well made. I mean, he's also passed 1,000 championship runs in 3 straight seasons for the first time ever, which very much reflects for the 37-year-old the trend we're seeing in modern batting, which is players continuing to improve as their career goes on, and certainly deepening their careers far more so than was once traditionally seen.
And Lavie is a hard grind, old school cricketer. He will bat and he'll bat and he'll bat. As long as it's for Yorkshire, he'll do it day in, day out.
It's a nice looking drive from Dolby, well fielded in the covers, so it's a quiet, sedate start to this one in terms of the Yorkshire reply. Maiden from Oliver Hannon-Dolby, none for none after one, and now Imam Al-Haq will face up. Mentioning his pedigree, Imam Al-Haq, his uncle, but I think it's safe to say he very quickly proved in a Pakistan shirt that selection was not one that was one where he was merely a benefit of being someone who has a well-connected family. Certainly you go back 5-6 years ago, he was right up there in terms of top order ODI batters in the world. So Yorkshire will be delighted to have his services. And bowling the first over from the Trafalgar Square end after it was Hannon-Dolby charging him from our end of Peace Park end will be Ed Barnard. With his whippy fast mediums, so that's guided straight to backward point by Imam.
Imam Al-Haq, a really thoroughbred cricketer, really, you know. I don't think pace is going to bother him. The lack of it might, you know, the kind of player that he is. Extremely attacking, given any chance outside the off stump or any width, he will take his chances and uses his feet very good to the spinners as well. So an all-round good package, and good for him and good for Yorkshire to have him and, you know, show off his skills here in Scarborough.
Oh, nicely bowled by Barnard, who's gone up for this one, and Peter Hartley's emphatically not interested. Ways needs quite a lot going for you from right arm around. Maybe height is the first thought there. Just by the type of shot that Imam was left playing, yeah, you can see why that's not been given on height. Right at the top of the pad.
And tough to get an LBW decision, as you mentioned, around the wicket. You know, a lot of things, a lot of stars need to align, and it's difficult to do so.
It's a lovely length from Barnard, though, to Imam, Warwickshire's top wicket taker in this competition. Ed Barnard, their skipper, was with Worcestershire until 2022, part of their last winning side in 2018. He's very canny, all-round white ball cricketer.
Yes, a proven cricketer as well, you know, probably going down as Warwickshire's one of the greatest, really. Very whippy action. Imam needs to just settle under it for a while.
That's troubling Imam as well, slightly strangled. LBW appeals there. Barnard, you might notice as well, if you really do have binocular level eyesight, he's also wearing rainbow laces, which is a member of the LGBTQ plus community. Always great to see visibility like that. Have a little chat about it at the toss. All for allyship in top level sport, and something where the men's game can learn a lot from women's sport often. Left alone by Imam.
Yeah, at this stage, I think the batters are trying to suss what the wicket's trying to do. Is there much movement? The bowlers are just trying to get a length going. You know, as I said, not much pressure on Yorkshire, really. If they bat the 50 overs, 138 should be inside. What goes to show here is to see which one buckles more in terms of who's going to hold on to the pressure a bit more. It's going to be good watch of cricket for a few overs.
Yeah, this new ball will do plenty. That's another leave, and that is the end of the second over. So we start with back-to-back maidens. I tell you what, for a Metrobank One Day Cup opener, we haven't half had a lot of cricket that's got a bit of a red ball vibe about it, have we?
Looks like you're watching county championship cricket in white ball, really. But it's good to see as well. You know, batters taking their time, trying to get himself. Like to see that conversation between, you know, Imam Al-Haq and Adam Lyde. You know, the instructions there where the ball's nipping a bit, so they are wary of that because they saw that when they were feeling that the ball was moving around. And at this stage, it's just cat and mouse, and everybody just trying to settle in, really.
Yeah, it's interesting you met as Hannon-Dolby starts his second over by being turned to square leg, and a misfield does mean they'll get a single. Well, that will slightly frustrate Warwickshire. That shouldn't really have been won. Not Jake Lintop's finest moment. You as the bowlers are trying to just dot the opposition up, create a sense that even with a modest target, maybe induce a big shot of some kind, and instead Live gets off the mark.
Yeah, really poor from Jake. I think he realizes that as well. He was ambling onto it on the ball, especially in a low-scoring game. Every run given is very important not to. So I think he won't be happy with that.
So Imam now facing up. He was last in action for Pakistan back in April in a couple of ODIs against New Zealand at Mount Maunganui and Wellington. And just respectfully leaving alone. He certainly is someone that is known for his ability to grind when needed, Imam. He has 3 test tons as well, all coming at Rawalpindi. 2 in the same test against Australia back in 2022, and he got 1 against England in 2023. As the wind whips up a little more once again. Oh, beautifully bowled again by Hannon Dolby. There is a bit of a slope to contend with as well that I think sometimes maybe on commentary today we could have emphasised a little more, but it does make batting awkward from both ends.
Yeah, I think it's still just easy pace of how the proceedings are going at this point. I'm still trying to feel his way into it. He's not alien to English conditions, but he's just trying to understand what's expected of him in this early doors.
Respectful block from Imam, still yet to score, just that 1 run thus far between these two. Imam, who will be quite pleased that so far he's only had to contend with the ball, because there's a clip that did the rounds on social media from that recent championship game against Sussex where he almost got taken out by a seagull. You're there trying to keep an eye on the bowler in their release point, and suddenly a seagull really comes in and clears you out. So again, Imam just pushing back.
Yeah, different surroundings for Imam. You mentioned about the 2 tons he got in Rawalpindi. There won't be a seagull in sight for miles, really. So it must be alien conditions, and alien things happen. So I think at the moment Imam just finding his way and trying to spend some time in the middle. He's not had many knocks or many big knocks yet so far for Yorkshire. He'll be looking to capitalise on that. And since there's no pressure on him really to speed up the proceedings, he's just biding his time and playing it as it comes along.
Alone, 1 without loss after 3. Tell you what, that's a pretty good viewing point for the cricket. That balcony that is in shot there is sort of at a deep point from when the bowling is coming, as it is now, from the Trafalgar Square end, with left-handed Live facing up.
The century box version of Headingley, really, at Scarborough.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it as a marquee on the far side, as Live this time is left pushing at 1 outside the off stump. Really good from Barnard. Spoke to Yorkshire batting coach John Sadler in the interval, who pretty much said words to the effect, as we were chatting about it, about the way Yorkshire lose this run chase is to end up early doors against that new ball that's doing a bit with the slope and the extra bounce in the same place as Warwickshire were. So you think of Yorkshire, they still haven't lost a wicket, as Barnard this time trying to zip that one back in. Certainly causing problems though, just 1 run scored off the bat from 22 balls.
Yeah, and Yorkshire's batting coach was a left-hander himself, in his playing days, so he would relish the opportunity of working with Adam Light and Imam and sharing his wealth of knowledge that he's had. He's spent some time at Northants as well as the head coach, so he's got enough, understanding of English wickets, and I'm sure he'll be excited to have working with Imam for a bit.
It's left alone by live. Maruf Khan alongside me, an ECB Women's Pathway scout amongst other things, and has got that eye for techniques and what makes a good player good, what makes a really good player particularly strong, and little things to work on as well. Right now there's a lot to admire about the new ball bowling from both teams today. It's been of high quality. That's just a nice delicate guide by Live, who will double his score. He's on to 2. Imam now will face up to Barnard, who was causing him some problems earlier on in this spell.
That was a bread and butter shot for Laidi. He could do that all day. He understands the wicket, realized there's not pace on it. He moved towards the ball and glided it between second slip and gully for an easy single.
Oh, a lovely extra cover drive from Imam Al-Haq. That's how to get off the mark in style with 4 of the best runs that you'll see at Scarborough, not just all day, but all season.
Just quality batting, that allowing the ball to come into his arc. Good balance. That'll hold Imam in good stead. He might feel good that he's hit a ball. Great position as well.
It's just a little fuller. Barnard just going searching in the way that bowlers eventually do. I think piled up dots and getting a bit frustrated. Al-Haq wins the battle of patience on that occasion. Left alone as Barnard, as you would expect, just pulls his length back a little bit. So 4 overs gone, 6 without loss. Yorkshire will be quietly content to got through this so far. TX200A on YouTube, which is a very classical sort of online chat username that is not particularly coherent, but produces a point that more than is, which is 8 Warwickshire wickets fell in the first 14 overs. After that, batting was easier. Yorkshire just need to see off the new ball, which is pretty much a version of exactly what we've been saying up here.
Good analyst for the day, TX.
Yeah, spot on. Here's Hannon Dolby continuing in the afternoon sunshine to cover point. Thankfully, famous last words, but the showers we were meant to be having at somewhere between 12 and 2 seem to not only have stayed away, but looking up at the sky feel increasingly unlikely, which is very welcome.
Also welcome sign to see the crowd also removing the jumpers and jackets and getting the shorts and the suntan lotion out as well. So looks like it all accounts for a good day at Scarborough.
I'm just pushing down to mid-off. Yeah, it's by no means a sellout, but for a Tuesday game as well, really important to emphasise. Yeah, this is a midweek after all. It's very well attended here. Must be, I would suggest, just looking around in excess of 3,000. We'll get that figure confirmed.
Really good bowling by Warwickshire. They're keeping it on the spot, asking the good questions.
Or goes to pull and gets himself in a bit of a tangle there live. His old teammate Hannon Dolby goes to just check on live. There's a little thumbs up, but it's always one that naturally causes a bit of concern. And Hassan Adnan, the umpire, I think is beckoning on the required check that has to be made of the helmet, I believe.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I think it's customary now. I think if it's hit, it's the helmet, yeah. I thought it hit the shoulder before it hit the head, but maybe that's cushioning the blow. But rightly so, sanity prevails. The right thing to do is quickly check. It'd be interesting to see what questions being asked to Laidi right now. Probably what time of the day it is, really, to see if he can answer that.
Although the physio's come on, but the physio doesn't have a change of helmet to give him. But for now, he's just checking the one that he's got. Adam Lythe, who he joked earlier on this season, passed him at a county championship game when, at that time in the first block of fixtures, he was in the top run scorer. He was the top run scorer in the country, and I said to him something along the lines of, well played, you're playing, you look really good out there. And he just turned to me. The first thing he said is just, "They still won't pick me, will they?" And he was talking about England, of course, because you mentioned, these are two international players you're watching. I think if you, let's say hypothetically, you came to county cricket a little late in Adam Lythe's career, you might forget, this is someone that played 7 England tests in the summer of 2015, scored a test ton on debut at Headingley against New Zealand, played a full Ashes series where, after some contributions early in that series, tailed off a bit in terms of his returns, and like a lot of England openers in the post-Cook and Strauss era, didn't necessarily get that second chance. But then you look at guys like him potentially, Haseeb Hameed, Keaton Jennings, their returns by all accounts have actually improved since they've been out of the England side. That's just jabbed away off the inside edge. You look at Alex Lees as well, players who at a time in international cricket might not have necessarily fully gone like they'd have liked. They've come back into county cricket and been a better player. And it's definitely of interest that you look at Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett was someone that had that art, was given that second chance, and is now making hay.
I guess in Lythe's defence, I think he hasn't changed his game that much. He still has a fire burning. He still wants to play for England, and that's the motivation he has in him.
Lythe fluently driving through the covers. Classical Adam Lythe, a little too wide and a little too full from his old teammate Hannon Dolby, and Adam Lythe all too happy to capitalise.
That shot right there tells you Lythe is in good runs. He's in good nick. The balance, the posture, the position, and the way he just allowed the ball to come onto his bat and using his weight is true Lythe style. That's when as a player watching him that he's in a good headspace and he's among runs.
So both opening batters have found the boundary now. This time Lythe just guides that away to finish the over. 10 without loss after 5. After some more thoughts on what he's seen so far from Maruf Khan, he'll be joined by Aaron Vars.
Still 10 without loss. Yorkshire, a steady start. 5 overs done. Warwickshire has done the right things, asked the right questions, putting balls in the right areas. At this point in time, 1 boundary each from the 2 senior pros at Yorkshire. And it's as we continue on to the next phase, it's all about just making sure you're soaking up the good balls and just trying to bat for as long as possible. 138 is not that far off.
No, it isn't. It certainly isn't. And we're seeing Ed Barnard here bowling from the Trafalgar Square ends. First delivery there to Imam Al-Haq. He's defended back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, it goes back to what yourself and Michael were discussing. Of course, those opening 10 to 15 overs, that was where Warwickshire were really, really under the pump. And this is the advantage of batting second, of course. You've seen that happen. You can maybe take the shine off the ball. It doesn't swing as much, of course, compared to the red cherry. And then you can climb into the bowlers a little bit later on. Barnard bowls here to Al-Haq again.
Yeah, it's a Metrobag 50-over competition, but has got a county championship feel to it at this stage. And purely because of the wicket, I think, initially talks were about 300 runs on this wicket. But having said that, the balls, given everybody has had the chance, if you are willing to bowl the ball in the right areas, you're getting wickets, which Yorkshire showed. And then if you are willing to bide your time as a batter, one showed how to get runs as well. So I think that is a good wicket overall. I think, I guess, we as spectators would like more runs on it, but Warwickshire were, let's assume we were talking about conversations where they would not even get they would barely beat the lowest score that ever done, but to now get to 137, the wicket is easing up, but it's still not easy for Yorkshire. They have to stay focused, they have to bat, and they have to make sure they can stitch up a partnership.
Yeah, it's the word of the day, isn't it? Partnership, 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 as Barnard bowls here to Imam Al-Haq. That one safely gloved by Kai Smith, the youngster from Dubai. Alex Davis and Rob Yates there in the slip cordon. Oliver Hannon Dolby down at deep third as well in the trademark sun hat. Wears that across any format, does Oliver Hannon-Dalby.
Seems to me a superstitious kind of a player. Sun or no sun, if he has that hat on, could be the lucky charm that he's looking for.
Well, let's wait and see. It's Barnard bowls here to Imam again. Compact in his defence. Been a very watchful start, this, hasn't it, from the Yorkshire openers, but again, there's not really too much pressure. When it comes to overs, it's more about wickets. It's something that we speak about an awful lot, regardless of the format of cricket. Partnerships do win matches, and if Yorkshire can get a 50, 60, 70 run partnership for the first or second wicket, they're well in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire has to be careful as well.
Barnard bowls here to Imam.
And what I mean by that is, there's always the word intent I always use, when I'm speaking to youngsters and players, irrespective whether you're getting runs or no, when you're batting, you need to show intent to score runs. And if you are just soaking up the pressure dead ball, with the way the bowlers are bowling, one ball could do a bit too much. But at this stage, the Yorkshire are very careful, and rightly so. They just want to understand what's happening in the game, and we can take it from there.
Yeah, most definitely. It is, but at the same time, it's also been a good start with a ball from Oliver Hannon-Dalby and Ed Barnard. It's one of those, again, just as you'd say with Yorkshire earlier on with Cliff and White. I mean, those two set the standards, didn't they? And they got those early wickets and ultimately led to the Bears not scoring too many. That's a big booming drive as Hannon-Dalby induced the edge. Indeed he has. And Yorkshire have lost their first wicket. It's Oliver Hannon-Dalby, the Bears' leading wicket taker in the 2024 Metrobank One Day Cup, who works his magic once more. And Yorkshire are 10 for 1 here at North Marine Road as Adam Lyth snicks off to Kai Smith.
Yeah, precisely the point I was mentioning about. You've allowed the bowlers to bowl the length that they bowl. Not a good shot by Lyth. The ball did hold its line and moved away a bit. Adam could have done to just watch it, because as watchful as he was earlier on. Nice ball, good wicket, 10 for 1.
Well, that brings Will Luxton to the middle. Yeah, easy catch that for Kai Smith, and OHD, I mean, what a competitor, what a campaigner he has been for the Bear and Ragged staff. Always tends to get wickets. In fact, in 2023, he was the leading wicket taker in the entire competition. So, yeah, he's an excellent bowler. Is the man nicknamed the Owl. And there you go, he draws first blood as Adam Lyth, the local hero, has to go. So, Yorkshire 10 for 1. Luxton will get on to strike here, and of course, Will Luxton, last year at rugby, 105 was what he scored against this opposition. Got plenty of confidence, and when you take a look at the no-look shots and the impeccable strikes which he produced in the T20 Blast, he'll be eyeing up those 4s and 6s, won't he, Maroof?
He's an exciting player to watch, exciting talent as well. He will be looking forward for this competition. Clearly show that he wants to make a mark as well. OHD will be looking to charge at him. It'll be in a good passage of play coming up.
Certainly is. Very eye-catching this as Hannon-Dalby bowls to Will Luxton. Huge appeal from Hannon-Dalby. Not too sure that the slip cordon was as interested as the bowler. We'll take a second look here on the replay in a second. Of course, looking to tail that back into leg stump. Yeah. In terms of gut feel, Maroof, what did
you... Too high for me. I know why they went up as well, because, Will Luxton was moving inside the line of the ball, but when he was appealing, as you can see, as a bowler, I could see the leg stump, so he just took his chances, but I think the ball doing a bit too much and a little too high.
Yeah, I would tend to agree there, Maroof, as Hannon-Dalby bowls here again to Luxton. Luxton just about works it out towards deep square leg. That's some good running between Luxton and Al-Haq. It's exactly what you mentioned, Maroof. Intense is a funny word, isn't it, in cricket? It doesn't necessarily mean going out there and hitting the leather off of every single delivery. Intent means good running. Intent means good communication and almost flipping back the pressure on the opposition.
Yeah, it could also mean a good, solid defence. That tells me, as a bowler, that the batters come here to play. Good, loud calling, telling people that you're aware. Just having the right atmosphere around you and creating that buzz. That you're here to stay and you're here to score some runs.
Well, Luxton just caresses that through extra cover. Save your legs. Just holds the pose a little bit as well. Punches gloves with Imam, and Will Luxton continues that rich vein of white ball form as Yorkshire move on to 16 for 1.
OHD realised that he was going down his leg side a bit too much, tried to change the angle a bit, went a bit wider, but right, teacup and coffee for him really at this stage. Will Luxton batting well, just times it, beautiful extra cover drive for 4 runs.
Oh, look at that. Absolutely sumptuous. How does Hannon Dorby respond after that? Bowling here to Luxton. Drills it into the right hand of the Warwickshire bowler. Imagine that will sting the palms of OHD a little bit. But dot ball it is.
Yeah, this is what you'll get from Will as well. He doesn't like any bowler dominating him. He likes bat on ball as well. It's important that OHD realizes that, Warwickshire realizes that, throw a few balls outside the off to see if he comes at it, because he's got 2 slips. If anything within his range, he is going to push hard at it and is going to run hard. And look at the way he's making contact. Looks like he's amongst the runs this season.
Luxton this time just tucks himself up, gets into a defensive position, and that is the end of the over. So Luxton is on 4. Sorry, Luxton is on 4. He should be, or at least he should be on more than that. Actually, he's just hit the 4. But yeah, Yorkshire currently 16 for 1. I think we're just waiting on the scoreboard to update here at Scarborough so far. But yeah, what an absolutely magnificent venue this place is. You can see from the overheads, it's basked and bathed in sunshine. Really knowledgeable crowd as well. Been chatting to a few people in and around the ground, and people just love their cricket. It's really, really good to see as Barnard bowls here to Ulhak.
Yes, Barbados. Now you could remove the scar and put Barbados there as well. I think it looks exactly that, and I'm sure where the drone is, but somebody here has got a good license to show us some great views and great images. Really, I don't think if it's our man Aidan Murphy, is he? Is he the man with the drones?
I think it might be Murph. Yep, getting those drone shots.
He loves a chicken burger, that lad.
Here is Barnard to Imam. Just defends it back to the bowler for no run. There's some more drone shots right on cue as ever.
If the drone can be smart and go a bit low, you might see Michael there getting my fish and chips.
Still not got any.
He's not got anything. It might change to an ice cream now. It's getting nice and warm, but having said that, beautiful pictures again. Good pilot skills as well, I think, on the drone.
Oh, absolutely. Looks a picture, doesn't it, Scarborough? Really is a fantastic place to spend a Tuesday afternoon. Here is Barnard to Imam. Attempts the drop and go to no avail. Will be a dot ball.
And this is what I mean in terms of the phase of the game that we are at. At the moment, it's just drop dead bats and balls. One good ball, takes an edge and you lose a wicket. Obviously, there's good bowling, but it looks like at certain stage, Yorkshire has allowed Warwickshire to bowl those lengths. You could have been taking pressure on them and hit a few shots earlier on, and then there would be a defensive field. Doesn't look like that way. Warwickshire know that they have to get 10 wickets to win this game.
100% comes down to wickets, doesn't it? It's Barnard to Ulhak, and he has just been whacked out towards the square leg boundary. Sharp bit of fielding there from the gentleman in the folding chair. Moves Yorkshire on to 20 for 1.
That's meat and drink for Imam Ulhak. He'll play that shot all day. The way he's set up as well, he's waiting for the ball just short of a length, and he's got fast hands around it, and as long as he's making good contact at Barnard, just dropping a bit short, good positions to be in, free hit, nobody on the leg side.
How does Barnard respond after that? Well, he bowls very well. There's another big appeal, but you were signalling it there, Maroof. Heights, I think, was the issue with that appeal.
Yeah, and I think, from the umpire's standpoint as well, they see the balls doing too much and bouncing and all carrying 2 second slip and gully. They know for a fact in their head that the ball's going to bounce a lot. So even if it's a 50-50 decision, they might not give it because they expect the ball to rise over the stumps, and that's exactly what looks like happened here. Good ball, though. And if I have to be technically correct, I would like Imam to play that ball a little more straight. I was trying to glance it down the leg side, trying to be cheeky after that boundary.
Well, Barnard again forces the defensive shot from Imam, and that is the end of the over. So Yorkshire remain 20 for 1. Imam Ulhak currently on 8 Will Luxton out there on 6 from 5 deliveries. And that was the length, wasn't it, that Yorkshire bowled at absolutely meticulously. They were so disciplined with that. It was almost between good and full, wasn't it? And the ball was rising up just enough to tickle the outside edge and cause issue for the Warwickshire batting units. That's one thing that you cannot afford to do against both of these Yorkshire batters, and that is bowl short, especially if there isn't too much protection. Although I'm just looking at the field here for OHD. Maybe it's a bit of a double bluff. Deep backward square leg is out there on the rope. So he bowls here to Will Luxton. Bowls it on a good length, but Luxton, such a powerful, proficient and prolific player of the pull shot.
Yes, and I think he's a natural puller of the ball. He doesn't decide in his head whether he's going to pull or not. If he sees the ball in that area, he's going to go for it. And OHD, I think you rightly said there as well, Aaron, discipline. But the other word I use is patience as well. Being disciplined, you got to be patient, hitting that length all the time, making sure that you are in the right areas. Don't have to bowl the magic ball to get a wicket. You just have to be patient. You've got 2 slips and a gully and a point.
Here is Hannon Dorby once more to Luxton, strays down the leg side, so easy single, tucked off the pads for 1 run.
And easier said than done. That's not easy to do as well, Aaron. You've got to make sure you're disciplined. And we mentioned about briefly in our previous stints as well about bowling that 4th stump line or just off and offset the imaginary 4th stump, right? You've got 2 slips waiting for that kind of bowling as well. But at this point in time, it's more like how Yorkshire are going to suck it up and how they're batting. They're doing it quite well, really. 21 for 1 and after 8 overs. All it means is just have to be patient and keep grinding it out.
Nice defensive shot that from Imam Al-Haq. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that, to be honest, and that is the luxury of time, isn't it? The fact is, if these two can lay that foundation already, the equation is 117. That's not many from 40 plus overs. It just depends on playing sensibly here for the White Rose, and if they play sensibly and within their means, they can win the game. That's the first thing. This is the opening one, of course, of the Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign. The most important thing from a Yorkshire perspective, get those points on the board. It's Hannon Dorby into Imam Al-Haq. Carves it out straight to Zen Malik for no run.
And looking at the way Imam is now shaping up, he's got a lovely little shuffle just before the bowler bowls the ball, and he's looking to attack a few balls now. He understands that, he's seen enough of it. And also, look at the other way, the way the game's going. After 10 overs, there will be a change of bowling as well, which means, they've seen the new ball mentally in their head, and they're looking to see what else has Warwickshire got to offer them. So I think Imam, at the moment, would just look to stroke the ball, get the singles and twos, and, keep putting pressure and building up the runs.
There you go. Patience is the name of the game, isn't it, for Imam Al-Haq? And I think yourself and Michael were discussing that earlier. This is a guy who has played at the very pinnacle of the sport for Pakistan. He's done it in Test match cricket. And if you need someone to almost be the foil guy, to build an innings around in 50-over cricket or red ball cricket, Imam does exactly that.
And he's an all-format cricketer. He's got Test hundreds, he's got ODI hundreds, he's got T20 50s and 60s as well. So he knows how to bat, and he can switch his game around if he is there long enough.
And that's a real area of strength, isn't it, for the Pakistan international? Has that gone over the top? No, it hasn't. That was a good take from Kai Smith, acrobatically leaping above his head. So it won't be overthrows to round out the over. Instead, it will just be the dot ball. So 21 for 1 is your score. Will Luxton currently on 7. Imam Al-Haq also out there on 8.
Chasing 137 or 138, to be 21 for 1 after 9 overs. Yorkshire would realise that they've done, 1/10 of the job really in terms of having wickets intact, and all it means now is how and what Warwickshire needs to do going forward. And all I know is that they need wickets, and that is the one thing which might also coerce them into bowling a ball which is not required and then leak away some runs. So it's again cat and mouse cricket, although it's 50 overs, but still cat and mouse.
It is. It's the game of chess. Barnard bowls here to Luxton, and Luxton just flicks it away nonchalantly out to deep backward square leg into the popular bank for 4, and that is the shots of a man who is in a rhythm in 2025. We'll take a look at the replay on this one. Barnard targeting those stumps, and Luxton easy whip off the pads, 4 runs.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old bloke called VVS Lakshman in his time in Hyderabad. Inside the line, anything middle and leg, sweeps it beautifully over square leg for 4.
How does Barnard respond after that? Does well, cramps the right-hander for room, but if we are being a little bit critical of that plan from the Bears so far, they're straying away from what Yorkshire did so well, and that was hitting that corridor of uncertainty. That 4th stump channel, as you mentioned, hitting that good to full length. We haven't seen that as consistently as of yet, and we are just going to see a little bit of a change in the field. Jake Lintott pulled out to deep backward square leg, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby comes up into the circle in fine leg. That one flayed away down towards deep 3rd. Will just be a single off the bats of Will Luxton.
And Will Luxton, it looks like he's really batting well. He got two similar balls. One he whipped for a four, and the other one he thought, he might not be in line to play that shot, just defended back to the bowler. But he is one of the kids who are like, because he's very brave. He takes his chances. Looking here as well, he sees any bit of it, he's going to throw his hands at it, and rightly so, because man of his caliber, he'll be able to clear the 30-yard boundary.
Well, he can. Lovely bit of work there from the cam operators to get Michael McCann on ice cream duty there as Ed Barnard bowls a dot ball. There it is, the famous Scarborough ice cream. Maroof Khan is a very happy man right now, and Matty on the cams doing a great job as always. That is the $1 million shot here on this fine Tuesday afternoon in Scarbados. What a day it's been, and what a game of chess we've got taking place in front of us right now as Ed Barnard around the wicket to Imam Al-Haq. Just turns that around to square leg, shy at the stumps. I think Imam had made his ground though, just looking at that from a first time viewing.
Yeah, comedy of errors there really. I think Imam called for the run, wasn't there, and well responded to it, and then went back, at the end sanity prevailed. But yes, just going back to my ice cream cone, as long as you persevere for a fish and chips, you might definitely get an ice cream from Michael. So thanks very much, Michael.
Yeah, slightly envious, I must say, in the commentary position now. That is a very nice looking ice cream as Barnard bowls here to Imam Al-Haq. Tries to drive that arrow straight back past the bowler, but that will be a dot ball. So Yorkshire remain 26 for 1, Luxton on 12, Imam Al-Haq on 8, and we'll have a very smooth change in the comms box here as Maroof Khan departs to enjoy his well-earned ice cream, and on in Maroof's place, in a couple of moments' time, you'll hear the dulcet tones of Dr. Jane Powell. Jane, how are we?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I was offered an ice cream, but I thought, well, you told me I'm back on commentary at 10, so I thought, nah, timing's not right.
Ever the professional. That is the love of the game right there, Jane.
Yep, for sure. And it's an interesting game, isn't it? I did think a couple of wickets will make this really interesting, but I think this isn't going to be an interesting passage of play just now.
Well, here is Hannon-Dolby to Luxton. Just guides that along the carpet down towards Ethan Bamber for no run. It is, and this is why I love 50-over cricket, because you can have passages like this, and there's still time, of course. I think Yorkshire, it's safe to say, are heavy favourites. The equation is 112 from nearly 40 overs. The White Rose are on top if we were to have a quote-unquote win-viz at this stage, but these passages of play, feels like both teams are in it at this stage. It really is great to watch. Hannon-Dolby here to Luxton, leaves that one well alone.
Yeah, and as they say, schoolboy pressure, just add 2 wickets to that and suddenly you realise the pressure that's on. But having said that, isn't it lovely to watch sort of the young master or old medium master and the young pretender in Will Luxton, 21 years of age, looks mature beyond his years out there.
He is. He's a fine cricketer, isn't he, Will Luxton?
Yeah, really is a good prospect for the future.
Here he is facing off against Hannon Dolby, slightly off the outside of the bats. Ball is picking up momentum though on this lightning fast outfield. Will come back for 2 runs as Zen Malik does the mopping up out at deep point. But
even with that one off the edge, he was playing it with softish hands and his bat angled down, and as a result it was safe. It wasn't really a risky shot, and that's quite a difficult shot to play to a rising ball. You'll see this ball just rises and he's just turning his bat a little. That would be something that he'll need to keep out of his game. Don't turn the bat too early, keep the bat facing the ball.
that one a little bit too straight from Hannon Dolby. Easy run out towards deep mid-wicket.
And I think he was trying to play that shot the ball earlier, and that's the minute detail that goes in. That one he timed perfectly, and it was a very easy turnaround to square leg for a single. And the previous one, he'd worked his bat too early and ended up with just a little bit of an edge. As multiple bats come out for Imam to choose a weapon. I was watching the test match the other day, and Stuart Broad was showing you the dressing room, and he went, here's Joe Root's bats, here's his gloves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you just think, wow, bats and gloves are plenty.
Let's see if the change of bats can work its magic here for Imam Ul-Haq. I mean, of course, speaking of Joe Roots, what a test series he has against India.
Yeah, great player, and Harry Brook did well as well for all the Yorkshire listeners. I thought the Yorkshire boys did really well, and just a shame in many ways they couldn't get the team over the line, but they certainly contributed and got the team into a position where they could have won that game.
Would have been some run chase, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Would have been a record run chase, in fact, at the Oval as Hannon Dolby prepares to bowl here to Imam Ul-Haq. Really fluent cricketer, isn't he, through the covers, as there's a little bit.
Didn't sound like he timed that one, though. I think he needs another bat. It didn't sort of ping off the bat. You know when you're here and you listen to it and it goes ping and you think, wow, that's a great shot. That was a bit more of a thud.
I'm sure we'll see some of those.
I'm sure people are thinking, what on earth is she talking about? But if you play cricket, you understand what I'm saying there, that when you hit the middle of the bat, it sort of pings off it. And if you don't quite time it, it's more like a thud on the bat. That was what that one was.
No, I completely agree. It's one of those where the commentary almost does itself, because you just hear the gradual reaction of the crowd and the ping, the thud. Oh, it's absolutely glorious. So we'll see a change of bowling here from the Trafalgar Square end. As opposed to Ed Barnard, we're going to see a little bit of Ethan Bamber, one of Warwickshire's new recruits for the summer of 2025. Of course, didn't score too many runs today, but is coming off the back of a maiden first-class century. Here he is, charging into Will Luxton, and Luxton drives him crisply down the ground for 4 runs. So good.
The umpire was signalling 4 before it had actually crossed the boundary there. There was no danger, it was going to cross the boundary, but you'll see that everybody, the minute that comes off the bat, everybody's decided that that's going for 4, and it's not quite there, and he's signalling.
Well, let's just take a look at that again. Almost just the check drive, isn't it, from Luxton?
A punch.
Oh, that's better.
That's a good ball.
That's better from Ethan Bamber, and you can see the rise in trajectory of the cricket ball there. Really testing Luxton.
That's the area that's difficult.
Nice little take that as well, behind the stumps from Kai Smith. Will Luxton, the other thing to mention about his batting is the bottom hand. He really has got one of the most dominant bottom hands, I'd say, in this Yorkshire outfit, and it means that those shots out towards mid-wicket really do race away at some velocity. There you go, that one aerial chipped over the top. There's no one out there at long on. So 4 simple runs off the bat of the Yorkshire number 3, who is motoring along very, very nicely indeed. He now moves on to 23. Yorkshire 37 for 1.
It's almost like this pitch is rewarding those who go in and play their shots. Because he's gone aerially, but there's no danger. There's plenty of space out there. The danger would be if you stopped your shot.
And that one just carved away out towards the deep third boundary. Will be cut off by the fielder. So just the one run. Goes on to what we've spoken about on many an occasion, Jane, over the course of this summer. If you are going to attack the ball, attack it with hard hands. If you're going for a drive, go full-blooded. If you're really going to commit to the shot, you've got to follow through with it. Don't allow the ball to just balloon up in the air.
Yeah.
So important. Of course, you don't want to do that every delivery, because if you keep on flashing the bats, chances are you're going to nick off. But here is Ethan Bamber to Imam. Ball takes a couple of bounces up towards Ed Barnard. At mid-off, the Warwickshire captain with a grin on his face. Yorkshire 38 for 1. 24 of those have come from Will Luxton, and goes back to one of the words of the day, intent. And Luxton is showing plenty of it here at North Marine Road so far. A well-struck shot that, straight towards Zen Malik at backward point, so it will be a dot ball to round out the over. Yorkshire 38 for 1. Very easy mathematical equation that. They require exactly 100 runs for the victory in this, the Metro Bank One-Day Cup opener. All lovely shots being captured by our many cam ops. Massive thank you to them for all of their hard work. Not just over the duration of the championship matches here, but of course for this game today. The fun doesn't stop either in Scarborough. Still got one more One-Day Cup match still to come. That at the end of the month against Durham. Tickets are still available on the Yorkshire website, so if you fancy joining us there for sun, sea and cricket, get those tickets on the website. As Oliver Hannon-Dolby bowls here to Will Luxton.
You missed out the ice cream and the fish and chips.
Oh, absolutely. Well, there was a little bit of indecision there between Ulhack.
Still a little bit of shall we, shan't we, shall we, shan't we? Those are, when you only need 99 or 100, they're the risks you don't need to take. You've got 38 overs. You've got lots of time.
Yeah, just looking at where the ball ended up, no need to take those risky singles at this stage whatsoever.
I think that's just a youngster who's like, yes, let's run.
Luxton clips that off the pads out towards deep backward square, so that'll be a single.
I think he was looking more mid-wicket, straight, over the top there, and just got edge onto that down to fine leg, but all's fair. It's one of those, well, you've got to take your risks, haven't you? You've got to take your chances at some stage.
Keeps the scoreboard moving, doesn't it? 39 for 1, so no longer triple figures needed. Moves on to 99, the requirement now for Yorkshire. Of course, for Warwickshire, the requirement is wickets. Wickets and more wickets.
Nice drive there from Imam, but straight to the fielder, well fielded. What a great innings that was by Warwickshire, though, by Fanjani. Yeah, what a great innings.
Yeah.
It's made this a game, actually, because I think it would have been a non-event had he not done what he did.
Oh, it was outstanding, wasn't it? 82, included 5 sixes for good measure. Really was a superb lone effort. It's gotten Warwickshire to a total. I don't think anybody would say it's a commanding or sizable total by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a total nonetheless.
Yeah, it's one of those nervous totals, really.
Dolby around the wicket here to the left-handed.
One of those that everybody thinks should get that easily, and then you realise it's not going to be quite so easy, and then that's when the nerves can sometimes come in. And we've been around this game long enough to know you never think a game's over till a game's over.
100%. We see that across all formats of cricket as well. It's a funny game at times. Really, really is. But it will take a special effort from someone in that Warwickshire attack to catalyse that collapse. Can it be Oliver Hannon-Dalby? Ball's here to Hack, it's short and pummeled. One bounce into the Popular Bank for 4 runs. In fact, it's been given as a 6. Well, perhaps my eyes deceived me. I thought that took 1 bounce. We'll take a look on the replay. Either way, it has been... there we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was signalling 4 because I, like you, thought it was 1 bounce this side of the rope and into the Popular stand.
Either way, it's a thumping shot, isn't it, from Imam Hack? And
yeah, poor ball from Hannon-Dalby there. You know, he's been bowling so well, and then that just dropped short.
That one a lot fuller.
That's a beautiful shot. Absolutely textbook style off drive there from Imam. You know, you've bowled it too short the previous ball. I'm going to be on my front foot looking for it a bit fuller for the next ball, and you deliver it straight into the slot that he was expecting it to come in. And it takes no effort. Once you get into the right position, you can make it look effortless by just pushing through.
Just like that. As we watch it back on the replay, that really was opulence, I think. I'd use the word to describe that.
I like
from
that word.
Imam. Oh, it was a great shot.
Yeah.
Deserved a nice word to describe it. Really was majestic, that from the Pakistani opener. And
I love the Popular stand. You know, you just see those old-fashioned bench seats across there, and people love sitting in them. You get a great view, actually.
Here is Bamber to Luxton. Luxton straight up in the air. And a second wicket falls straight to Hamza Sheikh, I believe it is.
He'll be frustrated with that because it was a ball that could be hit, but not straight to the fielder. Either side of him, he would have been 4 runs, but he just stood up, didn't keep his head really over the ball, and then just hit it straight to the fielder. He'll be disappointed with that, as you can see.
Yeah, it's a long walk back, isn't it, to the changing rooms here at Scarborough. So Yorkshire now 47 for 2. It was a dashing innings, wasn't it, from Will Luxton. Really began to put the pressure back on the Warwickshire bowlers. But his race is run. So Bamber gets his first wicket of the day. It's a smart catch, isn't it, by Hamza Sheikh in the inner circle.
Well bowled and well taken catch, but a poor shot, poor decision shot and a poor execution. It'll be interesting now because Wharton is taller than Luxton. Imam's quite a short guy, and this sort of thing can mess up the bowler, so to speak, because what's a good length for one of the batters suddenly becomes too short or too full for the other. And that's one of the things that you try and, you know, why you like to rotate the strike, because you're going to have to bowl in completely different areas to somebody as tall as Wharton to somebody as short as Imam, you know, and it'll be interesting to see how the bowlers go changing the line and length, or changing the length.
Well, we'll find out the answer to that, won't we, with Ethan Bamber. I mean, that'll give him plenty of confidence. He's had an excellent first season for the Bear and Ragged staff and gone off to a good start as well here in Scarborough. So James Wharton it is, the new man, coming in at 4 for Yorkshire. Spoke about players who really do possess those strong bottom hands, and James Wharton also up there to boot. Here is Bamber to Wharton. Just guides that off the bat face, runs it down to deep third for a single.
That shot there is your get out of jail shot as a batter, you know, and that's somebody who bats at the top of the order who thinks, well, it's not quite there, I'll just open the face and just run it down to third man for a single, and that's rotating the strike. Let's see where the next ball is and whether Imam can capitalise on that. This is the cat and mouse nature of cricket that I love. This, let's just try and mess it around a bit for each other, just not let people get into a groove. Left hand, right hand, different line, different length.
Bamber it is to Imam. Oh, that's a really nice shot, just punches it through points. Does gather so much momentum as it heads towards the Popular Bank, and every single time it's gone for 4 runs. So Yorkshire bring up the team at 50. They're 52 for 2. That's now 20 runs off the bats of Imam Hack.
And some of that could have been the fact that James Wharton just ran the previous ball down to third man because it was a right-hander, quite full, and then you rotate the strike and suddenly it's in very much back foot shot for Imam hit through the covers, 4 runs.
And then next ball.
Yeah, I'm always intrigued when bowlers come round the wicket to left-handers. I heard you and Rufa talking about LBWs earlier. And if you think about the angle that's been released as an round the wicket, in order to get an LBW, you've got to straighten it a long, long way, because the only time it's going to hit the stumps, really, it's either pitching outside the line or it's going to miss leg stump. Purely based on the angle that you're releasing it. Think of the 3 stumps, think of where your arm is in relation to that. It's a long way away.
It is. And that is why a lot of bowlers do tend to prefer to
stay over the wicket.
Exactly, and bowl across.
Yeah.
Try to tickle the outside edge, or if you can nip it back, bowl it outside, well, or maybe even on off and just tail it back in.
I mean, he's got 2 slips, so he may be playing for catch behind and caught in the slips.
Let's see what Bamber delivers here. That's another defensive shot from Imar.
No, good bowling.
Really is. Smart option that from Ethan Bamber, and it rounds out the over as well. So Yorkshire 52 for 2 after 14. Bamber getting the huge wicket of Will Luxton. Of course, Imam Ul-Haq still out there on 20. James Wharton out there on 1. Plenty of batting to come as well for Yorkshire, as we see some more panoramic aerial shots of this gorgeous part of the country. And for those tuning into the Vertu live stream, if you haven't already, please feel free to give us a like and subscribe to the Yorkshire County Cricket Club YouTube channel. Of course, we're providing free coverage of all of the games here in Scarborough, York, Headingley. We've got you covered here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. As we'll see a change of bowling here from the P-Zone Park ends, will be Michael Booth to bowl to James Wharton. And first ball, Wharton just flicks that away down towards fine leg and runs it hard. Really good intent shown there from James Wharton to convert that 1 into a quickly ran 2.
Yeah, that's great running from Wharton. You could see when he played that shot that he was intent on, he was going to come back for that second run there. Just flicks it round in. He's running hard, turns quickly, and with his leg length, it's like 4 strides and he's almost there.
He's a tall man, isn't he? James Wharton. Booth bowls here. Tempted to be driven through extra cover. Ed Barnard is there to cut it off, so will be a dot ball. I mean, this is a big opportunity for Michael Booth. When we talk about potential game changers, he has got that extra yard of pace compared to the other Warwickshire seamers. Of course, coming off the back of that stress fracture in his ankle. Played a little bit of 2s cricket, but the One Day Cup, big opportunity for him to really make a mark. Does Barnard cut that off? Yes, he does. Well fielded that by the Bears captain.
Remember you saying at the start of the broadcast today that Barnard was player of the match in the Metro Bank, player of the tournament.
Player of the year for 2 years running.
And then I suddenly realised he opens the batting and he opens the bowling. Do you think that's got something to do with it?
Absolutely. He's also a jet in the field.
Yes, I was just thinking that as he fielded that then.
Booth to Wharton. Tries to clip that through mid-wicket, but can't do so.
He'd be sorely missed, wouldn't he, if he suddenly wasn't there when he's the captain, opens the batting, opens the bowling and is a good gun fielder. And you just think, wow, that's a contribution.
Yeah. Well, there's no surprise as well. Last year he was the PCA MVP as well in the One Day Cup. Serious cricketing talent is Ed Barnard. Here is Michael Booth. It's bowl to Wharton. Again, trying to bring the stumps into play. Very different approaches between the 2 bowling attacks. Warwickshire going stump to stump, trying to almost force the wickets. Yorkshire, conversely, were happy to hang it around that 4th stump line and almost induce the mistakes from the Warwickshire batting core. So far it's produced 2 wickets for the visitors, but even at this stage, 55 for 2, the target 138. Still fancy Yorkshire's chances, providing there's a hefty partnership to get over the line here. Very loud call that from Imam Hack.
And the correct call as it went straight to the fielder. And nice and early. You know, that's exactly the sort of call that you want, that absolute certainty, so that your partner doesn't set off unnecessarily.
Yes, so important, isn't it? In a run chase like this, you do not want to gift away easy wickets via run-outs or avoidable mistakes. Yorkshire go on to 55 for 2 after 15. It will be Wharton to face up against Bamber here. That one has risen.
That one's risen a long way, because that even rose on James Wharton, and he's tall, so that really did raise a long way. But he avoided it, and you can just remember that.
It's a good leave, isn't it? Really nice leave.
I've got so much in the way that I do. I've got so much in common with them. Strike rate.
So, Bamber it is from the Trafalgar Square end.
Yeah, but he still loves it.
That one another dot ball.
Sun beating down, wind still blowing. No, I don't think it's quite as blustery as it was earlier.
No, it's calmed down a little bit, hasn't it? I mean, we can only apologise for those tuning into the Vertu live stream if it is a little bit disruptive. Of course, we are trying everything in our power to limit the impact of the wind. Bamber bowls here to Wharton. Straight back to the bowler for no run.
Bamber's bowling a good tight line and length here, isn't he? You know, he's getting into his rhythm, and he's proving to be quite useful.
He is, and it's that kind of wicket which I think suits Ethan Bamber, because that good to full length, and even the line as well, almost popping it on that fourth stump, really does help him. That's the style of bowler he is in red ball cricket. So I think, to be honest, this surface, it is quite well suited to his bowling style. It's another dot ball, really tight and disciplined stuff this, from the former Middlesex man.
So we've just got a fine leg out and a third man. I think that's all the fielders out. Everybody else is in the what would be the circle, or inside the circle.
Yep, it's a 6-3 field, isn't it? For Ethan Bamber at the minute, goes a lot straighter on that one and fields off his own bowling.
Yeah, I think Wharton was looking to just move that one round the corner to rotate strike. Because what you don't want to do is get stuck at one end. We'll see it here that he's just trying to clip it round the corner, and he just got it on the thigh pad rather than on the bat.
Yeah, just got a little bit trapped, didn't he?
Yeah.
On that shot.
We've now got square leg has gone out to the boundary.
Let's see, it's Bamber to Wharton. Wharton tries to move that through extra cover. Oh, Smith was charging onto that. He's knocked the bails off, but didn't have the ball in hand. So no damage done there for Yorkshire. That will signal the end of the 16th. The home side 56 for 2 with Imam Hack on 20, James Wharton on 5, and we'll have a slight change in the comms box. I'll make way. I'll leave you with some thoughts from Dr. Jane Powell, and on in my place, you'll hear the warm and dulcet voice of Michael McCann.
Yeah, it's a very thoughtful response at the moment from Yorkshire. Nobody's going mad. Nobody's trying to... Having lost 2 wickets, I think they've just tried to rebuild. Obviously, if the total was more, then they'd be having to be a little bit more frantic, as James Wharton just turns that one round the corner for 4 runs. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much. Lovely shot from Wharton, and Yorkshire will hope that they are gently coasting towards victory here, and a big net run rate boost, very handy in what is only an 8-game group stage competition. So if you start with an emphatic victory, that's really a small enough sample size that it's going to make a not insignificant difference in the final assessment of things.
And that last shot was exactly the same that James Wharton tried to play in the previous and there's hit down into the floor. A nice crowd catch there, bounce from the floor straight to the fielder.
Yeah, that was the dictionary definition of a crowd catch.
Yes.
It was just in terms of the angles of the bat and the way the shot was played, it seemed pretty clear that it was one. But it had the odd spectator just a little confused for a second. Yorkshire products trying to build together as Wharton flicks this away, but that's straight to mid-on. He's passed 1,000 runs for the season in this innings, James Wharton. He only needed 3 runs to do so.
Excellent.
660 in the county championship, 337 in the Vitality Blast.
Yeah,
Now,
he's been building most of the season, I think.
Yeah, he'll want more, he'll hope for more. But this is someone who is an all-format player, is certainly growing in stature for Yorkshire. Bumper, good bumper from Booth.
Yeah, that's a decent bumper to get over the head there. Umpire signals one for the over. You'll see this pictures and quite straight, and they're the best types of bumpers when it means that the batter has to evade the ball.
This Yorkshire inning steadily building. In comparison to the wreckage that was Warwickshire's. That's a good lead from Wharton, and that ball really does explode. It's not quite sort of, there's a trampoline in the middle of the pitch, but when you really push it through, you do get that extra bounce and carry. You saw it there.
Yeah, I think you get reward for the effort that you put in. So if you put the effort in, you'll get something out of the wicket, and that's what's happening there.
Morton this time, just guiding that one back. End of the over from Booth. 60 for 2 off 17. Change up here in the commentary box. Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell is going to take a well-earned break. And settling into the seat alongside me, someone with a county age group 4-wicket haul, once upon a time for Lancashire. And now with Yorkshire, Charlotte Ashton, as that's pushed back. And I thought the over had ended. There was in fact that one ball at the end of it. So we are now done with the 17th. 60 for 2 off 17 then. I should clarify, when I say now with Yorkshire in a digital and social media capacity, as opposed to on the playing side of things.
Best of both worlds, get to watch loads of cricket all day and get paid for it.
Absolutely, sounds good to me.
Pretty good.
Sign me up as well while you're there. A very good afternoon to Charlotte Ashton. One
Hello.
to take her of a fourther for Lancashire under 15s against Derbyshire.
Yeah, best figures that. I don't think I'm ever going to top 4 for 4.
But also take her of a wicket on a county ground yesterday at Derbyshire, as the new over starts from the Trafalgar Square end. And Imam Huck is just nudging away into the onside for 1. Provided exactly the kind of opening batting that Yorkshire needed here. He's on to 21 with just a very sensible, orthodox opener's innings.
Oh, it's been lovely. That there, you could tell he really, really wanted to go for it. Set off nice and early. Really watched it onto the bat. It was really nice to see.
Wharton on 9. Couple of slips in play, as they should be. Warwickshire need wickets. Well, he just briefly sets off for a moment before realising the folly in such an idea.
The thing about these two is that they are quite quick between the wickets. They're both very switched on. They're looking for that single, which is what we need at this stage, and puts the pressure on Warwickshire, doesn't it?
Yeah, Warwickshire have got to find something, and got to find something quick. Otherwise, this game is sliding away. Just playing that one out to point. No real need for either of this pair to do anything particularly dramatic. The required run rate sits at 2.36 and over.
Yeah, just a case of steady away, isn't it, really?
Wicket possibly. Sun across it through the day has made it flatten out, or possibly so others thought it might break up. What's for sure is She'll hold all the cards as Wharton will get 1 this time to the left of mid-off, takes him into double figures. We saw a shot of the fish and chips there. I feel like food has been the theme of the day. I've been packed on the live stream providing Murray Khan with an ice cream. I've also sampled the steak pie, which was magnificent. I know others have tried the apparently very good souvlaki, the Greek offering. It's very popular.
Lots of options. I've heard good things about the chips as well, especially.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to starve at Scarborough. Nice looking extra cover drive from Imam, who will pick up 1. And while Imam does that on the far side away from us, I'm sure our roving camera person Matt might well catch up with him. Mick Lewis, Anthony McGrath and Ben Cliff are taking a stroll. Yorkshire's bowling coach, star bowler and head coach. Cliff with 5 for 26 earlier on today.
That was something special from Cliff.
Yeah, it was. Worked away through the onside. One of Wharton's favourite areas. Very wristy player. It's a big gap between square leg and mid-on, and deep square leg comes round. It's as comfortable a 3 as you'll see all season. So Wharton will keep the strike. 69 for 2 off 18. Yeah, if you missed it, sensational from Ben Cliff. A first 5-fer in Yorkshire senior competitive colours in his first game for Yorkshire since April. He worked his way back, got a 5-fer in the 2s against Hampshire last week, but this was something else entirely, and there was some big celebrations.
Oh yeah, huge. It was the fact that 2 wickets in the first over. Like, what a start.
Just kept rolling on from there. I said 5 for 26. I don't think it was quite 5 for 26 actually. That's flicked away by Wharton, timed that beautifully. Straight to the sweeper for 1. He was backed up fantastic. It's 5 for 46, beg your pardon, off 8.3.
You must have just seen the back of his shirt because he's 26.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah.
I appreciate you giving me some kind of alibi.
No, easily done. We're all drowning in stats today.
Commentator human beings as well. We make mistakes. I was going to say he's backed up so magnificently by White because White set the tone with the very first over of the game and took 1 for 21 of 10. Deliberate, intentional bumper.
Like that. That was well read by Imam as well.
Yeah, the duck and the sway can be very awkward when you're facing a bumper as a lefty from someone bowling right arm around, or vice versa, left arm around to right hand.
Yeah, it can
feel like the ball just basically is a honing missile.
Yeah, got to read it nice and early, and Imam does that well.
It's 3rd over. And again, it's a little shorter, but Imam just tucks it around the corner. Quite content to take 1. He's on to 25 now.
It's been really, really measured. He's been aggressive when he needs to be. He's been spotting the short ball, rocking back. And I don't think I've seen a more beautiful drive than I have already today from Imam.
Are you talking about the one that I think is his very first boundary?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Beautiful.
I said it as I called it. As we watched it in real time on the Vertu live stream, that for me was potentially shot of the day. Wharton to the covers. Wharton wanted 1 there at the same end. Oh my goodness gracious me! How has James Wharton got away with that? Well, Wharton said yeah. Imam said no and looked at him aghast, thinking, "My goodness me, James, there's not a run there ever." He has hit this pretty much straight at cover. That's what you can't quite see in shot there. And he's kept going, despite Imam seemingly shouting no. And then the throw is missed, been well backed up. And ultimately, it's a lot of fuss for a dot ball.
Oh, yeah. It was very enthusiastic shouting from James Wharton. I know I said they're both quick between the wickets, but you'd have to be absolutely lightning to make that.
Yeah, two Usain Bolts. Still might not have a chance of a single there. Wharton this time straight to point. There's a loud shout of no from the non-striker's end by Imam.
It was the double hands up in apology to Imam straight away from Wharton.
Well, Lintock shies, and as you can see there, even on a wider, more extended frame, Wharton wasn't anywhere near it.
No.
Davis with the backing up. There's an attempt to just tip the ball onto the stumps.
Got to make the most of that extra life now.
Out into the covers. So talk us through it. You took a wicket on a county ground yesterday,
Oh,
which
yeah.
for any amateur cricketer is a pretty cool day out.
Oh, it was great fun. Playing in the Content Creators Cup yesterday at Derbyshire. Bowled 1 wicket, 6 runs. 1 over, 6 runs, 1 wicket. So can't complain with those stats. Final over of the
Got to
game.
ask as well. Well, so I mean, you've answered my second question then, if it was the final over. But
Yeah.
how are you only getting an over there?
Came in at the death, I don't know.
Got to manage the captaincy. Manage your captain better. Get in the ear of them.
You tell them.
But I think it's fair to say you've made your case for future occasions.
Oh.
And I understand you picked up a winner's medal. As
Yes,
well.
we had an abundance of leggies that day as well. I think there were 4 of us in our team. So,
wow.
Yeah, so you've got to rotate.
That's quite a rare sight.
Yeah.
4 leg spins in the team. Start of the 20th over. And Barnard back on, trying to make something happen. He bowled a very nice first spell from this Trafalgar Square end. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 14 conceded. Went wicketless. He was quite unlucky to do so, and he caused Imam quite a bit of problems just nipping the ball back in off that right arm around angle. He's going to get a bit less movement now. The ball is in the 20th over of use. Just works it. They want 1. A clean pickup, and might have been interesting, but I think that was just about on the well judge side.
Yeah, they knew they were going to go. Nice early, clear decision, unlike the one a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it tends to be a lack of decisiveness as much as anything else, or a lack of communication, and certainly had both of those things in their favour there. The last thing Yorkshire want at this stage is a needless run out or 2 just to open the door for Warwickshire. Won't get anything for that one.
It was guided nicely, just couldn't find the gap.
Barnard straining for a breakthrough in the Scarborough sunshine, but Yorkshire will fancy their chances. Remember, your next Vertu live stream after this sees Yorkshire's women in action at Wheatwood against Glamorgan. Yorkshire's men in action the day before at Northants. Again. Find that fielder at backward point. Yorkshire's women needing to bounce back a little from back-to-back defeats that both of us will witness to against Middlesex. 1 in the T20 Blast final, 1 in the Metrobank Women's One Day Cup, which is a lot further on than the men. There's 9 rounds for Yorkshire in that. They've already played 5 of them, winning 3. Swart guides that straight to mid-off.
Yeah, hoping for a bit more disruption in that sort of like home stretch, I guess, for the Women's One Day Cup, aren't we? Could do with really dominating from now.
Well, you'll say for those unfamiliar, it's a round robin of 10 teams in the second tier for women's 50 over cricket, and Yorkshire probably need 3 wins from 4 to guarantee a semi-final spot. 4 wins from 4 might well still get them top 2 and a home semi-final, which is a big advantage. Wharton gets this away through mid-wicket, rocking back and timing it beautifully. It's one of his favourite areas of the ground to score in. It is one of the longer boundaries at Scarborough today, so that does mean that they can pick up 3.
Good bit of ground field in that. And perfectly bisected 2 seagulls as well.
Yeah, Imam will hack, of course. He nearly got wiped out by a seagull in that game against Sussex here in County Championship.
What a welcome to Scarborough.
Yeah, I made it Lintott out on the boundary there. That's Pencliffe and Jack Wright, the 2 opening bowlers, taking a very well-deserved rest. You can't really blame them for being very much in their training tops, having a conversation that I'm sure broadly goes along the lines of, I would very much hope we're not going to be out here batting anytime soon. So that's straight to point. Cliff and White, who did the damage earlier on today, and in truth, if Yorkshire go on to win this, will be remembered as the 2 who made the biggest difference. White might have only picked up 1 wicket, but those 2 really set the tone. And after that, Warwickshire, apart from Vanshjani on this day debut, didn't really have any answers.
So tidy from Jack White. I know, like we say, only picked up 1 wicket, but 21 runs?
Yep.
Like, that's unbelievable.
Particularly bowling in the power play at the top, even on a wicket offering some assistance. So that's guided back. Since some of the Scarborough crowd who've had a few lemon sherbets just urging something to happen, only in the sense that the last couple of balls they've given Booth a bit of a run in terms of making some noises. He's headed in.
Oh, yeah. We were treated in the first innings as well. Plenty of action.
Straight to mid-off. But no real need for Yorkshire to do much different here. This is almost an old-school runs versus wickets game, really.
Yeah, it is. Bit of a game of patience.
72 for 2 in the 21st. Michael Booth trying to make something happen. Booth, who spent most of the season out with an ankle injury. His season arc isn't a million miles dissimilar to Ben Cliff. That sense, fast bowler who's been frustrated by injury. Oh, beautifully bowled though by Booth. He's got a breakthrough here. Little bit of extra lift, and Wharton edges it through and is caught behind. That is lovely from Booth. He put a little bit more effort into that one, and it gets Wharton in a bit of trouble. 72 for 3. Wharton gone for 17.
That was a lovely delivery, just looking at it back here. Great catch. Really, really tempted him in there. Just had a little... They know he's a wristy player, so he's just gone in, sort of dab at it, and yeah.
Cut in as well from Booth.
Yeah.
That's what that replay showed, just to get the inside edge. And any keeper's catch off an inside edge is a good take. And watch this from Kai Smith. It's the kind of take that, in truth, you would expect a professional keeper to take, but that doesn't mean that it's easy.
No, you've got to really judge it nipping in. Obviously, you've got the batter in the way. There's a lot to think about. Should be very, very pleased with that as Matty Revis now comes out arms swinging.
Now, this is a man in form, if ever you've seen one.
Oh, he loves it here.
Yeah, and had an interview with him after the Sussex game, where he was talking about Yorkshire wanting to stamp their authority on this group and stamp their authority on the competition. And he's got a chance to go out and do that himself, and he certainly is in some form. He has 4 county championship tons in his last 4 games. Across those games, he scored 520 runs and been out just twice. And on top of that, he hit his first T20 50, which he did in Yorkshire's final blast group game. 50 off 32 balls, 52 off 32 to be precise, in what proved to be a win thanks to some late heroics from Matt Mills, who hit the last 2 balls of the match for 6. Now Revis looking to bring that excellent batting form from County Championship and T20 cricket into the one-day arena. Oh, but he's nicked it, and Revis is gone as well. Really good low catch. Michael Booth is on a hat-trick, and it is a golden duck for one of the most informed batters in the country. Matthew Revis has to go 72 for 4.
That was a tough watch.
Diving away to his right. Really nice slip catch. You could see what it meant to Booth. He's pumped up and feels like he can make this a very nervy run chase for Yorkshire, and you can feel the nerves a bit because Scarborough's just gone a touch quiet.
I think everyone was hoping for more Matty Revis heroics.
And based on recent form, you could understand why there was great expectations from particularly Yorkshire fans. But Rob Yates with a really lovely low grab.
Again, just prodding, getting that outside edge instead of the inside edge as compared to Wharton. We'll see how this goes.
It's a lovely length from Booth, just in and around that 4th, 5th stump. And it's very easy to say from the commentary box that with that extra bounce, Revis should be looking to leave a ball like that. But when it is literally the first ball that you faced, it's a very good ball to get.
Absolutely. And Rev really loves to rock onto that back foot as well. So, because he's so tall, he loves to play it off the back foot. So you can see why he was tempted to not leave it as George Hill makes his mark.
Yeah, and this is someone else who's got a bit of form with the bat recently, albeit not quite Revis level form, which is a whole other thing. He did get 75 against Sussex here, coming in on a very different scenario to this though. He came in with Yorkshire in a healthy position already and then piled on the runs to help Yorkshire build up a lead that contributed to a comfortable win by an innings ultimately.
Oh, he absolutely motored along. Once he sort of reached his 50, but I blinked and then it was like, he'd absolutely motored. It was great.
What does Hill look to do out here? You would imagine a little more circumspection. There's another catcher that's gone in. Rightly so. Warwickshire sensing this is a chance to attack. It's a hat-trick ball for Michael Booth. And it looks to me like Lintott. Yep, Lintott's putting a box in, which that is not something you normally do when you're fielding at a conventional square leg. Yeah, Lintott's going in at a sort of slight short leg. Michael Booth on a hat-trick. And it's a leg side wide. How often do you see that bowler getting a little overexcitable with the chance to put their name up in lights and just losing the radar? It looks like that short leg is still going to stay in beyond that one ball. It does feel like it would be a lot for your 12th to run a box and a helmet out merely for the hat-trick ball.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, might not have got a hat-trick, but he's still dominating with the ball in this over.
Booth. Good leave.
Very good leave.
There's only two types, or as someone said to me the other day, all leaves are good leaves. They're just sometimes good for different people.
Yes.
73 for 4.
You could almost see the temptation
overs.
flicker over George's face then.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing that's on your mind is if that potentially cuts back, it's an in-swinger.
And we've seen that it can nip in.
It certainly can. Well, that is the perfect example. You know, if you're in the dressing room, you've just watched Wharton get dismissed like that off the inside edge, and then you've lost Revis off the outside edge. So as George Hill walking out there, or indeed even Amal Huck at the non-striker's end, that's going to play on your mind a bit.
Oh yeah, rightfully a bit cautious.
Arnard continuing. Imam just guided into the onside for 1. He's on to 25 off 52. There's no real need for him to do much different. Just to remind you again, Yorkshire need 2.2 and over. And after this, there is still Harry Duke and Don Best. Then it's Ben Cliff, Dan Moriarty, and certain Kirtley Jack White finish things off. I think it's fair to say Yorkshire would be a bit nervy now, though, having lost those two. Old cricketing cliche about add 2 wickets to the score. Barnard trying to add more. That's a nice leave from Hill.
Yeah, it's going to be a real test of sort of George's temperament here, showing the maturity that he has shown this season and last season with the bat. It's going to be pivotal, really, because Imam's showing that already, but sort of textbook opener is Imam, really, isn't he?
Imam's been very steady at the top. That's out towards mid-on. Yeah, there's a little bit of a slope to contend with as well that goes across the ground if you've not been to Scarborough before from east to west. So for Hill batting in this over, it's taking his head away down that slope towards the offside. It's really important to try and keep that sense of alignment. Left alone. In a curious sense, the slope is actually more pronounced in the way it can be sometimes at the other end. So when you're facing the bowling from the Pease-Home Park end, you can really feel like if you're a right-hander, your head's disappearing almost behind you towards the onside.
Yeah, that's not ideal for losing your balance and sort of staying grounded, is it?
Wide of the crease, and again Hill leaves alone. Game of cat and mouse. It'll be interesting to see who blinks when. Barnard's sending a couple of sweepers out.
He's really inviting that shot, isn't he?
I think there's also just a little sense that with Hill having only recently got out there, he wouldn't necessarily mind Hill having a single and starting the next over on the strike. Something teams do look to do. You try and starve the striker from the player that's in.
Oh, absolutely.
And Hill hasn't taken that single. Before that gets misinterpreted by some listening on a live stream who can sometimes take words a little too literally. That's of course me not suggesting that Imam should be in any way shielding George Hill, but it's something that it's just a little thing you notice teams often do with a new batter.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense when you've got a set batter in and someone that's new to the crease after a little bit of a middle order sort of quick falling wickets.
Yeah, it's not quite collapsed territory for Yorkshire, but I think it's fair to say if they lost one or two more now, you definitely would be into that.
It's certainly a little nervy.
Absolutely. 2 wickets and 2 balls. Adam Live there just posing for a couple of photos. His dad is here as well. Had a chat with him live senior this morning. That's just nudged into the gap at deep cover. Imam is quite content to just keep knocking these singles, as he should be. Does need a bit of support at the other end.
Oh, for sure. Speaking of Adam Live's dad, he's like always here when Yorkshire are playing. I think he's seen 500 or 600 from his own son here. What a thing to be proud of. It's great.
He actually averages, I know this for a fact, he actually averages even more at heading in the Championship than at Scarborough, but he's certainly got a very good record at Scarborough as well. Averages just a tickle above 40 here in red ball cricket, which particularly for an opener you take every day of the week.
Just feels that bit more special here.
Yeah, of course, that connection. And there's that live mural as well, Headingley. There's a Johnny Bairstow mural on the far side of the ground away from us.
It's really staring you down.
Yeah, it's very on brand. It really captures the essence of Johnny Bairstow. You love to see it. It's just well blocked by Wharton. That's a decent Yorker fired in by Booth.
Yeah, that's well controlled, that.
Certainly making them work. That is the aforementioned mural. So
it's a real landmark.
Yeah, it's quite a way to market yourself as well. Very innovative. That's just worked away for one by Hill for a single.
Didn't come off the shoulder off his gloves. It just didn't. It just looked like it popped up a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Again, looking at that extra bounce that we've been talking about all day, you get a reward for what you put in, and Booth is definitely giving it everything here.
Oh yeah, it's smart bowling. Everything's very considered. Oh yeah, just off the...
Yeah. Always a good sign when you got a batter ringing that, as the seagulls are hunting someone who's not paying attention to their fish and chips. You've got to be careful with seagulls. They do not care about you having a good time or your personal space. They just see you as a food source. Nice looking straight drive. No run though. I was with my partner the other day, and I'd warned her twice about said seagulls, and they came down and had a couple of her donuts, and she was shocked and surprised.
Oh no, they're relentless.
Oh yeah, they do not. She was just like, well, but I thought I thought I might get a sense of them. No, they're predators. They're there for your food. Move once more, and the mum is just blocking. And that is the end of another over. 76 for 4 off 23. You can see, here we go. This is fantastic work from our camera person, Matt. This is almost sort of point of view seagull. Just eyeing up on the bleachers on the far side. Just looking across.
Just seeing what's on offer.
Yeah.
See if anything better's coming along.
And what that shot showed you was empty bleachers, but just outside of shot, there's plenty of people in those bleachers with food, and that seagull is just weighing up its next move.
Oh yeah, Scarborough's busy today. Sun's out, everybody's here.
Yeah, it's great to see such a good crowd in, and should expect a decent crowd here again, I think, on the 22nd against Durham. as well. Maybe a few more visiting supporters because it's a little bit of a closer trip from Durham than it is from Warwickshire. It's just nudged down to deep third for 1.
Lands down nicely by George, that. Really well guided. I could tell he wanted a second but couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, Hill on to 2. Curious to see how Imam looks to play this, but my guess would be that his gears will not change at all. And it just in the sense of the game situation doesn't demand it.
No, it really doesn't.
And he doesn't strike me as the type of player that would think in the way, say, Harry Brook was talking about that test match chase and the way he got out after that magnificent 100 of thinking, I can finish this in a hurry. It doesn't tend to be the way Imam goes about it. Saying that, Imam steps to go down the pitch there. Barnard responds with a good bumper. It's decent cricket all round.
Yeah, that anticipation from Imam, it looked like he was really going to go for that, really send it. But I think, he's come over here. He'll be wanting as much time in the middle as he can in advance of the One Day Cup, really. See what it's like batting in English conditions.
In once more. Oh, that's well bowled to Imam. And finger from umpire Hassan Adnan is not raised. So Imam survives. I think like we've often seen today, it's maybe been an issue, but that one was not quite as high as some of the others that we've seen. It was coming back, but then again, got that right arm around angle, possibility that it's going down leg. Barnard did come wide of the crease.
Yeah, it's come in at quite the angle, hasn't it?
You say advance to the One Day Cup, it's a funny one, right? Because you say this game almost doesn't feel like a 50-over game. So Imam just turns that away out to deep square leg. Now again, before people start writing and texting in their thousands, what I mean is just the pace of the game, the fact that we had extended passages of play of strike manipulation in the first innings, of Hans Janey just trying to eke out what he could, and then Yorkshire, of course, are not under any run rate pressure. So Yorkshire quite content to go at a relatively sedentary pace. It's back by Hill. I think it's fair to say on pitches that are less bowler friendly, there's going to be games across the next 7 group games where if Imam is out there on this score off this number of balls, Yorkshire wouldn't necessarily be chuffed with that. But it's about batting. Batting is so often about problem solving and adapting to the conditions that are in front of you. And today is a tough batting day for both sides, and he's playing a valuable role for Yorkshire. Bumper, dismissive pull shot, 4 runs. But it's always a good sign with a pull shot when it goes well in front of square, and that's exactly what happened for George Hill there. His first boundary, 82 for 4 off 24.
He read that lovely and early as well. Really rocked back. Didn't even have to properly follow through. Imagine how hard he would have hit it if he'd really gone for it. It was well judged.
Yeah, Hill will be feeling confident. Yorkshire will be feeling increasingly confident. Thank you very much to Charlotte Ashton for her company in the last few overs. Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell settling into the seat alongside, with Yorkshire steadily advancing their way towards this target, albeit those 2 wickets in 2 balls from Michael Booth has certainly given some nerves for the home team.
Yeah, I think you always have to add 2 wickets to any total, so that's exactly what happened. 2 wickets went down. What you've got out there at the moment is one extremely experienced leader leading the way in Imam ul Haq, who he's read the situation, he knows what needs to be done, and he's playing the role that is needed at this stage.
Is Barnard taking a second to try and work out what field he wants for Booth? I wonder whether we're going to see more intentional short bowling here from Booth. I think we are. I think he's going to try and lull ul Haq into a pull or a hook shot, maybe even an uppercut. Well, that is driven out to deep cover for 1. It's a bit of a best of both field there in terms of the setup.
Yeah, got a deep fine leg, deep third man, deep cover and a deep square leg, and it's like gives you the impression he's going to bowl it short and then bowls a nice full one that is driven out to deep cover.
Yes, something of the double bluff may be going on as well. Oh, and that's a good leave from Hill, just letting that one go.
Yeah, Hill's left quite a few, which is something we're not used to seeing, but he's doing what is needed in this situation. There's still 26 overs and less than 60 runs needed.
It's a runs versus wickets game in some ways, really. It's guided back to Booth. He's bowled a good spell here. He's really bent his back for his captain. He's got Warwickshire a couple of big wickets in that scalp of Wharton, and then Revis.
Yeah, Booth's bowling very well, I would say.
He's got 2 for 12 in his 6th over. Definitely can't argue with that from Michael Booth. Oh,
it's a glorious shot.
Beautiful from
George Hill. Great shot. Just leant into it, just nice, kept it nice and straight, followed through straight. You'll see it here on the replay. Just leans into it, absolutely drilled it straight back down the wicket, and a very easy 4 runs. Classic.
Well,
forward.
He's made it
drive.
look easy.
Yeah.
That is arguably up there with the on drive. Is the hardest shot to play in the book, given the head, the alignment, everything's got to be perfect.
And then followed it with a great Yorker.
I was just going to add a beautiful shot from one of the great young players coming through.
Yeah, there's a few coming through in Yorkshire, so he's definitely one of them. It's lovely that we've got so many of the youngsters playing in this competition so far, and with the potential promise of couple of other youngsters maybe playing later on in the competition as well. All homegrown talent, and that's what we pride ourselves on in many respects.
Wharton respecting what is Hill respecting, beg your pardon, what is a good ball, and end of an over from Booth that's conceded 5. Midway point of the chase, no doubt who holds most of the cards. 87 for 4 of 25. Required run rate just a tickle above 2.
Yeah, and as the players take a well-earned break, Warwickshire have done well to still be in the competition at this stage. They're bowling nice and tightly. They've bowled 4 seamers so far, so they've got to find a 5th bowler from somewhere, whether that's a part-time seamer or whether it's a spin bowler. We'll look forward to seeing. You would expect it to be a spin bowler, but the seamers seem to have got something out of this wicket, and I think that's why they've been persisting with their frontline 4 seamers at the moment. And they've been able to, when they put them back into it, they've got some lift off the wicket as we have another look at that North Bay with the castle on top of the hill. Beautiful place, Scarborough. 2 completely different bays, North Bay and South Bay.
They really are, aren't they?
Yeah, chalk and cheese.
Having a run this morning through both and a walk and an explore last night, they couldn't be more different. One with all the arcades, the fun of the fair, shops, the restaurants, very vibrant and buzzing, particularly the night before a game like this, where plenty have also travelled up and stayed overnight, and then the more relaxed North Bay.
Yeah, and I think it suits all people, families who want that daytime entertainment, and families that want some nice and quiet and a beach to play on, etc. So there's a castle to explore, there's a sea life aquarium, there's all sorts of things in Scarborough that I'm sure that most of the cricket spectators in the country know about.
Yeah, Dr. Jane Powell will give you her view of where the game lies as I swap with Aaron Vars.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you're only halfway through the overs and you're over halfway for the runs needed. 4 wickets down, so that's always a little concern. But with the opening bowler, Oliver Hannon-Dalby coming back on, we'll see what he can get out of the wicket coming from the Trafalgar Square end of the pitch.
Yeah, he's had a decent spell, hasn't he, so far, Ollie Hannon-Dalby. 1 for 24 from his opening 7 overs, includes a maiden as well. Let's wait and see what he can concoct here too in Marmel Hack. Starts off with a slightly shorter ball, cut away out towards Ethan Bamber. I think that should just be 1, indeed it is.
Yeah, I think if the ball goes anywhere directly towards a fielder, however deep they are, there's only a 1. If it goes away from them, there's the possibility of a 2. But other than that, on this outfield, which is lightning, it tends to be 1 or 4 most of the time.
Well, we've seen it, haven't we, especially out towards that pocket, just in front of, well, it would be deep mid-wicket to the right-handed George Hill. Really does pick up some pace, doesn't it, once it gets going. It's Hannon-Dalby here to the aforementioned Hill. Keeps him smart, will just be a single. Sorry, well, it won't be a single, it'll be a dot ball.
Yeah.
Going back to the last delivery. Going to say it would be a very, very well-run single, that between Hill and Ulhack. Instead, no further score added. Yorkshire 88 for 4. Ulhack has 29 of those. Hill has 10.
We just have the 3 outfielders on the boundary, third man, fine leg and square leg.
Hannon-Dalby just pulls out of the run up there. Will be a dead ball. Yeah, it's a very split field at the minute, isn't it? 6-3.
Yeah. Interestingly, Hannon-Dalby did that this morning to Adam Lyth, and he played a forward defensive. He just did the same to George Hill, and George Hill played a drive. A shadow drive and a shadow defensive. The joys of youth, I think.
Well, let's see what George Hill has in store for us. It's Hannon-Dalby going into bowl here to the Yorkshire all-rounder. Another dot ball just dabbed down towards the backward point fielder. I suppose the big question at this stage, Jane, is when do you think we'll see a little bit of spin from Warwickshire? Of course, they do have options. They've got Jake Lintop.
They'll have to do it shortly, because otherwise they'll run out of, they'll end up with them being at the back end of the innings, and I think you need to mix them up a little bit more.
Again, just pushes into that ball. Deflects it out towards Zem Malik for no run. I mean, they do have quite a few options there, though. So you've got Jake Linsott, left arm wrist spin. Rob Yates, right arm off spin. And of course, you've got Vance Jarney as well, who I've spoken about. He's more than useful as an off spin bowler. So, yeah, intrigued to see what the plan of attack is for Ed Barnard and the Bears here. Of course, Barnard himself has 2 overs remaining. Booth has 4. Bamber has 6.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see when Ed Barnard changes it, really. And to see what his approach is, whether it's pressure on the batter or whether it's let's go for the catch on the boundary. It's one of those two sort of, do we crowd them and put pressure on so they have to play shots and have to go airily, or do we just toss it up, give it a lot of flight and hope for some catches? But I think the ground's too small for that.
Nice defensive shot that from George Hill to round out the 26th over. Yorkshire still 88 for 4.
We'll potentially see now as the helmet is brought out for the wicket-keeper, which would suggest that the spinner will be coming on from the Peasholm Park end.
Yep, it is, and it is that man, Jake Linsott. No surprises there at all. Ed Barnard going to his front line spin option, offers something very different. There aren't too many left-arm wrist spinners in the county circuit. You can think of Tom Hinley at Worcestershire, of course Freddie Heldrich at Northamptonshire as well. Saw Darcy Short for Gloucestershire. He also bowls a little bit of left arm wrist spin, but it is one of those almost special bowling styles. We don't really see too much of it, but then again, to right-handers, the ball tends to just almost act like off-spin would. So this will be the really interesting matchup, though. Jake bowling to a left-hander. If you can get the googly go in, of course, always brings those stumps into play. So let's wait and see what the approach is, whether or not Jake goes for flight and drift, or whether, as you said, Jane, he looks to just hold up an end. We'll have to wait and see, but you've noticed something there with the field placement.
So they've got a deep fine leg on the boundary, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and a deep cover. I think that's all we've got out at the moment. Don't think we've got a long off, because we've got a mid-off and a mid-on.
Yeah, it's Bamber at mid-off and Hannon Dalby at mid-on. Here is Linsott for the first time today then. Hangs that one on a wide line outside the left-handed in Marmel Hack. Yeah, fascinated to know what the approach is here from Linsott. Very much known for his white ball pedigree. Tends to get quite a few wickets in the format. Hack steps into that one. Well stopped by a diving Rob Yates.
Yeah, well fielded there in the short cover position. If that had gone past him, there would potential of a single.
Top fielder is Rob Yates. Arguably has the safest pairs of hands in the country when it comes to slip catches. Slightly dragged down from Linsott. Allows for Hack to just whip it away out towards deep square leg. And in the end, scampers back for 2.
Good intent there from the two batters. You know, they both set off and were almost determined to run 2, when you'd have thought, well, the fielder's almost got to it, but then he didn't. That's why. Ran into his own fielder and ended up doing a little roll on the floor.
Linsott again to Hack.
Just the one, I think, this time.
Yep. Yeah, well, you can hear the oohs from the Scarborough crowd. Yeah, Taz Ali, the substitute fielder out there, just almost had a coming together there with Vance Jarney, who I think you'd argue has been the pick of the Warwickshire players today. I think
yes,
a lot of people,
he's played very, very well.
He certainly has, yeah. 82, wasn't it? Included 5 sixes to boot. Really did bat magnificently in what was a desperately trying scenario. At one stage, the Bears 38 for 7, so yeah, largely down to him that we're still playing here. It's Linsott to George Hill. Hill advances down the track and just flicks that away.
Yeah, I can't understand why there's not a forward short leg in to Hill, because you're going to be turning it and Hill looks to work it round there. You've got to take wickets. You can't just keep letting them have singles. But he didn't have that there, and George Hill was able to work it round for a single.
Hack on the defensive there, strides into it, plays it out to short cover, and that is the end of the over. So Yorkshire 92 for 4 after 27. They require a further 46 runs for the victory here in Scarborough. Hack on 32, George Hill on 11.
And 4 off the Linsott over seems quite expensive, really, compared to everything else that we've seen today. I mean, obviously, there was that batting where we went for 3 sixes in a row, but in general, the run rate was quite low, wasn't it? The only one who really got going was Johnny, who just hit it. Johnny. Did you say Johnny or Johnny?
Yeah, Vance Johnny.
Johnny, but other than that, so 4 runs off an over is a productive over.
It is, and not so many risks either involved in those 4 runs. There's Oliver Hannon Dalby bowling here from the Trafalgar Square end. First ball played defensively, just smothers it to George Hill for no run.
Yeah, and you don't want to take any risk, but you need to keep the intent going. What you don't want to do is just turn over and over without any runs, and then you're automatically putting yourself under pressure as well as your teammate, and that ultimately puts pressure on the team. So you just want to keep it ticking over. Look where the singles are, try and work it into those spaces. I think what he's trying to do there is potentially run it down to third, but he's getting too much of the bat onto the ball, so it's going square, and therefore there's no run.
It is a useful shot, though, isn't it? Providing that he can utilise that option, because Warwickshire have got a slightly wide, deep third.
Yeah, no, it's a really get out of jail shot, really, for singles.
Unless, of course, you do tickle it behind to Rob Yates, a.k.a. Bucket Hands, as Anna Dorby, full and straight there, targeting the stumps of George Hill. Plenty of encouragement being offered by the Warwickshire fielders. Ethan Bamber in front of us here in the commentary position. We can't exactly call it the comms box because we're sat out in the stands. We're basking in the sunshine, but offering plenty for his teammates. They are quite a vocal side of the Bears. You'll hear a lot of Jake Lintott as well. Plenty of encouragement for the bowlers. Shannon Dorby turns around at the top of his mark. Bowling here to George Hill, slightly uppish. For a split second, I think Zen Malik was interested. But in the end, it actually ends up going more towards Hamza Sheikh. I thought, just looking at the initial trajectory and where the shot finished up, could have gone out towards backward point. Instead, it goes out towards the covers, but no damage done there for Yorkshire.
George Hill just needs to be patient and just hang around. Support Imam. And if there's a ball in your zone, just dispatch it.
Well, he plays that one on its merits. Very soft and deft touch shot into the ground, fielded by Jake Lintott. Of course, plenty more games going on. I'm not sure if we've actually done the scores on the door so far today, but plenty of Metro Bank action taking place up and down the country. Also, plenty of debuts as well. Seen Ben Mays for Hampshire really make an impression on his List A debut for the Rose and Crown, and that's what the competition is all about. As we've seen today with Vanch Jarney. And a Dorby to Hill once more. Rounds out the over with a dot ball. So after 28, Yorkshire 92 for 4. Imam Al-Haq on 32, Hill on 11. The requirement still 46 runs. So yeah, just looking at some of those scores on the doors. The game between Durham and Sussex. Durham scored 310 for 7. In response, Sussex 96 for 4. They require 215 runs from the final 27 overs with 6 wickets still to spare. And yes, I spoke about that game between Glamorgan and Hampshire. Hampshire racking up 324 for 6. Glamorgan in reply 147 for 5. They require 177 runs now from 29 overs. Keep you up to date with those after this over from Jake Lintott. That's a little bit more expansive from Imam Al-Haq. Rifles it through the covers. Will just be a single, fielded by Hamza Sheikh. Of course, with the other games taking place, the one down in Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 341 for 8. In response, Derbyshire 128 for 3 after 23 overs. We'll take you through the Notts Essex score in a moment as Lintott bowls here to George Hill, full toss. Just slapped away towards the backward square leg for 1 run. Yeah, so in that game between Nottinghamshire and Essex, Notts scored 283 for 9. In response, Essex 51 for 1. In the 9th over, they require 235 from 37 overs. Lintott here to Al-Haq, turns that round the corner, keeps the strike rotating. I think that game as well, I'm pretty sure, has been DLS adjusted. That's why it's been reduced the number of overs. I think it's gone down
46 overs, I think.
Yeah, something around that.
Yeah. And the Lancashire game was abandoned without a ball being bowled.
Yes, that one taking place, or theoretically taking place, at Sedbergh School. Jake Lintott here to George Hill, gives that one a little bit more venom. Quick single taken, and that's some really sharp running between the Yorkshire pair. Picked his gap nicely, early call. There's the strength of communication. That is gold dust in a run chase like this.
Yeah, and if you're avoiding the bowler and you're avoiding the very short cover or mid-wicket, if it's going to mid-on or mid-off, there is a single there as long as you go straight away and both of you go. And that's exactly what happened.
A slight adjustment in the field here for Jake Lintott. Yorkshire 96 for 4 here at North Marine Road. Oh, and that's deft. That's a really cheeky shot from Imam Al-Haq, and that ball is racing away. That'll bring up the 100 for Yorkshire. 100 for 4 as Al-Haq moves on to 38. And in terms of audacious shots, Jane, that's got to be up there as one of the most innovative and inventive shots of the day so far.
Just a very late cut. And interestingly then, just before that shot, Lintott had got a 5-4 leg side field. So that meant there was only 4 fielders on the offside. And obviously, Imam's good enough to find that gap and just put it down through one of the areas that was free.
So the equation now 38. Don't think run rate's going to be an issue from here on out for Yorkshire yet again.
There's that mid-on, mid-off and easy single. Even though George Hill was a little bit slow to get going there, but once he decided he was going, he did put his feet down. And that's another expensive over, really, from a Warwickshire point of view.
It is, yep. Every single delivery went for at least 1 run. So in the end, Yorkshire move on to 101 for 4. Imam Al-Haq on 39 and George Hill on 13. So the requirement now just 37 would be the perfect start, this, wouldn't it, to the campaign for Yorkshire in the 50 over formats. I think it's safe to say that the club were disappointed with how they got on in 2024. Didn't quite have enough to make the top 3 in Group B. Hannon Dolby bowls here to Al-Haq. Takes a little bit of pace off, but it's no problem there for Imam. Davis is off in pursuit, has to give up the ghost. And that is another outstanding stroke from Imam Al-Haq to the rapidly growing collection.
It never looks like he's been hit too hard, but the timing of it is superb. And although it feels like it's going slightly uphill up there, it just races away, and the fielder has absolutely no chance of catching that. It just seems to accelerate as it goes uphill.
Yeah, it's a superb looking shot, that, isn't it? Just waited, picked his gap. Really nice stuff. Then goes a little bit more aggressive, loses his balance on that occasion.
Yeah, it's interesting because the one before, it didn't look like he put any effort in and it raced away. That one, it looked like he put a lot of effort in and it didn't go anywhere. And it's a bit like golf, isn't it? You sometimes try and hit it too hard when all you need to do is let the club do the work. And it's the same with cricket. Just middle it and then you don't have to appear to put much effort in, just like that previous shot for 4.
There again, just waits on it. Almost caressing the ball on that occasion was Imam Al-Haq. Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it, with golf?
Yeah, I played yesterday in that very strong wind. Put it that way. And where I'd normally use a 5-iron, I was thinking, shall I get my driver out? Because it was just so strong. At one stage, I'd struggled to stand up and my bag blew over. You know, it's very strong wind. But it was good fun.
Oh, glad to hear it. Not like that today, though. No storm here in Scarborough. Al-Haq again just opens up the bat face, runs it down towards Ethan Bamber. Will be a single on this occasion. I mean, this has been a good spell from Oliver Hannon Dolby. Of course, in any other game, you look at this so far, and 1 for 30 is very good going from 9.3 overs. It's just, on this occasion, it's a very lowly total, which the bowlers are being forced to defend.
I think all the seamers have bowled well today on both sides, and you can't actually fault them because they've just put it on or thereabouts. And I can't think of a single bowler who will be disappointed with their figures at the end of the day because, as you say, they've been economical and they've taken wickets.
Here's Hannon Dolby to Hill. Hill attempts to muscle that. Well, there's a huge bit of miscommunication. Davis couldn't quite sort out the throw to Smith. We have seen that a couple of times, though. If we are to be a little bit harsh, there have been a couple of those dicey moments in the middle for Yorkshire when it comes to the running between the wickets.
I'll be honest, I think Yorkshire have got away with 2 really poor calls. I think Wharton should have been out when he was out there, run out, and really Hill should have been out there. But the fielder, that's what happens when you put pressure on them. He missed picking it up, and as a result, they're young enough, Wharton and Hill, to turn around and get back. But they could easily have been 2 run-outs in both situations.
Well, we're seeing Kai Smith now underneath the lid, standing up to the stumps. That's a familiar sight. Of course, Michael Burgess, the previous Warwickshire Warwickshire keeper, used to do that quite a lot. So that ball is just glanced down towards Michael Booth at deep third. I'm pretty sure you can hear his mates from Durham Uni. That's my hypothesis.
That's who they are, is it?
Yeah, the Michael Booth fan army.
Right, I'm going to pass on to Maroof Khan and leave you in his capable hands.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Jane. Insightful and wise as ever. So Yorkshire 107 for 4. Hill on 14. Imam Ul Haq on 44. 6 shy of what would be a richly deserved half-century. Spoke about those glue guys, people who can hold an innings together. Maroof, he's done exactly that here in Scarborough today.
There's 2 ways of batting. Having a net session in the net with nobody watching, or having an opportunity here to bat 40 overs.
Linsott here to Hill. Takes a couple of steps down the track. Bamber will have a bit of a shy at the striker's end. Ul Haq is very quick though, and scarpers through for the single.
Yeah, Imam Ul Haq is a good player of spin, and I know his eyes may have lit up when he saw Jake Lindott coming on to bowl to him, because I think he's a good free-flowing player against spin. You will see him using his feet. You will see him trying to go over the top as well. And not that the situation demands that, but he likes to dominate spinners, coming from the part of the world that he plays his cricket, this is bread and butter for him.
Quality player, isn't he? A really good pickup for the White Rose as Linsott here to Ul Haq. Plays the late cuts divinely there. Hannon Dalby will sprint after it. He'll do so in a rather lost cause. Motors away for 4 runs out towards deep backward point, and Yorkshire now, well, they're not just inching closer and closer, they're racing towards that target. 112 for 4. It was a slow, measured and calculated start, but once you get into the 20s, the 10s, all of a sudden you can see the body language of both sides really does begin to change.
Yeah, Yorkshire are definitely on top here, and Imam Ul Haq, waiting for the ball to come onto him and gliding for runs whenever he feels like.
Is he going to go again? This time puts a little bit more venom on the shot, out towards deep cover point. Will just be a single, moves on to 49. 1 run shy of what would be a half-century of much value to Yorkshire. Linsott bowling here to Hill. Hill again advances, takes on the positive option. There's a little bit of a bobble, takes it beyond the dive of Ethan Bamber. Yorkshire now beginning to rack up these boundaries with far more consistency. The White Rose now 116 for 4.
That explains why we didn't see much spin all day. I think as soon as spins come along, the boundaries and the run seems to be flowing. George Hill taking his chances now. It looks like, the end is in sight. They can see the finish line.
Yep, 21 runs shy. And again, Hill uses the feet, takes the quick single. Booth, he was sprawled out, tried to zip it back to the non-striker's end, couldn't do so. 118 for 4, now 20 runs away from victory in the Metro Bank One Day Cup opener. Of course, the other story here, Ul Haq 1 away from his 50. Scarborough holds its collective breath. And this will be the moment. Well batted, Imam Ul Haq. A wave of applause ripples around North Marine Roads as the Yorkshire newcomer announces himself in fine fettle to this great crowd in Scarborough. He's batted quite marvellously. At times it's been measured, at times it's been gritty, attritional almost. But he has done exactly what has been required of his team today. Imam Ul Haq take a bow, a richly deserved 50, which takes Yorkshire up to 119 for 4.
Top knock, Imam Ul Haq. I think he's taken his time, given himself enough time on the wicket, assess which are the bowlers to play. He never went too hard at the ball initially, allowed the ball to come onto him, As soon as things started easing up, he started playing his shots, but never looked to be out of shape. His balance was immaculate. As soon as the spinners came along, he tried to free himself. A good professional knock there of 50. He still wants to see his team through. His first 50, I believe, for Yorkshire as well.
Yep, certainly is. Hopefully the first of many to come as far as the White Rose are concerned. Ethan Bamber it is then from the Trafalgar Square end. Well, Hack there again opts for a defensive shot. I think you described it well there, Maroof. He's bided his time.
And rightly so. I think, youngsters of James Wharton and now George Hill will be watching this Imam Al-Haq go about his business. He's just got a 50. It's easy for him to flick this ball for a couple of runs, but he just decided to be on the wicket and play it straight back to the bowler. Letting youngsters know that you always have to give yourself time and play the right shots or the right balls.
Well, there's a big appeal. And in fact, in the end, I think that's gone through absolutely everything. Zen Malik was in pursuit, but it is 4-leg buys. Yorkshire now within 15 of victory.
Nice ball there. I think just a bit rising onto Imam. Imam didn't expect it to come in that much. Lucky to get away with that, but I think, things going in Yorkshire's favour at this point in time. The runs are starting to flow off pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it's getting to that stage now, isn't it, of the reply where you're looking at gaining as much net run rate as possible. We are a very hefty collapse from here on out as Al-Haq plays that nice and late, bisects the gap. 4 fantastic runs off the bat of the Yorkshire opener.
A batting masterclass, really. Balls coming in, he's playing them late. Any more width, he's throwing his hands at it, beating the fielder on both ends, really. Imam Al-Haq is really putting on a show, really, for everybody else to watch, and explains why he's such a good all-format player for Pakistan as well.
Certainly is. Yeah, came in as a replacement, didn't he, for Ruturaj Gaikwad. Of course, wishing Ruturaj all the very best. Bamber bowls here to Al-Haq. Oh, and that's a beautiful delivery. Test match line and length, that, from Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, good reply as well. I think, obviously Imam Al-Haq shaking his head, saying the ball's still doing too much. Oh, that's a good nut, that. I think, that hit the seam, came back in. Imam Al-Haq a little late on that ball and lucky for it, not hitting the stumps. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, Jaffa. I think that's the description, the terminology for that delivery. As Bamber charges in here to Al-Haq. Just rotates the bat and guides it down towards Hamza Sheikh at deep square leg for 1 run.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting to see, and for our viewers to note as well, like how the subcontinent batters play the game as well. Anything coming middle and leg to them, they just drop the wrist and the ball goes towards square leg and mid wicket for an easy single. Conventional players from the UK try to play it straight, but there are fielders everywhere. I think there's something the youngsters would watch him and maybe can have a chat with him about how he keeps doing that. Helps him rotating the strike as well.
Well played that by George Hill. That will be the end of the over as well. Yorkshire 128 for 4. George Hill on 20. Imam Al-Haq on 55. And we'll have our final change here in the comms position. I'll leave you with a few pearls of wisdom courtesy of Maroof Khan. And to take you through to the finishing line will be the excellent Michael McCann.
Yeah, Yorkshire moving towards the finish line in a canter. 128 for 4 after 32 overs. Imam Al-Haq still holding his ground, batting on a well-earned 50 and 55 not out. George Hill giving him enough strike and support. And at this point in time, it's how quickly Yorkshire can get those runs and look into that net run rate, especially when there are a small 6 to 7 games to play.
Yeah, net run rate does not care less about wickets lost as well. So once you really are in absolute pole position and you're going to get to a target, there is no real benefit of unduly stringing the thing out any longer. So Mom is quite naturally kind of going through the gears a little bit anyway. Some supporters, potentially Warwickshire supporters, fancying an earlier train home, or Yorkshire supporters who walking off quite content with the fact their side's got the points in the bag, have made for an early exit. As the new over starts with being guided away to point by Imam.
Very interesting wicket, Michael. I think all day the fast bowlers and the medium pacers have done something on that wicket. The ball's moved around all sorts. Even when Imam is looking good at 55, he still has to be paying attention to this ball. Looks like the ineffective bowlers were the spinners from both ends.
Yeah, not been a day for spin and not seen a lot of spinners. That is helped round the corner. Could be out. Should be out. Is out. Well, that's a real shame for Imam al-Haq, who has played magnificently for his 55, has anchored the run chase, and with the winning line inside, has just paddled it round the corner, straight to square leg. A little bit of a soft dismissal, in truth. He wasn't trying to hit the ball for 6. I don't know whether, just from what he's signalling, he was actually trying to get it in between the two sweepers, but he didn't. He's out, and it's 128.
Yeah, the ball stopped and climbed on him as well. He did not have the timing as to where he wanted the ball to go. In the end, just hitting top half of the bat, and there's a good feeling there, straight into his hands. Nevertheless, top knock from Imam. He's done well today.
Well-deserved round of applause for Imam al-Haq. Pakistan all-3 format international, and has shown his class there with a steadying hand of 55 off 83 balls, which, bar something quite sensational from here, should be the innings that confirms that Yorkshire will win this game and take an excellent start onto the away fixture against Northampton on Friday. Just to remind you of how it goes after that. 2 games in 3 days in York. Lancashire, the old enemy. War of the Roses clash on the 12th. Somerset on the 14th. Middlesex away on the 17th. Durham here at Scarborough on the 22nd. And then Kent away on the 24th. Sussex away on the 24th, I should say. Kent away on the 26th. 3 of Yorkshire's first 4 games at home. Chance to make a statement in this competition, and it's not quite the comfortable run chase they'd have wanted. They should still complete it, but stranger things have happened, and great credit to Booth, who is single-handedly doing his best to make it really awkward for Yorkshire to get past this finishing line.
He's bowled well too. He's really bowled well. He's got 2 and 2 as well. And he's one of the few bowlers I've seen have change of pace, used the bump quite wisely as well. He's trying to attack the stumps, give himself a chance. He's had 2 slips all day.
Yeah, he's got a interesting backstory as well as to how he ended up in Warwickshire a couple of years ago. From Harare initially, up in Zimbabwe before heading to South Africa to study at Hilton College. Represented KZN, played in South Africa's domestic structure back in the 2019-20 season. And then he moved to the UK to study at Durham Uni. Started playing with the Warwickshire Twos in 2021 before signing fully for Warwickshire, making his debut in 2023. Booth's bowled well today, but that is the commentator's curse, because that is a low full toss, and that is meat and drink to Harry Duke, who works that away, and Yorkshire are rapidly closing in on victory.
Yeah, 6 runs away, both trying to bowl the miracle ball again. Didn't quite complete his action there. Nice cannon fodder for young Harry Duke. He just flicked it towards mid-wicket for an easy 4.
So, does any part of Duke think of looking to finish it in one lusty blow? It's a bumper, and Duke might have finished it with a 6. He has. It thuds into the stands, and Yorkshire take victory in their Metrobank One Day Cup Group B opener by 5 wickets with more than 17 overs to spare. A run chase expertly anchored by Pakistani international overseas Imam al-Haq, and finished off in style by Harry Duke with a whipped 4 through mid-wicket, and then helping it on its way for 6 over fine leg. Yorkshire without a limited overs trophy since 2002. There's been a lot of chat from within the Yorkshire camp publicly about wanting to make a real statement start and stamping their authority on Group B. Well, this is the perfect way to go about it. A win in Yorkshire's opener. They go to Northampton in 3 days' time, full of confidence. Yorkshire knowing, like everyone, of course, with this format, a win of the group gets you a home semi-final. Second or third gets you into a quarter-final. Second gets you home advantage in that. But for now, albeit Michael Booth in particular making it a nervy run chase on a day for the Seamers, Yorkshire will be very content with their work.
Yeah, well done Yorkshire. Great win. As you rightly mentioned, Michael, about the schedule as well. Games coming thick and fast. It's good to get that early win on the board and build some momentum. And if you can win 5 or maybe 6 out of your 8 games, you might stand a good chance of getting a home semi-final as well. So I think, in all, a good day for Yorkshire. And Scarborough crowd has not been disappointed. They came here for a win and they got one.
Yeah, Duke walking off, having finished things off so nicely alongside Hill. Seem to have come through that Yorkshire system. Good ovation from thousands who've come to watch here at Scarborough. And let's not forget as well, the man that really is Yorkshire's player of the match today, is the player of the match, there's no doubt. It's Ben Cliff. 5 for 46 from 8.5 overs on his return to first team cricket for his first game since getting injured in the county championship opener against Hampshire back in April. And it was his demolition job of an opening spell that was the primary reason Warwickshire ended up 38 for 7, and from then there was only going to be one winner.
Absolutely. Once you lose, your 5 or 6 wickets in the first 10 overs, it's hard to finally come back in the game. But I think Wanch did a good job, staying in it, getting 82 runs of 91 balls, making some kind of a score, and then eventually I think Yorkshire had enough in the bank, enough firepower there to take it through, and deservedly so. I guess. Sorry, the wind's taking me away. Deservedly so, a good week
all
for
of us away at Scarborough. But Yorkshire deserved winners. As some of the young fans pour back onto the outfield for some more games of quick cricket, and plenty of fans go to surround the dressing room for autographs and selfies. We'll be back here at Scarborough on the 22nd for the game against Durham, but there's plenty to come on the Vertu live stream before that point. Of course, Yorkshire's men are away against Northants on the 8th, but on the 9th, Yorkshire's women will be in action in a big game for them against Glamorgan in the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup, as Yorkshire fight for not only a semi-final spot but also potentially a home semi-final, and look to bounce back from back-to-back defeats to Middlesex in the T20 Blast final and also in the 50-over competition. But for Yorkshire's men, it's a winning start to their 50-over campaign. Thank you very, very much to Maruf Khan, Dr. Jane Powell, Aaron Viles, my co-commentators today. Thank you very much to all of you for watching across the world. Thank you very much to all of our hard-working production team at Yorkshire, including Ben Wickett, for whom I know you won't thank me for mentioning him again, but after 6 years of service and being a key part of our live stream operation, moves on to pastures new. So we wish him all the best, and he'll be pleased, no doubt, like many of you watching this who support the White Rose, that Yorkshire have started their their Metrobank One Day Cup campaign with a comfortable win. For now, it's goodbye from Scarborough.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.